Hey everyone, welcome to Op Next, the Bitcoin Scaling Conference. We're really excited for today. I'm gonna leave all the sappy, sentimental stuff to Charlie in a second. I'm just gonna get straight to the point. So for today, we have some amazing people in Bitcoin scaling here. We are focused on scaling Bitcoin. We're focused on how do we get Bitcoin to the next billion users. We're not focused on tokens. We're not focused on anyone's project. We're focused on that mission. How do we get Bitcoin into more people's hands? The genesis for this idea really goes back to scaling Bitcoin. We even have some of the organizers for that conference in this room, which is really exciting. Just to have that sentiment, I'd say, with us. But I'll leave again the rest of that to Charlie. For today, we just want to give big thanks to Starkware, Taproot Wizards, Glittr, LayerTwo Labs, Unisat, Bitscript, Fidelity, Second Gate Advisory, and if I'm forgetting anyone, don't get mad. But Foundation, they got the coffee bar outside. So thank you to our sponsors. We would not be able to do this without you guys. And thank you for showing up. For those who are talking, who are giving presentations, who have been working on things tirelessly over the last few years. We have people who flew in from across the world to be here today for one day. So please engage with them. Please engage in open debate with them, open interest with them, and show them that courtesy, because I think that's the purpose of this conference, just to engage. There's obviously not a ton of people here, but that's the purpose of it. It's focus. These rooms can't sit that many people. That's why we picked the Fidelity campus to do it at. In terms of the day, we have two rooms here, the presentation room. This is going to be more kind of open conversation. We're going to start the day off with Steve and Ren, who just published this awesome piece on Bitcoin consensus risks. We'll be going through that. The other side is going to be more of the workshop startup vibe, where we're talking about current projects, people who are actually grasping and working through problems with Bitcoin scaling today. So be sure to go to both rooms. I'd say the other room is going to be a little more dev heavy. So if you really want to get into the code, ask people questions about their projects, whether it be Starks or sidechains or whatever, head on over there. Tracks will basically be running at the same time, just because we have one day, but there'll be more presentations throughout the day. At the end of the day, we'll be doing some panels. One on activation, talking about BIP 8.9, what does the future of soft forks look like? And then the last panel for the day will be an actual soft fork panel with the CTV, CAT, and a few other people talking about, should we have a soft fork and why? In terms of just the conference itself, please use discretion, taking photos, all that good Bitcoiner stuff. We know we have name tags on. Feel free to flip them. Apologies for that. We're at a major bank institution, and that's why they have security around that. Not our first preference, but we are grateful to Fidelity for allowing us to use the space. Charlie? Yeah. Yeah, pictures, please use discretion when taking photos.
Discretion with those pictures? What's your thoughts on that?
I'm happy to, I would have, he hasn't said it yet, so.
Yeah.
But you didn't check either.
It's okay. We'll talk with him and we'll make sure. Thank you for pointing that out. And if you do have a problem, feel free to talk to one of us conference organizers, myself, Charlie, Colin. We're here. If you have a problem or a question, feel free to talk to us. And then, yeah, whisking on it. We have a live stream, so if you miss out on portions, check out that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate some of what he said, but first of all, thank you for coming to a conference about Bitcoin scaling from a relatively young, scrappy media company. This type of conference has been fraught, candidly, and frustrated over the years. And many of you have probably reluctantly dragged your heels to come here, but thank you for being in the room. If you look at who's here and the subject we're talking about, it seems pretty clear to me there's a vibe shift in Bitcoin discourse lately, and Blockspace wants to be a part of that. It's important to remember that Bitcoin is barely old enough to have a driver's license, and Bitcoin also self-selects for contrarians and abrasive personalities, or people that already don't fit into normal society, and now we have to get along with each other, or we don't. That's the beauty of how Bitcoin consensus works. You'll notice this, as Will said, isn't a booth conference. There's no tokens besides Bitcoin. We do have great sponsors making things happen, but every speaker is here of their own merit. As for the speakers, our goal is to get good people and kind of let them run with whatever. I think we did pretty well because there's literally only 2 small rooms, and I feel there's like multiple conflicts of where I want to be. You might feel the same. On conflict, one of our goals is to embrace academic conflict. We want to present new ideas and maybe revisit some old ones. The conference is intentionally small. We want to encourage you to continue conversations in the hallway, over coffee, ask questions, and then maybe over cocktails in the evening. I think the Greeks did that, or I don't know my history very well, but somebody did. Bitcoin may be celebrating its Sweet 16, but it's also a war veteran. The village elders that once guided Bitcoin are not as active as they used to be. In a way, Bitcoin needs to rediscover how to have conversations about consensus. As my buddy Portland Hoddle says, consensus is chaotic. Bitcoin scaling is probably forever defined by growing pains. Right now, it's in the growing pains of its comparative youth. But I encourage you to not lose that youthful and hopeful optimism that first attracted me to Bitcoin. It's very easy to become jaded working on Bitcoin. Jaded people generally aren't as good at affecting change in the world. Bitterness tends to drive people off rather than attracting newcomers. Bitcoin is for enemies, but it can also be for friends. As my friend Cypher says, Bitcoin is really a network of humans. So we have the ambitious goal of getting a lot of these humans to talk to each other, debate each other, produce a healthy and dynamic Bitcoin dialectic. And we want to cover this discourse as a new media company. It's like, I call it the media equivalent of eating our own dog food. So yeah, let's have a good day. It's literally Boston in the fall, beautiful weather. We have catering from Al's down the street, sandwiches of all types, depending on our dietary preference. And we have coffee from Foundation to help wake you up. Cheers. I'm going to ask to call it.
Welcome, y'all. I'm the editor-in-chief of Blockspace Media, Colin Harper. For our first presentation today, we have Steve Lee and Ren, and they are going to be talking about Bitcoin consensus, stakeholders, and other impossible things before breakfast.
And about halfway through, we'll have a workshop start over there. So feel free, you can come and go. You know, this is very casual. And if they look like they're open for questions, then feel free to shout out questions. Colin will have a microphone that he might run around back and forth. Speakers, we do want to try to capture the conversations on stream. So if somebody like yells it out, maybe you can repeat it just for their questions. So otherwise, this works. You can grab one of these, however you want to do things.
Thank you.
If y'all have questions after they're talking, we still have time, shoot up your hand, I'll try to get to it. So it's up there like that. Is that good?
No, we don't want to show the speaker.
I want to put this.
Oh, it just a normal screen capture. Is that an issue?
Oh wait, here. Let me.
First, I don't
Starting off really strong.
Sorry.
It's not a road trip without a few bumps along the way.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
For the Zoom live stream, are we able to show the other monitor? Is Alex back there? Okay, he's getting it? Sweet.
Cool. We ready?
Yeah, rock on, guys.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Lee. This is Ren, and we're both very happy to be here. Honored to be able to kick the day off. So we're here. Well, let me just start. We're here to talk about a new project we launched a couple days ago, the Bitcoin Consensus Analysis Project. As you can imagine, this is anytime you're talking about consensus, it can be spicy and controversial. There's a million different views on it, but we decided to take a stab at it. What motivated us to do this? Well, first of all, Bitcoin is hard to change. I think everyone in the room knows that. Everyone in Bitcoin knows that. And it's really important that it's hard to change because it's a property that's critical to the value of Bitcoin itself. But what actually keeps it from changing? And that's a really complex, there's a complex answer to that question. And if we do want to improve Bitcoin and make a change, how do we go about that? What risks does that present? So that's what motivated us to work on this project. Earlier this year, Avichal Garg and myself were talking about these questions, and that was sort of the genesis of the project. Ren works at Electric Capital with Avichal, so Avichal put me in touch with Ren. He was able to dedicate a lot of his time to this project, myself as well, and then Lynn Alden has been the other major contributor to this project. We felt like that was a good mix of people to start this. We also had over 24 people review this, and we chose people from all over the space, people from the mining space, protocol developers, application developers, people at major ETFs, to get many different viewpoints. And we also chose people who are more on the conservative side of changes to Bitcoin and people more on the progressive side to change Bitcoin. So we thank all those people for that review, but now it's an open source project, so we welcome contributors from all over the space. What is this not? Like, what are the non-goals of this project? Number one, it's not taking a perspective on whether Bitcoin should change or should not change, or the pace of change. It's also not advocating any particular change. That's not a goal of this project. And then lastly, it's not intending to be a blueprint for how to change Bitcoin. It's just attempting to observe how Bitcoin operates. How does it maintain consensus? And if there is going to be a change, which there have been changes historically, what can that look like? So a few contributions from this project and the initial paper. One is that we described 6 distinct stakeholder groups. Ren's going to walk through all of those. There's also different states of mind that a stakeholder can be in. Ren will speak to that. There's also, with each stakeholder group, each group has certain powers and incentives, and that can shift over time through the life cycle of a consensus change. And then lastly, we explore one particular way to upgrade Bitcoin, which has some associated risks, so we'll walk through that as well. And it has some certain implications and insights that we learned by exploring that. So with that, I'll hand it over to Ren.
Cool, thank you. One of the first areas that we dove into is trying to identify the different entities and people who comprise Bitcoin. In Bitcoin, each major stakeholder group possesses certain powers that is driven by a set of incentives that shape how likely they are to wield these powers during consensus change. Entities may belong to multiple stakeholder groups, leading them to exercise various powers and navigate a mix of potentially competing incentives. For instance, you might have a wealthy investor who might also be a large influencer or might have a business that could operate an economic node. They might also engage in mining, employ protocol developers, and have media influence. We tried to make these stakeholder groups as orthogonal as possible, such that they do not have meaningful overlap in their powers or incentives. To kick off with the first group, although this group is investors, although investors do not play a large role in the day-to-day operation of Bitcoin, they impact the price of Bitcoin by buying or selling. Investors tend to have a thesis for why they hold Bitcoin, thus changes in Bitcoin consensus could affect that thesis either positively or negatively, and consequently the incentives to the miners for the amount of hash rate security the network has could be impacted. Bitcoin's price also has broader impacts beyond just mining. It can drive venture capital funding for new businesses, affect funding for open source developers working on software related to Bitcoin, and stimulate overall investment, leading to innovation in products and services that surround the network. Investors can also be large individual holders, institutions, sovereign wealth funds, ETF, etc. they signal their preferences for proposals mainly through markets, so either futures markets and influence price through buying and selling, and they sometimes also will fund development efforts for advocacy for specific changes that might align with their incentives or their thesis. The second group I want to talk about are the economic nodes. Economic nodes are full nodes that not only validate and relay transactions, but also receive and send substantial amounts of Bitcoin. These nodes are distinct from any regular node who are just validating blocks and transactions, in that if you were to draw a graph of all of the flow of Bitcoin throughout the network, these economic nodes would have a high degree of centrality within that graph. These economic nodes are typically operated by businesses and institutions that handle significant volumes of Bitcoin transactions, and they often serve as bridges between Bitcoin and the traditional financial system, providing a venue to swap BTC for fiat currencies or other cryptocurrencies. They tend to include exchanges, payment processors, and the growing RPC providers. Those are node running services. In terms of powers, they have the ability to define which fork is Bitcoin, setting ticker symbols, rejecting blocks they consider invalid, list or not list markets for spot and derivatives for forks, and in some cases might even sell fork coins on behalf of their users without their permission. They tend to be incentivized to maximize their transaction volume and trading activity, and maintain the security and stability of the network, and often fall within some regulatory jurisdiction. This slide is a bit out of order, but there tend to be 4 large segments of investors to break that group apart. On the first group is self-custodying. So self-custodying owners are actually most likely the largest holders of spot Bitcoin. They tend to self-custody their Bitcoin. They're proprietary owners of Bitcoin. The second group are institutions. So think sovereign wealth funds, venture funds, liquid funds. The next group, corporations. So for example, like a Tesla or a MicroStrategy, ETF, BlackRock, Fidelity, the building that we're in, Bitwise. They're distinct because they have different degrees of speed in reacting during consensus changes, especially contentious ones. So for instance, self-custodying owners of Bitcoin move the fastest because they self-custody, they are not beholden to any owners, and they aren't necessarily constrained by a fund mandate. Institutional owners of Bitcoin tend to move slower because they use qualified custodians. So for example, Coinbase, Cobol, Anchorage. They have to wait for fork support from their qualified custodian, and they may also be constrained by mandates. For example, certain institutional owners of Bitcoin might not be able to participate in futures markets or chain split token markets. Corporations tend to have a low to medium speed of reacting because they're usually using Bitcoin as a treasury asset. And ETFs tend to be the slowest currently, but that could be changing because under the current regulation set, they have to abandon their rights to forked coins and just pick one fork as BTC. Media influencers also play a crucial role in shaping public perception. Their influence can significantly impact the direction of consensus decisions by swaying public opinion. They include media, press, thought leaders, organizers of conferences such as Block-based Media with OP Next. Thank you for having us. They help shape narratives that can sometimes distort the perceived support level of consensus changes, either aggrandizing or minimizing. And they can amplify and critique various stakeholder positions. They serve an important role in educating the broader public about Bitcoin developments, and they tend to want to generate engagement, grow their audience, maintain credibility, and they tend to act in their sponsors' best interests. Miners are the next group, a very important group. Miners are individuals or organizations that use specialized hardware to find a block template and non-stat in a combination, produce a hash, less than or equal to the network's difficulty. Miners also have historically signaled readiness for consensus upgrades that help other stakeholders determine that it is safe for them to upgrade and for users to use the new upgrades, but does not provide a guarantee. In the current environment, miners rarely run Bitcoin software to construct block templates and thus do not directly control which consensus rules to follow. Only a handful of pools do. However, the switching costs tend to be low for a miner to switch to another pool. Protocol developers, including the group often referred to as core developers, refers to the developers proposing and implementing consensus changes in addition to maintaining the Bitcoin protocol and client. Protocol developers do not have unilateral power over Bitcoin because the clients that economically meaningful stakeholders choose to run is what defines the rules of the network. If the protocol developers were to make like a crazy change, the other stakeholders would simply not run that version of the client. However, maintaining the reference client is quite powerful because it provides the protocol developers with veto-like power because of the difficulties of growing the adoption of an alternative client, and that's something we'll discuss later on in this paper. Users and application developers. This group is quite a large group in terms of count. This group represents those who actively use Bitcoin for various use cases, ranging from store of value to developers of scaling solutions such as Lightning, sidechains, L2s. Various forms of new forms of assets are starting to emerge within the DeFi and NFT space. We also have equity investors in Bitcoin businesses listed here because through their stake in that business, they tend to be aligned in terms of interests. There tend to be two subsegments of users and app developers. That's a bit nuanced. On one side, payment providers and medium of exchange. These transfers tend to be bilateral, so they don't tend to write lock, and they don't tend to have a lot of contentious write locks. But I know there are some exceptions with like timeout trees. And on the second hand, for utility types of apps such as DeFi or NFTs, especially with pool-based trading or lending, you could get hundreds, if not thousands, of transactions all trying to write to that same piece of state. So those types of applications tend to have a lot more write conflict. And between the two, utility applications probably benefit more from expressivity and programmability and probably are a bit less fee sensitive because those utility actions, the user often has some expected return in their head to offset higher costs. So there are a few different state of minds, ranging from passionate and advocate for a change, supportive of a change, apathetic or undecided, unaware, not supportive, but not to a degree, passionately against the change. And most of the time, most stakeholders are kind of in the middle. They're apathetic or unaware. And the goal of this project is to really push people towards picking a side. The process of reaching consensus for SegWit, we can kind of see in this heat map the various powers and actions and reactions in this repeated game taken by stakeholders. Stakeholders also have varying degrees of relative powers during consensus changes. This chart is based off of our qualitative thoughts on the dynamics between the stakeholders. In the pre-signaling period, protocol developers and media influencers have a large degree of power in that they propose, advocate, and implement the consensus change for the protocol developers, and the media influencers try and advocate for that. During the signaling process, the miners gain power because they have the ability to signal readiness. During this period, futures markets for contentious changes will also tend to emerge, so the investor power increases. Once the activation threshold hits, economic nodes become the most powerful in the network because adoption of the consensus change requires the nodes on the network to adopt that change, and investors also tend to have stronger powers in this period, especially during contentious consensus changes due to the emergence potentially of chain split tokens.
Thank you, Ren. Okay, switching gears a little bit, I'm going to talk now about actually changing consensus. I mean, if we look at Bitcoin, it's bigger than ever by almost any metric you want to measure. The price, the number of people involved, the number of companies involved, the number of miners, etc. And that leads to it being harder to change than ever. There's just more people, more money at stake. It's also harder to determine whether there is consensus on a change and how to measure that. Historically, so Bitcoin's hard to change, but it has been changed, right? There's several changes we can look at history and see how Bitcoin has changed. Now, they've typically been done. First of all, they've all been merged into the Bitcoin Core project. The Bitcoin Core project is the dominant implementation of Bitcoin on the network. Something like 99% of nodes run Bitcoin Core. There's good reasons. It has a strong track record of security, of being conservative for changes, and just being high quality. So it's earned its trust. And so all changes that have been done have been merged into Bitcoin Core. And most changes that have been done have been proposed and implemented by Bitcoin Core maintainers or active Bitcoin Core contributors. So that's historically what has been done. But there is a trend the past few years that more and more of the consensus change proposals that have been developed, thought up, implemented as proposals have been done by developers who are not active contributors to Bitcoin Core and not Bitcoin Core maintainers. So I think that's a dynamic that that might change things for how things could be done in the future. It's unclear if it's unclear the path to getting something merged into Bitcoin Core if it's proposed and developed by people outside of Bitcoin Core. So I think alternative clients that have, and specifically alternative clients that include a consensus change and to activate a consensus. And I want to be clear on that because I've seen some reaction so far since we announced that we're referring to just alternative clients that are compatible. That's not what's being referred to here. It's specifically clients that would change consensus, and that, I think they're undoubtedly a very important option to have. If we don't have that option, then the entire Bitcoin space is beholden to one project and a few developers working on that project. That's not a healthy Bitcoin. Having said that, to gain adoption of an alternative client is an incredible hurdle. And so one of the things we want to express in this project and in this presentation right now is how difficult it can be to get adoption of an alternative client. There's just a number of hurdles to do so. First of all, there's so much. There's just the network effects of Bitcoin Core and the trust that people have in that software. Imagine if you're a business with millions of dollars at stake. If you're not super motivated for a consensus change, why would you switch to a project that's unknown to you that might introduce risk, security, it might change how you operate as well. So it's very difficult to get that adopted. Just another data point, we can look at how long it takes the network to update to a new version of Bitcoin Core, and it takes a long time, which is frankly a really healthy metric. If it were the case that someone could just push a button and auto-update all nodes to the latest version, that's extremely brittle and dangerous, fraught with risk, and would almost certainly be the end of Bitcoin. So it's good that it takes a long time. Another dynamic and change in the space is that mining is more centralized than ever. We want to address that and fix that and make it less centralized. But we've had pools for a long time that are a centralizing force. But with information that was discovered earlier this year, it's even worse than we thought, with many mining pool entities actually just being Bitmain pool, by a different name, to the point where there's been periods of time this year, in the past year, where almost half of hash rate is controlled by Bitmain in terms of creating block templates and the custodying of the Bitcoin that are mined. Another dynamic in the space is that hash price is at an all-time low, and that just puts more and more combined with the halving, puts pressure on miners to generate profits, and there's just more and more of a focus on fees, and that'll just continue to trend upwards where fees are going to matter more and more. So miners are going to look for how to generate fees. So what can all this lead to? It can lead to passionate advocates, some of which I think are in the room today, becoming frustrated that the change they want to see in Bitcoin can't be done, or it seems impossible. And to the extent that a change that is desired by a group of people isn't getting the attention of the Bitcoin Core project or merged into Bitcoin Core, there might be alternative clients developed to make that change occur. And then lastly, with the centralization of mining, there is the possibility of just meeting with a few people and being able to change all of the blocks that are produced by mining to support new rules. So what I'm going to speak about the last 5 to 10 minutes of the presentation is a specific scenario that we go through in the BCAT project. It's just one of many possible ways to try to make a change, but we wanted to highlight it as it does highlight some risks that I think all of us should be aware of and concerned of, so that we don't wind up in a very fragile state. So one insight as we analyze this project is that soft fork consensus changes, in theory, can be conducted or attempted and get partial activation with actually a relatively small group of stakeholders. Because mining is so centralized, it is realistic to just meet in a room with a few CEOs of mining pools, and and some folks in the room might want to talk about that. You know, right now, 3 entities control around 95% of hash rate. It is true that miners, the actual hashers, they do have low switching costs, can switch away from those pools, but at a given point in time, 3 entities can change the blocks that are produced in Bitcoin. So if they could be persuaded to adopt a change, they could adopt an alternative client with that change. And this flow chart here just goes through different paths, but the net is that you could wind up with a network state where a small amount of economic nodes support a consensus change, but 100% of hash rate does. That would then enable the small minority of economic nodes that support it to create new services that are based on that change, and their customers could begin using it. Now, their customers using it, that would be, in my opinion, foolish, because there's not strong enforcement on the network. So there'd be customers locking up Bitcoin in scripts that don't have strong consensus. Miners would be producing blocks, that's good, that support it, and their particular service provider might support it. But what it can do, if we wind up in that situation, it is what we would call a bounty claim scenario. So for those that don't understand how soft forks work, to any node on the network that is not upgraded, a transaction that is compatible with the new consensus change just looks like an anyone can spend. So any unupgraded node automatically validates that transaction. For any upgraded node, of course, it would enforce the new rules that were presented. But the bounty claim scenario is a situation in which if customers are locking up Bitcoin in scripts that use the new rules, let's say hundreds of millions or billions of dollars of Bitcoin get locked up in those scripts, it creates a bounty, an incentive for anyone to broadcast a transaction which spends those Bitcoin. And because it's seen as an anyone can spend by everyone else in the network that hasn't upgraded, you can basically take all that money and send it to yourself. So someone would broadcast that transaction. Now, what prevents that from actually occurring is the miners wouldn't accept that transaction. except if they're incentivized with a lot of perhaps $1 billion that are in the bounty. Then all they have to do is unupgrade. They just go back to the rule set that say 95% of the network is supporting. And then all of that money is shifted from people who locked it up to someone else, including the miners. Now, what also happens then? It creates, it creates a hard fork, right? There would be a chain split. There'd be 2 coins, and it would be a shit show. It would be a total chaos. Let me just say, we don't want to wind up here. That's one reason we're going through this example. And if we do wind up there, though, or any other path though, where there might be a chain split, you're going to have incentives for every exchange is going to want to list both coins because it's a way to produce fees, revenue for them. And also, if there is contention on which is Bitcoin, is it fork A or fork B, like an exchange is probably just going to, each exchange might act differently, but if they want to be conservative, they're going to just be like, we don't know which is Bitcoin, let the market decide. Well, if we let the market decide, this is when investors become extremely powerful in defining what is Bitcoin. Because as we saw in 2017 with like the futures market for SegWit2x, the original rules chain was priced at something like 10x over what SegWit2x was. And it's unclear exactly what resulted in SegWit2x dying, but that was certainly one factor. If this were to occur again, part of the analysis of BCAP doesn't just say, oh, investors have a lot of power, but we look at each sub-segment. And I think one super interesting insight is that self-custody investors have a disproportionate amount of power relative to their investor peers. And I actually think this is a really good thing for Bitcoin because a concern by some Bitcoiners is the rise in the power of ETFs like Fidelity, BlackRock, et cetera, and what that could mean for Bitcoin. Our analysis shows, though, that they are like investors like that and corporate treasuries, like you'd see at Block, Tesla, MicroStrategy, they're likely to move much slower in such a scenario. Because what is going to set the price of fork A versus fork B are people who are willing to put their money where their mouth is and sell one fork and buy the other one. Self-custody investors are going to be able to do that quickly, and they can make a unilateral decision. Other investor segments are going to be slower. They're going to be far more worried about legal repercussions, and there's way more people involved in making that decision. So I think this is a really key insight. Would love to hear other people's take on that. Okay, wrapping up, several takeaways from this project. There's the 6 stakeholder groups defined, as well as some sub-segments within some of those groups. Actually, I forgot to make this specific point, but with Bitcoin Core, as mentioned, it's the dominant network implementation on the network. And I often hear people say that Bitcoin Core maintainers have too much power to change Bitcoin, or that they can introduce change. I think that's like clearly false. And many people have written about that, explaining why. However, the flip, I think, is true. I think that they do have veto-ish power from not changing Bitcoin because of how predominant Bitcoin Core is on the network. So I think that's an interesting point. And other takeaways are just like the scenario we just walked through. Let's avoid risky paths. So one advice I would personally give for anyone wanting to look to make a change is really try to get that, prepare the material and the arguments so that folks contributing to the Bitcoin Core project are motivated to look at it, or begin contributing to Bitcoin Core project yourself. I think that's a far healthier path to make a change. So with that, thank you very much. There's a list here of all the people so far who have reviewed and engaged in this project. but as mentioned, it's an open source project available for anyone now. It's really the beginning, not the end. So there's undoubtedly many ways to improve this project, so we would welcome everyone's contribution.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I'll make a quick announcement. We're running about 10 minutes behind, so everything is just shifted 10 minutes back, both the workshop stage and this stage. And for people who are watching the stream, everything's about 10 minutes back. I'll get Portland to come up here and plug in, if you can. So now let's break it out. We have the workshop. We have Brandon next door ready to do Shinigami. I'm still wrapping my head around what that is. So if you want to go do more workshop, chill, Q&A, demo stuff, he's going to start that here in about 3 minutes. So now's the time to stand up, go over there if you're interested. Otherwise, we got Portland here. Anything I can do for you?
No, I think I'm good to go.
Cool. You can do this or that, whatever you want. I'm sorry. Oh, the workshop stage is on the other side of this wall. Yeah. There's lattes in the main foyer and coffee upstairs.
I'm actually really concerned I'm not going to hit 30 minutes on this. But oh well, yeah. You don't have to. I think I'll be fine. Hey, are you out?
No, I'm gonna go look at Shinigami because
Okay.
we already had this conversation.
Yes, I already did. Yeah. Good to see you, Cycle.
Yeah. We'll definitely.
Okay. So, second topic of today, just fork it. Does Bitcoin need a soft fork? We'll be going over a few definitions. Some of this actually, unfortunately, was probably already covered in the last one, but I didn't collaborate with Steve, but more learning. So basically kind of the overview of today is gonna be like the types of soft forks I kind of categorize them to be, and that you have the features, security, and improvements. Some history about soft forks, and then kind of like my kind of overview that I categorize these as in terms of like the good, which I would consider the needs for Bitcoin. The meh, which would be, it would be nice to have. And then I did do the nope for now, at least, category. And then wrapping all of it up with a nice little conclusion. So in terms of the types of soft forks, there are security soft forks that exist in Bitcoin. So that is basically any soft fork that ensures the Bitcoin network operates continuously without adverse events. Probably my favorite example of this is BIP30 and BIP34. So what happened is early in Bitcoin's history, they figured out that if you used the same Coinbase address and everything, you would end up with a duplicate TXID. Peter Woolley originally fixed this with BIP30, then BIP34 finally put this to rest for good by including the Coinbase height in the script sig, which means every Coinbase transaction has to be different. We won't have the same TXIDs. There are also other things like coinflation bugs, 2017, that have been patched with soft forks. The activation method of those we'll go over later. Features. I would consider this anything that enables something brand new into Bitcoin that hasn't existed before. Taproot would be a good example of that, SegWit as well. And then improvements. These are anything that enhances an existing feature on the Bitcoin network. Some notes about this. The most contentious soft forks have historically been feature activations. So anytime you're adding new functionality to Bitcoin, that is because along with being technically right in the actual code and implementation, you have to be socially right as well, ensuring that this doesn't create adverse social consequences that prop up later, or just in general, change the behavior of the incentives in Bitcoin. So technical improvements on Bitcoin, like for example, a security patch, right? BIP 30, BIP 34, you really only have to get the technical component right. There are some adverse effects, like you use a little bit of that script sig space that's very valuable for those extra bytes to put in the height, but it's a pretty easy trade-off. So security and network operation, I joke, but nobody really seems to talk about this stuff that much because it's boring, though it's actually the most important part of Bitcoin are these kind of soft forks specifically. I think they should be more thoroughly reviewed and discussed. So basically, like, what even are soft forks? So basically, most feature-based soft forks, which are the ones that are more contentious, you have the set of rules of things that are Bitcoin, like consensus rules. And soft forks, basically the add features create like this little carve out that says anybody can spend on the old nodes, and we'll protect these rules with new nodes that enforce these rules. So as the miners and the economic actors on the network upgrade their nodes, they'll enforce to make sure that those don't actually become anybody can spends, because the miners won't validate it if you don't enforce the green box of rules. Old nodes, if they were mining on, would enforce all the rules, but if they mined on that, they would break those rules, and 50+% of the hash rate would likely orphan their block. So with the note about that, there are soft forks in Bitcoin that can exist that don't require consensus from the economic actors on the network. That is basically block template construction, censorship, right? So if suddenly Bitcoin miners soft fork into something that, for example, may take away the ability to spend from Satoshi's coins in the event of like a quantum attack on Bitcoin, right? They say, we're just gonna not allow pay-to-pub key addresses to be spent. That'd be a soft fork. Economic actors on the node, on the network, would have no ability to stop something like that. So that's why I say that enforced by nodes and miners most of the time. So most soft forks we've had today have all been basically unilaterally accepted by node runners and miners. So changes to Bitcoin. So early Bitcoin was absolutely full of soft forks. Like things were changing quite frequently, and they were adding new features quite often. And between basically up until 2017, there were 5 soft forks that existed. Then the block size wars happened, and there's only been 1 soft fork activation since. So the question is, like, has Bitcoin ossified? Have the devs just lost their mojo? I don't necessarily agree with the latter, but yeah, ossification is a thing in basically every protocol as it gets bigger, from USB to Bitcoin. These changes do have to go through various activation methods, typically, if it's not categorized as like an emergency activation. So you'll have like miner activated soft forks, which are basically the miner signal that we're gonna do something, economic actors on the network then adopt it. User activated soft forks are users will activate a soft fork. This has not happened. And they will say that, hey, if a miner mines a block that doesn't follow our rules, we'll get rid of it. The QSIF, which is basically a secondary program that runs alongside your Bitcoin core node, will activate a specific condition. For example, you can activate FCAT on your node today using QSIF, where you basically run a little external program that validates the block that comes in and says, okay, this is good for my node. But what happens is, if it's not an FCAT block, it will literally just say invalidate block with hash, and then you'll find your own chain. Speedy Trial was kind of like a special version of miner activated soft fork for Taproot. And then the last is like my favorite, the emergency activation. This was the majority of soft forks we've had so far. They basically, with an emergency activation, there isn't a formal activation method, like, okay, the miner's gonna flag, users are gonna flag, or some other method like that. Bitcoin Core maintainers just put in the code into Bitcoin Core and then release it. So they just, as people upgrade their nodes, they will adopt this, soft fork. Examples of that have been like, coinflation bug again in 2017, and there are a few others listed in the link above, but I can't click that. So the other thing about soft forks is in Bitcoin, they do have unintended consequences sometimes. The combination of SegWit enabling the discount on bytes and subsequent taproot upgrade, removing the witness size cap for script, kind of created a caste system for data in Bitcoin where you could essentially, if you were doing monetary transactions on the network, moving from inputs to outputs, creating UTXOs, you're paying the markup of 4x versus arbitrary data storage or making Bitcoin your data layer, you can get basically a quarter of the price for the number of the bytes. So overall, that was, I don't think, something that was thought about during the activation of SegWit. Taproot, it was mentioned that this restriction being lifted could cause people to store data on Bitcoin. At the end of the day, though, I don't think anybody had the idea that it would create kind of this entire ecosystem around specifically inscriptions and ordinals and Bitcoin becoming a JPEG data layer currently. So back to the original question, does Bitcoin need a soft fork? To make this question easy to answer, I'm going to constrain it. So the definition for need here is required to function and fulfill the use case of Bitcoin outlined in the white paper. So a purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash that would allow online payments to be sent directly from one party to another without going through a financial institution. That's a need. So let's talk about soft forks real quick and kind of like the development. If you ask any Bitcoin hodler what they'd ask of the devs to do for Bitcoin, what would they ask? What do hodlers ask of the devs? NGU, yeah, literally just please don't break Bitcoin for me. Like just NGU. Yeah, and literally next slide. It's going up forever, Laura. Just don't break Bitcoin. So sorry to say, that's the number one force. So so we're talking about soft forks. What about an ideal soft fork? What would happen? Consensus would literally be perfect. Everybody would immediately just adopt this, node runners, miners. It would scale Bitcoin. All 8 billion people can transact as frequently as they would like. No security trade-offs. The soft fork, anything you want, it wouldn't break Bitcoin. Centralizing forces, it wouldn't have any centralizing forces. It wouldn't give the miners an advantage. It wouldn't threaten the validation cost of the Bitcoin network. No negative interactions. So this means that you could implement this perfect soft fork without having any impact on future soft forks, if it even was needed anymore. Bitcoin at this point would have everything, right? And then stable long-term. The initial use case of the soft fork always maintains the most economically incentivized use case and doesn't shift or change over time with additional features or soft forks. So what I mean by that is basically kind of the SegWit example, that the initial kind of idea that SegWit would be used for basically increasing TPS and creating a discount for block space, or increase, not a mandatory block size increase, but it kind of was for miners. But at the end of the day, it enabled more transactions on Bitcoin. Would maintain true for the entirety of it. It did do that, but SegWit also became the precursor to basically data storage on Bitcoin. So there's one soft fork I think there's absolutely a need for Bitcoin. That would be the Great Consensus Cleanup. So the preface, though I break this up into like, do we need a soft fork? Yes. The problem, Bitcoin's consensus rules can enable behavior that can cause irreparable damage to the heaviest chain. Relay policy is literally the current guardian of the network to prevent this from happening. That is aside from the time warp attack. You can't stop that with that. But currently, legacy Bitcoin script creates conditions during validation of script sig operations where you could string together a transaction and enough op-check sigs or code separators in the right way, and you can create blocks that are incredibly difficult to validate. And if this block gets onto the network, and then you essentially end up with somebody mining on top of it, you can't really get rid of it. That's the thing about Bitcoin. It's immutable, and you would have that validation cost essentially until somebody wrote the assume valid that you wouldn't have to go back over that script again. So the little Raspberry Pis, the validation cost of the network temporarily increases. The other thing as well is the time warp mitigation in Bitcoin. So currently in Bitcoin, if miners get together, they can essentially move the difficulty down to a value of 1 in roughly 40 days. Why I think this is necessary is because I don't believe that Bitcoin is ready for a nation state adoption without the consensus cleanup. Like, it would be irresponsible just because of the fact that these would be too easily exploited by miners. An example is when Marathon released Slipstream as a product, one of the first emails I got was from some of you in this room saying, hey, please look into this stuff before you just dump this on the network. Marathon is 5% of the hash rate. That shouldn't be anything where individuals are emailing each other saying, hey, don't do this on the Bitcoin network. The fact that mining is so centralized is literally acting as like a service to the network to prevent individual miners or basically somebody from attacking the network deliberately because mining is decentralized. These miners, Antpool, F2 Pool, Mara, create a very large swath of the hash rate. And all these miners, the pubcos, are incentivized not to do this to destroy the value of Bitcoin. Decentralized miners on the network have none of these constraints. They could broadcast these blocks. An example is like for Ocean's Datum that just came out. Datum enables miners or hash rate to create their own templates on site. They broadcast that block on site and they get credited through Ocean. That does not mean that that block, if they create a DOS block, won't end up on the network spinning the wheels of all the other miners that have to validate that until they decide to basically invalidate that block. So the Great Consensus Cleanup would mitigate this. There are some nuances to removing things. Opcode separator, for example, seems pretty easy that we would just take away opcode separator. Nobody's ever used this script in Bitcoin. But we did something called pay to script hash. And what that means is that we have hashes of scripts that can be redeemed. We don't know who has locked up their Bitcoin to this mysterious opcode separator. And nobody wants to permanently censor funds. So maybe somebody can come up with a nice little solution to that problem. And we can get rid of opcode separator and protect the production of blocks. Also, some other future good or needs for the Bitcoin network. We could use a soft fork for the timestamp bug. By 2106, we will have a solution to fix the fact that timestamps will roll over. A block can't be produced back to 1970 in the past. So with that said, I hope that doesn't have to be a hard fork, but at some point we got to deal with it. Quantum computing, that will be a need for a soft fork in the future. It is kind of the global warming of the Bitcoin ecosystem. It consistently gets news articles and ever closer, but still very far away. Pay to public key, pay to multisig, and pay to taproot addresses will not be secure to Shor's algorithm. As such, there will be quantum resistant address types. These will likely need a soft fork because of the fact that the signature size is much larger than what we currently use today. And definition of scaling, like ideally a need for a soft fork will occur because Bitcoin cannot handle 8 billion people on the network all competing for block space at the same time. There will have to be some way to share UTXOs, layer 2s, something with a unilateral exit. But as of right now, I don't even believe that's relevant at all. The mempool is currently full of uncommon goods and other ARB data at 2 sats of eByte. Transactions, you definitely can pay for them, do it on chain, and they'll get confirmed on average in about 10 minutes. The meh, we want it? Maybe. So the current most common topic are covenants. So this would be like op vault, CTV, APO, L-enhance. OpCat is included in that, but I have another category for that. Optimization, cross-signature input aggregation. That one would be freaking amazing. Features, basically opcodes that have narrow scope, and I call them like the no clip from Half-Life 2. You could fly through all the walls and do everything. That would be OpCat and the GSR. So covenants specifically, these create spending conditions where users can lock up Bitcoin to specific spending conditions. And from my own opinion, they're pretty safe from a technical standpoint. And the social consequences of the like narrow scope ones, in my own opinion, like CTV, are that you probably won't have negative externalities show up from them. Like people can use them to do ARB data on Bitcoin or swaps, etc. But I just don't feel it would increase the amount of flexibility enough to create super viable products or use cases or kind of create the Ethereum environment in Bitcoin. Optimizations, soft forks like cross-input signature aggregation, I think would be really nice to have. That basically would be the condition where you could soft fork in if you had a bunch of UTXOs that all went to the same address, you could sign for one of those inputs and then use the rest of those inputs without a signature attached to it. So that would reduce the size by roughly 72 bytes per input, increasing or giving more block space available, making more block space available to more transactions or potentially increasing TPS. But that is a pretty narrow set of transactions that would apply to that. So Bitcoin's functionality can also be extended through the use of opcodes. So script elements that modify the stack. So new opcodes potentially that we could implement. We could do check sig from stack would be one that comes to mind. It's incredibly limited on its own, but when you combine it with, for example, FCAT, you can create incredibly powerful opcodes. So that's kind of my point about like, it has to interact nicely with other opcodes as well and not basically increase its own scope in the process of future upgrades. So though they're desirable, I would say not currently needed. Fee smoothing would likely be the best outcome because of that. So deep functionality soft forks. This would include opcat and the great script restoration. These soft forks enable very flexible opcodes or sets of opcodes enable larger degree of unknowns than the narrow scoped opcodes or opcodes dedicated to covenants. These will enable unilateral exits on layer 2 solutions through rollups. These layer 2s could act as scaling solutions on Bitcoin, but you can also pretty much have any other functionality you'd like on the layer 2 because it's just the validation of the layer 2, whatever is determined by the peg out mechanism that actually matters. So you can basically have other assets. You could even have space chains or whatever. You just dump money into them. They might not even return it. They could potentially enable Mevel through AMMs or DEXs, other opportunities. This in turn would enable miners with better template capabilities to create MEV on Bitcoin. So furthering miner centralization, which we do not want. And adding these opcodes enables a tremendous amount of flexibility and functionality into Bitcoin to do both monetary transactions, but at the same time may end up perverting network incentive structures. And then the nope, in my own opinion. Sorry, Paul Storick. Again, my own opinion. Drive chains essentially are a method to create a hash rate escrow where miners control the outcome of pegouts on side chains. I think this, in the current state of Bitcoin, because of miner centralization, would perverse incentives a lot if the side chains obtained a high total value in them. And that is because at some point, it will make more sense for two miners to collude and take the funds in the drive chain and kind of show the facade that miners are somewhat decentralized. And then it becomes very apparent that miners will collude. And kind of the argument that I've heard for like why this is okay, because if they will collude to break a drive chain, Bitcoin is broken already anyways. I just don't think we need to put the incentive for them to do this there in the first place. And then also the value locked into drive chains could potentially, like it can exceed the total fee revenue of any of the side chains at some point. Like it's completely unbounded. So I don't know. I think it just creates pretty poor incentives. So like going into my conclusion here, like this is what the Bitcoin network looks like as of this morning on mempool.space. You got 2 sats of eByte. Blocks are full of transactions, but it's mostly arbitrary data. So in the top right there, it's like I highlighted on mempool.space, anything that's kind of like a non-monetary use case of Bitcoin, going back to that original point of Bitcoin being money. And I just don't think that arbitrary data storage is a monetary use case. So need new stuff? No, I do not believe Bitcoin needs new feature-based soft forks today. Users have not arrived in droves. Demand for on-chain Bitcoin hasn't been taken away by secondary implementations that have these features. So we have like BSV, BCH, they have OpCat currently. Bitcoin is not losing market share to these coins for that reason. Bitcoin needing hardening? Yes, the creation of Slipstream exposed to me directly that Bitcoin consensus flaws need to be dealt with sooner or later, especially before nation state adoption. Great consensus cleanup will solve some of those issues. And the future, Bitcoin will need a soft At some point, community members, economic actors, and miners alike will form consensus when the incentives align. So closing that up, I just believe that ultimately, once the incentives align, people will literally be begging for the soft fork to happen. But currently, that is not happening because demand for block space has not created an environment that facilitates the need for a soft fork today. Thank you. The question was about quantum computing and if we really do need to upgrade Bitcoin. Is that correct? Yeah. The answer to that is yes, 100%. Existing signature schemes have no capability of defending against a strong quantum computer. The initial signs of this would be you would see essentially Satoshi's pay-to-pub key addresses you'd see them getting mined by the quantum computer. So they basically break the discrete log problem again and again and again. That's not necessarily the worst case. It's once you can solve the discrete logs in under 10 minutes, that means you can take transactions in flight, solve for the signature, and redirect it to your own location for your wallet. So yes, if that becomes the case over enough time, and again, this is probably well beyond even 2106, after the timestamp bug, yeah, you could absolutely end up with a scenario where you have to soft fork into something that's resistant so that you can't have your transactions in flight be taken from you by some guy with a QC.
I'll project, Ricky. What do you see as the biggest barrier to these incentives aligning? And in your ideal world, what needs to be done for those incentives to align?
To create a soft fork?
Yeah, well, to get consensus going in the right direction.
You have to have a need. Like there's got to be like some economic incentive for a soft fork to exist. And currently, you have a chicken and the egg problem. There are great promises from layer twos like ARC, FCAT that can create awesome things, but the market actors themselves don't want to break the existing system or don't want to change what already is working just fine. The only symptom we have currently of not having these soft forks is the lower fee revenue because of the lack of economic activity on Bitcoin. I do believe if you have some of these soft forks, you could earn more fee revenue as a miner and increase the security of Bitcoin. But the block subsidy kind of numbs most Bitcoin miners to that. Even Slipstream during debates about like, oh, wow, congratulations, you earned all this extra fee revenue through Slipstream. The block subsidy far outweighs any additional incentive it is to earn those fees.
Give us a scenario. Where do you see that fixing itself?
Once block space is 200 sats of e-byte, people, that's transactions $60. People will absolutely go, how do we make it possible to scale Bitcoin? And to do that right now, you need some sort of soft fork. But at 2 sats of e-byte, I don't personally believe, in my own opinion, many people are going to go, we got to have this today. But also like soft forks, like fixing problems in Bitcoin, like the Great Consensus Cleanup does, that absolutely should be on everybody's mind and should be looked at today. The sooner you can solve this problem, the sooner you can get it over with and not have to worry about nation state adoption or some guy going, hey, you shouldn't adopt this. Like right now there's a bunch of hash rate in China. If they really want to take advantage of your country that just adopted this brand new Bitcoin standard, they could just create a bunch of problematic blocks for you, fork you off the network, do all sorts of problematic things.
Gentlemen, I'm not sure, do you have a question?
Yeah, a question about a point about quantum. You're saying, so since Google announcement of quantum supremacy in 2019, which has been since debunked, the consensus in the quantum space that we're going to see real quantum supremacy by next year, and there has been a lot of push by quantum computer scientists that people should get ready. And one of them being Scott Aronson, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
I'm not deeply familiar with the actual implementations of quantum computing. I'm more familiar with just like the concept of that you have these pub keys on chain And at some point, they can be reversed into.
Oh, so I mean, you raised the point about it's become prime when it's 10 minutes? No, it's become prime because the second, imagine you come to a computer here and can do open Satoshi's keys, then it just can spend them.
That's an annoying problem, though, that somebody's stealing Satoshi's coins. They'll get locked up to a quantum resistant algorithm after.
No, but it means, first for the network, we have 1/20% of the whole network that all of a sudden belongs to someone that's not there anymore. Like all of a sudden we have a gigantic supply activation in some sense.
Yeah, but there's also, oh, you can go, sorry.
No. So that's one point. And second one is what I'm going for more like it's I don't know, everyone, quantum spacing, get ready. And the question is, how long before we become the frog that we need to lock, see the hardwire? The question is like, how do you get the activation before you already fried? That's the kind of question I'm at.
I don't know the answer to that one. I apologize.
Last question, and then if y'all have any more, encourage you to take it upstairs on the 14th floor. Got coffee and refreshments and stuff. So,
Yeah, my question is about measuring demand. I think that, I strongly state that developers and even miners are not in a good position to measure financial demand. That is, people who aren't getting what they want from Bitcoin are getting sent to trusted custodians. They're getting sent to altcoins in some part, although none of them have taken over for possibly reasons other than real demand. And further, advanced custody is not, would be improved by these things. And there are financial products that are important for Bitcoin to become its fullest potential of a global reserve. And if we don't allow those products to be built with native Bitcoin tools, people are, again, they're just gonna be pushed elsewhere. So I submit that we don't have a good way to measure demand.
I would agree with that slightly. I think for example, though, like people taking custody of their UTXOs should be shown on chain, right? Like you should be seeing people actively bidding on block space to move UTXOs. I'm not talking just like, hey, let's create some runes and op returns or some BRC20s, but actual like, hey, I want to send from Alice to Bob 1 Bitcoin to buy maybe a small motor vehicle or something. But the demand for even on-chain activity to me feels pretty low or weak. So yeah, I probably can't measure the exact demand, but I definitely feel the economic activity on the Bitcoin network that is people actually moving for goods and services does not feel even remotely kind of the same as what it did even in 2013, 2014, 2015, when there were more, I guess what I'm saying is like actual marketplaces seem to feel like it created more on-chain activity. And these fee spikes, yes, there was exchange activity, right? So people trading. There are also people using Bitcoin as money as defined in my original question. Do we need that soft fork? So yes, you're right. I can't measure demand accurately.
thank you, Portland Model. If y'all have any more questions, again, I encourage you to ask me in the conference room upstairs.
Out of the people in the room, how many people have seen me give this exact same talk before? Well, I mean, depending on what you're interested in, this may or may not be interesting to you. This is like actually the 5th time I've given it. This is what happens when you write a really popular blog post and people like it a lot. But I have actually improved it over time in little ways. So, you know, there is that. So it also
We're getting the best version.
so far. And to be clear, this also means if I like stumble over anything, it's entirely my fault. But yeah, so LayerTwo review. Folger Ventures went and sponsored me to go write a big blog post on basically all of the covenant-dependent LayerTwo reviews and kind of how they fit together, and of course, you know, what kind of soft forks might be needed for some of them. Many of them don't actually require soft forks, which is interesting. But with that in mind, really, you know, if we're gonna talk about layer 2, we gotta talk about, well, that didn't work very well, did it? There we go. We gotta go talk about what the heck is a fucking layer 2? You know, what you gotta start with definitions. And as you'll see in a second, I think a lot of things get called layer 2s that aren't really layer 2s. But of course, we're also gonna talk about layer 2. I mean, certainly we should go talk about, well, what is a layer 1? And it may sound obvious, but you know, writing this blog post, I kind of had to go think through, you know, what does this really mean? And I'd say the main thing about the idea of layer 1 is it's transacting with passive security. And the security model is something along the lines of, you know, let's suppose you have a layer 1 wallet, you have some coins, and I don't know, maybe a certain filmmaker accuses you being Satoshi and you hide in a cave for 10 years. You know, just let it all die down. In a layer 1 wallet, the security of your coins is really about proof of work. Now, depending on what you think about mining incentives, you may go say that, well, miners are incentivized to secure your coins because they're getting inflated away. Other people have different opinions on this. But main thing is, you know, it is your coins. And Bitcoin's an example of this. Ordinals is hilariously an example of this because ordinals are just Bitcoin transactions looked at differently. I couldn't tell you exactly how the hell runes work, but something about op return, same deal. RGB is, I think, our first sort of non-trivial example of this, because while not all the data is on chain, you do have a copy of it. You know, RGB is really a way of moving non-Bitcoin assets around on Bitcoin, but the data that decides what, you know, how these assets move isn't actually on chain. My own open timestamps thing is another example of this. Now, yeah, you can't go move assets on open timestamps, but you're creating timestamp proofs, and the proof data is on your side. And finally, although I don't think merge mining is very secure, I'll kind of put it in this category because to the extent it does work, you know, this is what it does. So, L2s, on the other hand, I see them more about conglomeration of transactions and a reactive security model. And we need reactive security basically because we couldn't figure out how to make bidirectional payment channels without reactive security. Of course, CLTV payment channels is an example of just pure conglomeration. An interesting question here is, like, if this technical audience, who the heck knows what CLTV payment channel is? All right, a few people. There's probably more hands, except, you know, half the audience disappeared because I've seen this talk before. But, you know, the idea there is really like, you have a pot of money, Alice and Bob have a pot of money, and they're just signing transactions to give more of that money to Bob. Since it's just an option to take money, while we're taking many transactions and turning them to one, the security model is still kind of passive. You know, because Alice is not in a position where Bob can do anything but, you know, just get the best deal, which is correct. Lightning, on the other hand, as we may know, Lightning is about trying to do this in both directions. And the key thing about Lightning is, if you're in that cave with your Lightning wallets, and at some point in the past, there's been a state where on that channel you own less of it, your counterparty could publish that state, and you have to do something about it. Or, with like Watchtower, someone else has to do something about this on your behalf. If you don't do something, you lose your money. And finally, ARC, it's the same kind of model, but sort of with an expiration time. We'll talk more about ARC in a second. So we can kind of come up with sort of a somewhat formal definition. An L2, at least a Bitcoin L2, should be a way of transferring Bitcoin such that there's either unilateral withdrawal, which is obviously the preferred option. We want to be able to just take our money out. Or we want our counterparty not benefit from fraud. And the last one's kind of interesting because Lightning, this isn't as well known as maybe it should be, but Lightning is actually an example of both models at once. And the reason is HTLCs. So the core of how Lightning transfers funds around is these hash time lock contracts. In a hash time lock contract means that when I go send you, like, you know, 1 million Satoshis on Lightning, at some point in time during this whole Lightning negotiation process, there really is a transaction, technically actually more than one transaction, but keep it simple. But there really is a transaction with an output that is locked to that pre-image that's part of the Lightning contract. Now, 1 million Satoshis, obviously, if you can go put an output with 1 million Satoshis, you can definitely economically redeem that at current feed rates. On the other hand, in Lightning, you can also go send an HTLC You make a Lightning payment of 1 Satoshi. So is that Lightning payment real? I mean, I can't represent this on chain directly. I can't profitably make a 1 output, 1 Satoshi output. And indeed, with current Bitcoin standardness rules, it's hard to even broadcast at all. I might have to go call up Mara and get it slipstreamed. But the way we make this payment real is there's a second mechanism in Lightning, which is for very small payments that are below sort of a dust threshold. While the payment is in flight, the value of it is added to the fee of the transaction that would be mined to close the Lightning channel. And this is sort of an economic incentive. If I have a Lightning channel open with you and there's a payment in flight, neither one of us can economically steal 1 Satoshi, because to close the channel is going to cost us a couple hundred Satoshis. It just doesn't make economic sense. So while I can't directly withdraw that value, either party cannot benefit from fraud. And that seems in practice to be enough to make people not try to steal 1 Satoshi outputs in Lightning. Seems to work. As for the unilateral withdrawal, again, it seems to work pretty well. Lightning is used in a lot of cases. There really aren't that many attempts at stealing money from Lightning channels that do not appear to be simple mistakes like people restoring old backups. Now, as I was saying about marketing in L2, there's a lot of things that get called L2s and really aren't. And I will go and point out, I think I have seen Blockstream's marketing people call Liquid an L2. Liquid is just a fancy bank. Ultimately your money is held by a couple custodians. Sure, they have fancy multisig, but there's no way within the system to get your money back. Cashew, it's the same deal, different way of doing transactions, but the money is ultimately held by the Cashew custodian. In state chains, Volcker Ventures actually asked me to go and evaluate state chains, but the weird thing about it is it's a category of L2 where if your counterparty hasn't been doing anything dishonest, at the moment they can't steal from you. But if they have been doing something dishonest in the past and potentially collude with other parties you're trying to pay, they can steal from you. And I'd say that doesn't quite meet my definition of L2. So I didn't put it in the paper. So next part of our definitions. Well, what the heck is a covenant? And this is actually a slide I changed this morning because I've been trying to explain it to people and realizing I don't quite get it right. So what I'm going to say covenant is a restriction on where funds can go when an output is spent. And that's important because we have many other opcodes that restrict how funds can be spent. The most obvious one being, of course, checksake. How can it be spent? Well, with approval. If it weren't for checksake, Lightning wouldn't be here, Bitcoin wouldn't be very interesting. But a covenant says when the money is spent, if we hit the covenant path that enforces this, we've already decided where the funds go. And an interesting example of a covenant, something that's actually already used, is pre-signed transactions. Lightning uses this under the hood to basically make HTLCs work in the case of revoked transactions. Because again, with Lightning, it's all based on punishing fraud. Now imagine we have an HTLC in flight, like, 100 blocks ago. It's all being completely resolved. That HTLC could be a revoked state. And basically, we have to make sure that if this revoked state appears on chain, even if the HTLC path is followed, there's a way to get the money back. And for reasons I really don't have time to go into, that is actually used as covenant, because this Lightning implementations, the Lightning protocol, uses pre-signed transactions to make sure there's this extra way of spending that HTLC using the revocation data. Check template verify, which I understand is going to be talked about next in the next panel, or next talk. That's probably your simplest example of a covenant opcode, because all it really does is it says, well, what the heck is the spending transaction? Let's hash it in a way that leaves out the inputs and match that to the digest value on the stack. If it matches, we're done. Script's allowed to continue. If it doesn't, script fails validation. And that's a very simple covenant. It just says if this opcode is reached in the script, that's exactly how it can be spent. This is where all the money is going. Now, an interesting thing about this, of course, is this cannot be used recursively because this is all based on hashing. and hashes cannot be made recursively. Well, no, maybe they can, but if they can, we're all screwed and Bitcoin doesn't work. So we've said in advance where the money will go, much like a pre-signed transaction, but notably, we can set this up in a way where there's no, with a pre-signed transaction, there might be another pre-signed transaction out there that you can't know about. With CTV, you've locked into this. OpCat, well, OpCat itself isn't directly a covenant, but because it lets you build up transactions on the stack in complex ways, you can implement covenants with this, and you can implement very complex covenants, even recursive covenants, because you can build up your data for the spending transaction, hash it, and through other mechanisms, validate that this matches the spending transaction. OpCat can kind of do a lot, and that's a potential problem. Finally, there's a whole lot of little opcodes that people propose that are covenants for very specific use cases. I kind of somewhat derisingly say, it's like op-evict, off-leap something, op-tree magic. There's a very long list of these. I think realistically, the politics of Bitcoin means these ain't getting in. But it's interesting to note, people have come up with specific covenants for specific cases for a lot of things. So, one more little detour before we get into the meat of it, which is mempools are kind of a mess. And why am I even bringing up mempools? Well, if we have reactive security, we can be in a position where someone needs to get a transaction mined or they can have money stolen. So again, let's go back to the Lightning channel. I have a Lightning channel with you. If you can prevent me from getting my transaction mined, you can probably get in a position where you can take my money. You could certainly, if you can just hypothetically prevent me from ever getting a transaction mined, you can certainly make me eventually give up, and you then eventually just broadcast a revoked state and take money that isn't yours. So one of the dumbest examples of how this can be a problem is something we actually finally fixed after 14 years, full RBF. Well, why is full RBF relevant? Because of transaction pinning. Well, why is that relevant? Well, basically imagine if you could just tell miners, hey, do not accept a replacement to this transaction. Whatever's in your mempool, just let it sit there. That would effectively mean there's probably scenarios where you can get a low fee transaction that just isn't going to get mined, and you can basically just wait me out. And now that full RBF's on, all transactions can be replaced, roughly speaking, and we've kind of fixed this issue. In fact, the pull request to remove the option to turn off full RBF, that actually got merged into Bitcoin Core's Git repo yesterday. So next release, we're done. But next issue with all this is, well, how do you pay fees? And if you've been thinking a bit about covenants, you realize pretty quickly things like check template verify, and even pre-signed transactions, how do you know what fee rate you're going to pay? And this gets ugly quickly because fee rates change a lot. Lightning, I think it's fair to say the original Lightning protocol kind of just glossed over this and just assumed if you set a high enough fee rate, it's going to get mined. And that's certainly not true. Fee rates these days have ranged anywhere from 1 sat per V byte all the way up to 1,000 sats per V byte to get into the next block. No one is going to pre-sign transactions at 1,000 sats per V byte just in case. So we have a bunch of mechanisms that's designed to fix this, like child pays for parent, anchor outputs, and the dark horse there, out-of-band fee payment. Well, child pays for parent says, obviously the economic incentive is if a child transaction pays a lot of money, but it needs a parent to get mined, well, you go mine both of them. And Bitcoin Core has supported this for a while, but it hasn't always been easy to actually use, and that's where anchor outputs comes in. Anchor outputs is just saying, hey, why don't we have an output of a transaction whose sole purpose is for child pays for parent? And the most sophisticated example of that, which recently got into Bitcoin, it was first in the 28 release Bitcoin Core, was keyless anchor outputs, which is just an output that has no spending conditions. Anyone can spend it. Well, that's useful because anyone can add fees to an output, to a transaction, using child pays for parent in a keyless output. And in the next version of Bitcoin Core, we'll probably have the ability to make these anchor outputs have no satoshis attached. which simplifies protocol design. This is relevant because of the dust limit. I mean, if the dust limit didn't exist, we wouldn't need this complexity, but that's a whole other issue. And finally, when we're talking about fee payments, we got to bring up out-of-band payments. Great example, you go to mempool.space, click on an unconfirmed transaction, it'll go pop up and ask you for a Lightning invoice for like $30-something to get it mined. It's cool that it exists, but if a lot of people start using this, we now have a problem for mining decentralization. Because if I'm a miner with like, an S9 in my basement and I'm trying to go solo mine, I can't make money from this. There is no conceivable way where mempool.space is gonna like figure out who I am and send me that $30. Now, if 1% of transaction use this, well, I mean, whatever. But if we screw up fee payments, we could be in a world where out-of-band fee payments are very common, and that makes starting up new mining pools really hard. So, and I kind of already brought this up a bit, but transaction pinning is your next ugly issue. And that really comes down to that miner incentives don't always translate into how Bitcoin Core works. And the simplest way to understand this is, imagine, you're at a cattle auction. You go show up at that auction, you have a really, really big hat, and you go and say, I want 1 cow for $1. And actually, let's make it 10,000 cows. Let's really buy a lot of cow here. Well, 10,000 cows, $1, that's $10,000, right? It's a very big bid, but it's also completely economically irrational. No one's going to sell me even 1 cow for $1. It's not going to happen. The problem with Bitcoin Core is the equivalent in transaction space means that I can't update my bid with, that was a stupid idea. I'm going to buy 1 cow for $1,000. Bitcoin Core will not allow a replace transaction to reduce the value in the mempool, even though it's a much better deal. Essentially, this is about, it doesn't allow a replacement by fee rate. And I have a proposal to just allow that replacement by fee rate. And there's a bunch of discussion about that because some people argue it allows DOS attacks, which, I could give a 20-minute talk about this. Other people have gotten into Bitcoin Core something called truck, which just says, we're not going to allow the first bid in certain conditions. We're basically going to say that if a transaction has version number 3, it cannot be more than a certain size. And that size is quite small. It's about, 1,000 V-bytes. And the idea there is, well, that's so small, well, the bad guy can kind of outbid us. He can't outbid us by very much. So in the event someone tries to prevent a transaction from getting replaced, we can outbid them fairly cheaply. It's an interesting issue. We've kind of made some progress with truck, although I think it's not a very great solution. But that's, that's another question. And finally, the last one where mempools are an interesting mess is something called replacement cycling. And again, this is sort of an economic attack on miners, because basically what replacement cycling does is it lets the adversary get a perfectly valid transaction completely dropped from mempools. And from a miner's point of view, well, this is a terrible idea, because now I had a perfectly valid transaction that I could mine right now that I'm not mining because I've dropped it from my mempool. And an obvious way to fix replacement cycling is just rebroadcast dropped transactions. I also have another proposal called op-expire, which fixes most of the cases where this matters. But it's sort of an open question. We haven't made much progress to go and fix this comprehensively. But there are paths forward, so I'm not too worried about these kinds of issues. So let's go to motivation. And we did introduce this whole conference with someone saying, how do we scale Bitcoin to 1 billion people? In my paper, I also asked this question. And an interesting thing is you might ask, well, what is your goal? I mean, how many people do we really need Bitcoin to scale to? And I would say the minimum threshold for having custody of Bitcoin is, of course, to have a smartphone. Right? If you don't have a computer in your pocket, I mean, how on earth could you have custody of Bitcoin? You need at least this. This is your minimum requirement. Well, how many people in the world have smartphones? Estimates vary, but at least the sources I could find say on the order of like 4, maybe 5, maybe 6 billion people. So that is your potential market. It is not 10 billion people, it's certainly not 100 billion people. There aren't 100 billion people. And world population is probably going to trend down. So if we can do, like, say, 1 billion, we're actually pretty close. Well, can we do 1 billion? If you allocated like 90% of block space to just opening Lightning channels, you could open like 1.1 billion per year. Current implementations don't quite achieve that, but like if you batch all the channel openings together, they do it efficiently as possible, you can do about 1.1 billion per year. Another way to talk about this question is how many channels can have their capacity changed? Now this is the US, so if you guys have been following the rules, not many of you should have Phoenix Wallet. But Phoenix Wallet's pretty cool. Definitely not, yeah. I mean, I'm Canadian, so I get to have Phoenix Wallet. But Phoenix Wallet, it allows, I mean, it's the first widely used Lightning implementation that allows the amount of funds in a Lightning channel to be adjusted. And that's really useful because it means you can change capacity. And when you think about it, the minimum possible requirement to change capacity would be spend 1 UTXO, and then you mine 1 more UTXO, right? You got to spend the UTXO holding the channel, make a new one. If you ask that question, assuming, again, batch transactions, we can adjust the capacity of, I think the number is like 300, 400 billion channels per year, using like 90% of block space. I don't know if it's realistic to say like people are going to adjust their channel capacity once per year, but certainly I think we can make the argument we can scale Lightning as is with no changes other than client side to at least 100, 200, maybe 300 billion, 300 million people per year. That's kind of the numbers we're working with. So that also touches on, well, why do we want better L2 systems in Lightning? We also want to be able to change liquidity. Right? With Lightning, if everyone has channels, we can be in a position where Lightning service providers, such as company behind Phoenix, they're the ones holding the majority of the sort of consumer Bitcoin because people have channels where most of the money is on the other side. And that's certainly very expensive. I mean, holding Bitcoin, there's a time value cost here. There's a risk of it getting hacked. So that will cost money. And ideally, we can have ways of moving liquidity around without on-chain transactions. Now, depending on how people use Lightning, this may not actually be needed. I mean, if everyone's savers and they all have a Lightning channel with all their money, maybe it doesn't matter, but it's nice to have options. Finally, interactivity. Now, remember my example of a guy hiding from HBO in a cave? Well, can we have a Lightning that doesn't have such harsh penalties? Of course, one version of this gets me to my next slide, which is the first L2 system I reviewed in my paper. Confusingly called L2. It's a terrible name. That's why we said screw this. We're calling it L in symmetry. I think anyone who tried to give a talk about L2 realized it was a terrible name. But L in symmetry wants to reduce the complexity of Lightning with respect to interactivity by changing Lightning from a punishment system to an updating system. What I mean by that is, with L in symmetry, I have a Lightning channel with you. Let's suppose I hypothetically put a revoked state on chain that just happens to give me all the money, when currently the state is you should have all the money. With L in symmetry, you can then update that revoked state on chain with the correct one where you have all the money. And then I can go say, oh, you know what? Actually, I have an even newer state where actually we split the money in half. And obviously, if we're buddies, this seems like a good idea. I mean, why should one person just grab all the money? But I'm not convinced L symmetry actually works in a real decentralized peer-to-peer setting. Having said that, some of the biggest Lightning channels out there are things like between Kraken and, Bitfinex. And under those circumstances, it's probably reasonable to reduce the consequences of screwing up. Also, while L symmetry directly doesn't change the scaling of Lightning, it does potentially allow things that allow more than one UTXO to be, more than one user per UTXO. And speaking of things that allow more than one user per UTXO, well, channel factories. So the observation here is, now recall how Lightning works, right? You have a shared UTXO, and then you have unbroadcast transactions that could be used to spend that UTXO. What if we push this back like one more step, right? What if the UTXO creating the channel isn't actually confirmed on chain? Well, the transaction that creates that UTXO, you could imagine a scenario where, like, say, 3 entities, Alice, Bob, and Charlie, they have a shared UTXO. It's a multi-sig held by them all. And then they sign a transaction that then would create 3 Lightning channels between each other, if only it got mined. The question here is that a valid Lightning channel? And the answer is yes. Because if they need to unilaterally withdraw, they can go on chain by publishing 2 transactions. Now, in this scenario, if Alex, Bob, and Charlie have spent their time moving money around and have finally decided, you know what, we're done, we can do something with that fund, that pot of money. They can they can collectively agree to spend that money however way they want, right? If it's a 3 of 3 multi-sig, they can just do what they want with it. And this mechanism gets called a channel factory, I think because it's sort of like a way of creating channels without actually having to do them on chain. The problem with channel factories is, this sounds all well and good for like 3 people. Maybe 3 people really could come to consensus later. I mean, certainly you can imagine like Kraken, Binance, and OKX or whatever, doing this to move money between each other. But how do you scale this like 100 people? Certainly in 100 people, one of them is going to drop out. And now you got to broadcast this big transaction on chain to actually make the channels. Well, the advanced channel factories is this big class of proposed L2 systems that want to improve on this by letting people join or leave the pool. And there's a lot of versions of this idea, but they all kind of center around having opcodes that use covenants to allow like one person to take their money out without everyone taking their money out. And op-evict comes from one of these proposals. It's the idea of you evict certain sets of funds out of it, and then that person gets their money back, they get unilateral withdrawal, but everyone else continues on. Advanced channel factories, it's a complex topic, and honestly, I think any of the ones that rely on specialized opcodes, they really have 0 chance of actually getting implemented. But channel factories, because it doesn't require a soft fork, that's plausible, and I am told that there are genuine startups with real intentions working on actually implementing this. Actually, one of my friends apparently just got a job at one of them. I don't know really how far this is, but it's a plausible thing. So, if we have the idea of virtual UTXOs, we also could think, well, why don't we trade virtual UTXOs themselves? And that's really where ARC comes in. So ARC is a couple parts. The first is, let's use covenants to take a pool of money and split it up. Now, if we split it up to a bunch of little UTXOs, imagine I'm the guy with the pool of money. I'll be called the ARC service provider. And I create that pool of funds in such a way that there are covenants splitting it up in a tree of transactions so that all of you have one virtual UTXO. Now, the question here is that money real? And the answer is yes, in a way. You have the ability to get your money out and actually get your virtual UTXO on chain. So you do have money. It is yours. You have custody over it. The problem there is, well, what do we do with this? Well, you could imagine you could sign a transaction that takes that virtual UTXO and spends it again, sending that money somewhere else. Now you can move your money. But it's still not useful because to move your money, we're going to have to put it on chain. So we add one more part to this, which is we say, the guy with the pool of money, the ARC service provider, there's an expiry time where then all the money reverts back to him. And if everyone with a virtual UTXO has moved it before the expiry time, we now have an efficient way of moving funds around off chain. So that looks pretty cool. And because it's virtual UTXO, we can do the channel factories trick and also open Lightning channels. There's a bunch of complexity to like the nuances of how this should work, but it looks interesting, and there is a version of Arc which could be implemented now with pre-signed transactions. In fact, you can actually run this for real. And I believe they're going to get to the point where you can, in theory, do this in production fairly quickly. But the big issue with all this, sort of the really open question is, how does liquidity work here? And think about it. If owning a virtual UTXO means you have to move it before an expiry, well, the obvious thing to do is move it to a new ARC round. Well, if you're moving it to a new ARC round, what happens to the coins that have been locked up till the end of the expiry period? You're effectively going to have to go and pay for someone to provide those coins. Time value of money, it isn't going to be free. And the weird thing about this is the closer you get to the end of the round, the less that cost is. But the trade-off is the closer you get to the end of the round, the more likely it is that the ARC service provider is just going to take your money. Frankly, I don't know how this is going to play out. I suspect if people actually use ARC for consumer wallets, the mechanism is probably going to be that if you don't move your money before the end of the round, the ASP promises to just put it in a new round. There may also be more complex versions of ARC that fix this with additional covenant magic. It's not really clear like what's possible here, but we'll see how this plays out. And the fact you can implement ARC now without a soft fork means we can get experience. And economically, what does ARC really mean? So, the final big category of L2s, and I believe this was mentioned earlier by the previous talk, is rollups. And rollups basically says, well, why don't we have another L2 system with sort of its own kind of consensus, its own chain or something like that? And then we use zero-knowledge proofs to prove that the rules of this secondary system were followed. Well, what are zero-knowledge proofs? They're basically a truly magic cryptographic technique, which says, I have a function, I have data that I can put into that function, and I can prove to you with this proof that I actually ran that function and it returned true. But I don't have to show you all of the data. And in the context of Bitscript, that would mean I could take the consensus of the secondary system, process all the rules of it, and then prove to the rest of the Bitcoin world, hey, those rules were followed, this data, this money is now allowed to move in this way. Rollups are cool, although I'm not clear that they actually qualify as L2s. The reason really is, do you really have unilateral withdrawal in this? And this comes down to L2s are, one way to think about them is they're shared databases. They have a state that's shared by two or more people. And this also comes into this concept of proof of publication. Bitcoin's an example of proof of publication. If you have a system that depends on Bitcoin, the rules of the system can prove that certain data was published to everyone who might want to have that data. So Lightning's a very trivial example of this. Proof of publication in Lightning means when I close the channel unilaterally, without your knowledge, you are guaranteed to learn that the channel was closed and you can take appropriate action. This is very important for revoked states because by publishing the revoked state to the chain, it is guaranteed, assuming you have a copy of the chain to begin with, that you can get the necessary information to punish me for it. ARC is kind of like this too, in that if some people unilaterally withdraw their money, they have to publish transactions to the chain that let other people learn what part of the pool has been unilaterally withdrawn. It's kind of a trivial example, but it is an example of this. Things like rollups, though, if I don't have the full state of the rollup, how exactly do I publish a transaction to peel off my funds and get it on chain? It's not really clear. In some versions of rollups, you simply go publish things on chain. In some versions, you might go challenge people for the data. But economics matters, and we need a system where it is infeasible for counterparties to profit from this. And I got to point out, I mean, I'm not sure that ARC actually qualifies as an L2 system for small amounts because of expiry. So, rollups isn't the only thing with this kind of issue, but, it's something to consider. I'd also say the issue of shared database proof of publication means that there's a limit to how well these things can scale. Now remember, everything comp size a tree, approximately everything. Well, in cryptography, everything's hash functions. Well, how do we represent a tree in cryptography? We take a tree of pointers and we hash all the data. Well, how do we publish part of the state of a database if it looks like a tree? Well, we publish some part down that tree. That's like what ARC does. Any rollup that has this kind of thing is probably going to have something like log2n scaling, where n is sort of how many accounts there are, how many outputs there are. So there are limits to how well we can scale this, which in itself is kind of interesting. But final thing I want to go touch is what is the scaling situation with failure? So obviously with L1s, there is no failure. Your money's just there. I mean, the L1 itself could fail, but your money is just there. With Lightning, the worst case is an entity like Phoenix not only fails, not only they stop responding, but they start publishing invalid state, revoked states. Because whenever they publish a revoked state, you must go respond or you lose your money. But the nice thing about that is at least there's a limit to how much badness can happen, how much revoked state can happen at once. Because for every channel that they want to steal money from, they have to at least publish one transaction. So the scaling between it working and it not working is roughly 1-to-1-ish, right? One punishment transaction for one revoked state. And a nuance here is, remember, in Lightning, if your counterparty just stops talking to you, you don't actually have to do anything yet. Your money's safe, you can't move it, but they can't steal it yet. They have to actively do something to steal your money. With ARC, well, you've got that expiry time. And there probably are circumstances in ARC where if a big enough ARC ASP fails, you're going to run out of chain space to unilaterally withdraw. Because the ratio of data that the ARC service provider needs to take all your money is just so much smaller than all of the people. Again, there are potential ways to go mitigate this issue, maybe have mechanisms to delay the publication and so on, but certainly naive ARC has this issue. So, path forward. Well, I think here people are going to talk more about the specifics of this, but I think the big thing I want to go say is, in fact, bottom of my slide. So very bottom of my slide is supposed to be do nothing. It's the biggest slide there. But yeah, do nothing is certainly an option because we're actually reasonably close to getting our billion users that we kind of talked about. Other things, there's a lot of different opcodes that do a lot of stuff. CTV, and of course that's our next talk, CTV I think personally is interesting precisely because it doesn't do that much. I don't think CTV is perfect. Certainly fee payments in CTV is ugly, but it has a lot less risks than something like OpCat, which can do basically anything. And I'll say L-enhance is, I think, an interesting lesson. Because certainly in my blog post, I kind of had to say, well, no one actually made the argument for it. There's a BIP there, but the BIPs don't tell you why it's useful. And I'm not going to trawl through like Bitcoin talk posts to figure out what exactly it's meant to go do. I mean, that's not my role as a review writer. We also talked about the great consensus cleanup in the previous talk, and yeah, I think it's a good idea too. And it will give us a chance to figure out, can we actually get consensus to go do something? Great consensus cleanup should be pretty, should be easy to agree on, but that's an interesting question. And yeah, can we get a soft fork activated? Well, fortunately, this was covered pretty well by the first talk, but I'll give my personal opinion, which is I would much rather see soft fork activated through overwhelming consensus. We have things like speedy trials and so on, which always kind of bother me because it's like, why do we need a speedy trial for a soft fork? Shouldn't we be proposing something we all agree on? But I don't know. We'll have to go see how that plays out. And the nice thing about this is, at least with covenants, you can simulate, or indeed you can implement so much with pre-signed transactions that I would strongly advise anyone actually working on a project, figure out a way to go do it now. You know, you might have to make a trade-off, like pre-signed transaction ARC does, where everyone's online, but this isn't necessarily the end of the world. I mean, I think ARC could work in a situation, say, between exchanges, where they just assume they're always online and they can always sign transactions as needed. You know, that'll give us insight into how this actually works in practice. And at least from a coding perspective, I mean, you can always go put in NOPs and pretend they're opcodes. Like, you can do nearly everything except actually enforce it. So with that, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Peter. So we don't have time for questions now, but we do have the 14th floor exclusively reserved for people to go have further conversations around this. We're going to spend the next 5 minutes to get a coffee break, and then Jeremy's going to come up and give his presentation. We're running a little bit behind schedule, typical conference. What we're going to do is still have lunch at 12:15 in the lobby for everyone, so you don't need to leave the building to get lunch. Bitscript will be doing a presentation on Bitcoin script during lunch, so if you want to come in and have a sandwich, listen to that, feel free. For now, feel free to go get a coffee, 14th floor, and then come on right back down for Jeremy's talk at 11:15 sharp. In the other room will be the Alpin team talking about Starknado and crazy games on chain.
than Jeremy Rubin, and he's going to be talking about CTV and why you should care about it. So take it away, Jeremy.
Thank you very much. Am I talking into one of these or do I have a hand mic?
Yeah, I mean, would you prefer this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably. All right. So I was asked to give a talk on CTV, and the topic is Op CTV Revisited. And I struggled a little bit to come up with this talk because it's kind of boring from my perspective, because this is all stuff that I already know, so revisiting my whole life story. But first of all, what I realized is happy CTV could have been active 2 years ago day. I don't know if that was intentional, the scheduling of this, but that was the original proposed activation date. So I'm going to give this like brief historical overview from my egotistical point of view of like having worked on covenants for a long time, sort of how I saw things shape out and play out. And that maybe will help contextualize those who don't respect the past are doomed to repeat it in some way, shape, or form. So perhaps this will be useful, although it makes me feel very, like a dick for being like, let me tell you about everything that I think I did. So it started off for me with covenants. I read some of the papers and knew about the research, and then I thought they were really neat, but I saw that it just like wasn't happening because everybody thought that covenants were like evil and bad. So in 2017, I was invited to give a talk at BPACE by Baron on, hey, whatever you're thinking about, give a talk. And I said, okay, well, I'm really interested in covenants. Let me give a talk that's only on safe covenants, things that shouldn't annoy people who like Bitcoin a lot, and who could have came up with all the reasons why covenants were bad. So I gave this talk. It was like relatively well received. And then from there, I was like, let's maybe start implementing some of this. And I came up with this little mini GSR fork that had like all these different things I was excited about. Like I enabled OpCat, I had checks from stack, I had get block hash, get input, UTXO exists, like all these kind of fun covenant primitives. And then I tried to like show people and they told me to get lost. So I was like, okay, I worked on other stuff. All throughout this, I'm also doing like Bitcoin core dev, I'm consulting, I'm helping out other projects, I'm doing other stuff, but this is kind of just the journey in the covenant space. And then towards the summer of 2018, I said, okay, well, people don't like covenants. What if we could just do everything with pre-signed transactions? And what if instead of trying to say, oh, covenant opcodes are going to be the solution, what if we just like build a world where we try and get this all done with pre-signed transactions? I think the last speaker said maybe that's the way forward as well. So I came up with this thing called Lazuli, which was a high-speed ECDSA multi-signature algorithm. And the idea was, okay, you want billions of people to be, using this stuff, and you're gonna have thousands maybe per UTXO, they're all sharing. And if we're doing pre-signatures, it actually turns out that we don't care about most of the security properties of a normal signature. Chiefly in like Musig, for example, if you do a signing round and then somebody sends a corrupt message and it leaks your key, that would be really bad. But if it's a pre-signature and they do a corrupt message and it leaks your key, then you just restart with a fresh key. So maybe we can like eke out some like weird performance there. I don't know if I particularly did eke out the performance, but I did come up with an algorithm for ECDSA, which has this property of like, you don't have to do these zero knowledge proofs for the MPC, because at the end you either get a valid signature or someone cheated. And if you have a valid signature, no one cheated. So it kind of had this nice property. And then I started writing about, well, what can you do with this? I started writing about sort of like the proto-arc thing, these congestion control trees that were like how do I explain the basic use case, and we can talk about maybe updating afterwards, but updating is hard. How do you get thousands of people to agree to a multi-sig? You probably don't, but you can get them to agree before you send the money. So I presented this. I remember I went to the Bitcoin core devs meetup, and I said, okay, I've been working on this for like a year, and there's like code, and it's like, would anybody like to listen to my little lecture about it? And people said, we have zero interest in anything ECDSA, like Taproot and Schnorr is right around the corner, so why don't you, get lost? I said, okay, well, that's kind of dismaying. I tried to, garner up some interest, but there wasn't really like those like key endorsements of like, oh, this pre-signing path is really good for building these payment pools. So then I said, maybe I can take a different approach, and maybe I can just like give the minimum possible covenant that could still do something interesting and accomplishes this pre-signing goal with an opcode. So in May 2019, I published opkoshvi, check outputs hash verify, which is really the direct precursor of CTV. And it had a really good response. The people who like really hated covenants were like, this thing is so limited, but you've demonstrated you can actually kind of compose it in build these really useful applications. So this actually might be something we could agree as a soft fork upgrade, it is okay, and it's pretty simple. So from there, I went through like a couple rounds of feedback, and that's where it became CTV. So it incorporated, commentaries like, oh, this is overly restrictive. We can maybe do it a little bit differently. This is also sort of, in the lessons of history, when I started really being like, okay, well, what's going to happen when you have like trees that have lots and lots of people? I realized that the mempool is just completely busted. Like the mempool, whoever wrote that code, like made all these mistakes. And they weren't thinking about how Bitcoin would be used, or maybe they weren't like detailing every single possible denial of service constraint. But I realized that the code had all these algorithmic blowups, and so the limits had to be really small, which would prevent you from using it the way that you might want to use. And then also there were just like bad DOS vulnerabilities. And so I started working. I just got really scared, and I said, I bet if we don't just like fix all these weird algorithms, we're going to like just have the mempool riddled with like denial of service vectors. So I came up with a pathway for like re-architecting the mempool. I wrote it was 150 commits of like rewriting every algorithm, and I think I got 2 of those algorithms committed to core. Overall. So all that code somebody could pick up and like refactor. It would improve the mempool performance quite a lot. But there's just it's really slow. It took me, for those 2, it took me like a year. And one of them was fixing something that could have bricked the network. Like you can mine a specific sequence of blocks and attack the mempool, and then it shuts down your node by allocating like terabytes of memory and taking like infinite time to like process the graph that it produces. So it's like bad stuff, and it's just the like iterative speed on like Bitcoin Core fixing mempool bugs is like not very good, because maybe like 3 people actually like understand how the mempool works. Now, where this is relevant and where's the lesson is like when you're building this covenant stuff, actually the mempool really matters. And if you can't demonstrate that your covenant is going to play nice in the mempool, it's actually probably not something that will ever get deployed. Not just your covenant, opcode, you might get that deployed, but the applications built on top will really suffer for not, not being able to actually go in. So just kind of, rolling through it. In January 6th, so it's my January 6th, 2020, I applied for OpsCTV for BIP assignment. That happened relatively quickly, much faster than OpCat. I think it happened within a couple days. And so then I had a BIP number, BIP 119, and I said, okay, I'm off to the races. I hosted a workshop in San Francisco, and I'm trying to think if anyone who's here was there. Was anyone at that? Oh yeah, we got maybe 1 or 2 people who were at that workshop, and it was pretty optimistic. People were like, okay, this is good. There's been a lot of research. We understand how you can build these simple applications. We understand, we had talks on pre-signing. We had a bunch of stuff. People said, okay, let's have a little vote at the end, not for consensus, but just like, what do people think it's going to take? And like the really farthest out people were like, it's going to be like 2 years before you see this stuff. And a lot of people thought it could happen within 6 months to a year based on what they compared with other research. Obviously, that didn't happen, even though there was a lot of people in that room. And then sort of around this time, it got a little bit weird because I was saying hey, this stuff is kind of ready to go. Like I've taken all the feedback, I've integrated, I've made a pretty pristine opcode. And then people started saying, hey, if you don't shut the fuck up right now, you are going to stop us from getting Taproot. And we will put that blame solely on you. We will tell everyone that you are the person and the reason why Taproot is not on the network. So you better play nice. And also, if you keep advocating for it, we'll make sure that we scuttle any work that you do. And so that was kind of the messaging I was getting from people. I was like, okay, I thought we had version bits to do multiple things at the same time. But I guess, and I think, this was not a person who, made any sort of, admonishing comment, but he said, Bitcoin review, it's kind of like the Eye of Sauron. It can see anything, but only one thing at a time. Maybe that's true, but I still think we could maybe do more than one of these things at the same time. So I kind of stepped back on trying to push it, and I said, I'll just wait for Taproot to happen. Meanwhile, I'll make Sapio, a programming language, and toolchain for not just CTV, but for any covenants, but works with pre-signed, works with CTV. And then if somebody made another covenant primitive and they could satisfy some constraints, they could also use it for that as well. I started thinking about this fee problem. We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. Came up with the transaction sponsors, which is a viewpoint that fees should just be completely isolated from application flow. Your application flow could be dealing with millions and millions of dollars, and the fees could be $10. So to deduct from your millions, you want exact logic on the monetary side, and you don't want any, let's just do some computation to figure out how much to deduct. Now you kind of want that to be very isolated, and you just want to be able to pay. Anyone should be able to pay. So I came up with this transaction sponsors mechanism that is now sort of available through ephemeral anchors today. And then I saw that like Taproot just like wasn't making progress, and it wasn't making progress for like technical reasons. It wasn't making progress for people not being able to agree on consensus. And so I sort of decided I was going to appoint myself as the champion of Taproot activation. There were some meetings that were happening, but people weren't like thinking about it pragmatically. We heard from Steve et al. Earlier about that, and like one of the things that I was really mad about is people would be like, "We're having a meeting tomorrow," and it'd be like if you're having a meeting and you're trying to do global consensus, maybe schedule it for 2 weeks so that everybody can plan, and maybe ask people to register comments in advance if they want to derail the whole conversation, so that we can say, okay, we'll consider your comment, but like don't show up in the middle of the meeting where we're discussing these 5 points and say something wild. So those meetings actually went really well. I kind of assumed this role. It's you just volunteer into it. Okay, like I want Taproot to happen. Let's see what the problems are. And it kind of came to a head at a certain point. And there was just like not really like agreeing on how like the speedy trial should be architected with median time passed or with height. And the people who were like really arguing, they didn't actually really care, and it didn't really matter that much. Just like one thing had to be picked. And a bulk of the engineers, and it's been sort of made that claim that this was my fault, but I think Harding maybe proposed a coin flip. And it was, why don't we just like agree with like one path or another, and we'll just decide it by a coin flip if like the people who are like having this technical debate can't get on the same page about what it should be. Now, that coin did get flipped, and it did end up, I think, going in the direction that ultimately was chosen. However, also the like 2 people who are really like doing the work didn't like this that much, and so said, okay, let's actually like put our heads together and see if we can get to a compromise. And that was Ava Chow and AJ Towns, who kind of were on somewhat opposite sides, but came up with something that they thought was good enough, and everybody else at the meeting didn't really care, just wanted them to agree. What happened from there was like people, like Luke Jr. disagreed and said that wasn't right, but most every other dev said we don't really care, just like give us a client, and then a client, emerged from there. Sort of in that time range, I also started publishing on connector outputs by the name of like coin delegation as like a general technique that what happens in like a lot of like the research community is people like are aware of these cool things you can do with Bitcoin, but they're not really aware of like what you can do with it, but they're just aware that like, oh, you can like do this thing and I don't know from there. So this delegation, like I knew that I knew of it. When I mentioned it to other people, like, yeah, you can do that. It's not so useful, and that's why we want Graph-Root instead of that. But then sometime in the future, somebody figures out something really cool. So that I wrote this up, I published it, and then that idea is kind of what became this cornerstone of like arc of being like, oh, let's take these coin delegations and let's take these congestion control trees. Now you get something really cool. Similar thing happened with like Lamport signatures and script, where that became this like cornerstone of BitVM. So when you're aware of like one of these like mechanisms that you think is cool, even if you don't know what to do with it, you should publish it, and you should try and tell people about it, and people will tell you get lost, and then maybe a few years later you can be like, oh yeah, I told you about that thing. So around this time, we had I made a website for CTV, and people started saying if they were interested in it or not. Taproot had already like locked in, but I think not activated at this point. So I felt like it was like not disruptive to like start advancing CTV again. November 2021, Taproot activates. Everyone's really happy. I write this like 50,000 word blog post on like everything cool you can do with CTV and covenants. And then I start kicking up like a BIP review IRC meetings on the same sort of format and structure in some ways as the Taproot meetings. I write a post about the calculus of covenants, how we really should be thinking about covenants as like these algebraic operators and how those can compose, and that if you can't integrate your covenant idea nicely into this calculus of covenants framework, you don't really have a well-formed thing that people are gonna be able to build with. And then I went to the one of the Bitcoin conferences, and everyone was just telling me like, you gotta just put out a client. And some people were saying, oh, you shouldn't put out a client. What you should do is have a secret meeting with everyone who you think should be there. And that wasn't really my style. So I said, let's have, like, I'll just put out the activation client, also put out an anti-activation client. because that seems to be what people want. Miners who I spoke with had communicated that they didn't really want to like get involved in the development process, but they would review like a static artifact. Like if you gave them a binary, they would test it and they would see if it was something that they wanted to use, but not to like tell them to review a pull request. And then so somewhere in that, like the messaging got really confused. I think there were some people who were really pissed off about how Taproot activation went, and they they did this big like, oh, this is an attack on Bitcoin. Some of the like key people who really should have like stepped in with like clarifying messages of like, no, covenants aren't bad, just to be like, well, maybe covenants are going to mean the government takes over all of Bitcoin, and that's going to be really bad because they're going to turn it into basically like, I don't know, a whitelist system where you can only move coins if the government says it's okay. So it got really weird, and that's something that I think is important, also as a lesson, because there's like weird, irrational, illogical people. One, are oftentimes rational people who are like outsourcing their expertise, and two, they can kind of come back at any time. It just takes like, is somebody gonna like choose to be the bad actor and then say like, oh, like I want to like torpedo this idea, let me get a massive trolls or something. And then now like into like more modern history, just kind of continued doing research, built out like sort of, I didn't quit Bitcoin after I scuttled the activation attempt. I kept working, did some cool demos around how you could build like a LayerTwo system on Bitcoin with pre-signed transactions, because I felt like CTV was probably not going to happen. Got kind of burned out, reevaluated my life choices, decided I didn't want to contribute to Core. I still like Bitcoin, but like Core, I thought of, as maybe not an organization I wanted to be a part of. Then a little bit later, BitVM came out. I published these functional encryption covenants. Now there's LayerTwo, and I'm working on something called the Char network now, which is in service of Bitcoin layer 2 orchestration. So that's kind of my like high level, low level, egotistical overview of like what was happening in 2017 that brought us through the last like 7 years of like covenant development. But like from my point of view, obviously there are things that I've left out, like L-enhance or vaults or TX hash, but I think that from my sort of high level perspective, those are things that were kind of like always there. There's like the earlier like Johnson Lau work, people had talked, those things were kind of in the background. And when they resurface today, they're not, a lot of them aren't necessarily like particularly like new ideas, but it's like, can we get consensus on this idea? There's not like that much technical work happening from a like, is this a new way of using Bitcoin? Where that research is happening is on the application side, because the applications are really advancing. You're seeing BitVM, and then what does BitVM want? Well, they want CTV, and they maybe want like a couple other opcodes to do things. So the application layer is sort of where I think the covenant research is currently accelerating. The covenants themselves are like going to be the same until something gets activated, and then like zero knowledge proof stuff is like the next threshold there. So where that leaves us is like CTV really hasn't like changed, and that's the other title of this talk is like, why is CTV so sticky? It has not changed. Like there's been some changes to the code, rebasing it. People had like review comments of like, change this variable name, or can you make this performance better? Sure, but like the code itself, the spec hasn't changed. And every other covenant proposal has like changed a lot. Like people are like, oh, we're gonna do TX hash and we're gonna do check from stack, but do we need to commit to it with a split signature? Do we need to, all these other things are changing, but why isn't CTV changing? It kind of just like hasn't had to, and this is from Peter's like blog post, is all that it's really doing is make sure the spending transaction matches the template. And everything else is more complicated than that. That's just a very basic operation. There's not really 2 ways to do that. It's like for FCAT, if somebody said, oh, we want to concatenate the strings in the opposite order, it'd be like, okay, sure, it's like cool, but you can do that with a swap and then a CAT, so it's like the same thing. And CTV, for anything that does a similar thing, it's just like the same result. So no one's really been like super motivated. And it did go through a lot of peer review. That's the other thing, is the evolution of CTV from Koshvi to CTV incorporated lots of feedback and review. So it addressed all these sort of like minor issues people might be interested in seeing resolved. Now, there's also kind of like this like ex post facto way of thinking about why CTV has been so sticky, which is that any on-chain trace of transactions that you see for any other covenant proposal can be really easily described by the equivalent sequence of CTV things. And if that was a path that when you made that covenant, you knew might get executed, you could have just committed to that. And a lot of other covenant opcodes don't necessarily have that exact sort of like flavor of you could do this. Obviously you can because it ends up being a signature or something, but it's a little bit harder to think about, okay, we saw some trace of transactions and now we're gonna make that an op vault script instead. Doesn't really map quite the same. So that's one reason that CTV is kind of intellectually sticky, is when you're developing a protocol, ultimately you have to be able to deal in traces of transactions. And unless you need those transaction traces to be highly dynamic, then CTV works. And for the most part, with like where our intellectual capacity is at for Bitcoin covenants, we end up dealing with static traces of transactions as being like, you need to know where you want the money to go at some point. Things like op vault, that's where it deviates a little bit, where it's like, oh, wouldn't it be nice to deposit to an address that you choose in the future? So that's kind of where like choosing in the future where it goes, yeah, that is nice, but it's more of a nice to have versus a necessary to have, because you can always set these things up in advance. And if you're going with pre-signed transactions, then you're really, really setting it up far in advance. This is kind of related, which is like, if you build a primitive, and with that primitive, you can't build CTV using that primitive somehow, then your primitive kind of isn't really good because it's too limited in what it can commit to be able to fully constrain a Bitcoin transaction. So you can't actually really make a full-fledged covenant. Every covenant primitive that comes out sort of has to be able to fully commit to as much as CTV does, or if you try to program with it, you're not going to be able to constrain your transactions appropriately, and you'll end up with like denial of service issues. You'll end up with all sorts of like weird, mempool bugs, and you also may like lose funds. So that's kind of why like CTV ends up being this really like, there's this gravity well of like, you have to be able to do CTV. And it's just kind of like this basic building block. I might kind of glaze over this. This I think will be, kind of content will be covered a little bit more in some other talks, but there are these formalisms, and when people talk about, oh, you need to evaluate the covenants, is people need to work on this stuff. I'm not saying this is like the best formalism, but people need to make formalisms to evaluate these covenant proposals that can be like the common grounds, where you say, okay, I've got a new covenant proposal, and you could ask, well, like, what is the intent set of this covenant? What types of transactions can it generate? How big is that set? How flexible is it? What does the verifier for that look like? What does the prover look like for that? And when you do that, that sort of like makes it so that it's evaluable in a way against any others. And that includes things like trust models. So like, for example, functional encryption covenants, you have a trust model that at one point somebody set this up correctly. But also you have that same assumption in some senses for like a normal covenant that's an opcode with no trust assumption in the crypto. So you have to trust that it was implemented correctly, or you trust that the developer who wrote the software implemented correctly. And you can maybe audit that ex post facto, but it turns out that it's very hard to like how many people have like audited SecP to make sure that the crypto is correct there? Like, no one, a few people actually do that. So like a audited ceremony that people do can sometimes be, at least equivalent in practice to what people are relying on. So I'll skip over that. There's also kind of like this like reverse formalization is like, it's just like CTV always falls out. You end up kind of like trying to spec out, oh, I want this thing, and something like CTV just kind of comes. And so I think that that's why like the narrative I gave you of like my whole history is really just to justify that like, I don't care about CTV. Like I've been working on covenants for a while, and CTV wasn't my like, oh, I've got a really big idea that's gonna do all this cool stuff for Bitcoin. CTV was like, here's a crappy idea that does the bare minimum possible to get some like nice result. Maybe we can do that or use that as a discussion point. And also it turns out that it's very easy to implement rigorously CTV. So you can actually get a very high quality implementation, and you can make applications on it that are also easy to review. And so that's kind of like this, like CTV kind of falls out. It's easy enough, and like these other things, they end up going in like very vastly different directions when you start trying to say like, okay, well, what should a vault opcode look like? It's not really like you could make 30 different vault opcodes that people might prefer, but you end up with one CTV as a part of each one of those. So I guess the most interesting part is why did this fail to get in for so long? So I have a couple leading theories. Few people understood why covenants mattered. I've been harping on it for some time of like, oh, there's like congestion, and like the network does not have capacity, so we really better have these smart contracting primitives to start handling more capacity. And we want composable primitives that you can come up with one good idea that solves one edge condition and combine it with another thing and then get something that solves like a much wider set of problems. But it's very hard to convince people of these things because when you talk about a whole network operating in a different way than it operates today, it takes many leaps of faith of like, well, are we really going to have networks of people agreeing to sign together? Are we really going to see fees not always just go up? Are we? So there ends up being all these things, and then people didn't, the comprehensibility of why this was important wasn't really there, I think, until like ordinals. And ordinals, I think maybe that's because we imported a lot of people from like Ethereum community who understood why smart contracts were really important for like rollups and things like that. Maybe another one is like devs were not hot enough. I've gotten some compliments on Twitter, but I'm just a man. I've got a lot of detractors, people who like dislike me or like I'm controversial, I'm mean, I'm Jewish. That's one top one. I have a whole hate group. And then there's all sorts of like reasons of like just like any sort of like character assassination thing. Like that's like very common and very easy for people to be like, oh yeah, he's bad, and it doesn't. A lot of people just don't go beyond that surface. Yeah, very untrustworthy. So there's a lot of different things. Yeah, exactly. So that one, it sounds silly, but like actually it's like really serious. Like a lot of times, like, if I was like presenting something, be like, oh, it's just like another like weird idea Jeremy's putting out there. I'm not gonna like look at it, and it doesn't matter. And Taproot is all that, like, he's detracted from Taproot, or he told CZ Binance that like he should try to do a reorg attempt. So he's like clearly all these things, but like it doesn't really matter when it comes to like a protocol primitive. The other one is like covenants are bad. That one like always ends up like kind of kicking up just because there's a lot of historical content and people like are very worried about the government taking over. CTV bad. In recent times, I think no one is on the CTV bad train. Very few. Like everybody has kind of realized that everything triangulates around something like CTV. So if you want to like be like CTV is bad, then you kill the whole project of covenants in general. So I think that one has sort of gone to bed at this point, but it wasn't before. Before there was a lot of CTV is just bad, and you could build something better, you could build something more complicated, and then everybody kind of comes back to, well, you can kind of just realize the zen of working with CTV and you get something pretty good. And then just sort of like the Taproot CTV thing, maybe in hindsight I should have just told people to stuff it and like continued like just going while Taproot was activating, and maybe that we'd be in a different place today. Because post Taproot, a lot of people were like, oh, we're just so exhausted from Taproot, we don't need anything, let's figure out how to use Taproot. And part of the whole thing I said on Taproot is like, hey, like there's no wallets for Taproot, why are we activating it? Like, why don't we develop out the wallets? And like, hey, I have like a cool like programming language, here's an application, like you could use this right now. I'd written like RPC calls, and there was more wallet software for CTV at the date of Taproot's activation than there was for Taproot, which is like wild. And then I think the other main reason is just like transaction level programming is confusing versus dynamic script. People really want to program in a programming language, and Bitcoin script is a programming language. So you can like write a normal program. Bitcoin transactions isn't really a programming language. It is a computation platform, and people don't like programming in computation platforms. It's like very weird and arcane and archaic. And so we figure out these like little bits of computation, like connector outputs is like an example. And then like I have like no clue what to do with them. I personally still don't really even know how ARC works. It's just like connector outputs. Like, yeah, like I published on an idea like that early, but then like, how does that connect to timeout trees exactly? Like, where is the money? It's very complicated. I could write a program in, let's say, a Solidity that implements the ARC logic, and I would get that because it's a programming language. Transactions, it's not really a programming language. And even like with Sapio, it's more of a hardware description language than a programming language. So I think that's one of the things that makes it really difficult for people to like get this stuff, and for like applications to get developed, because it's not a normal programming model. So where we're at now, and I'll wrap up, I think I'm nearing my time limit, is that this doesn't really matter because we have covenants three ways anyways. We can have like the BitVM approach, which has its set of trade-offs possible today, complicated design, a lot of like interactivity. We have fucked up covenants, and that is a trust assumption, one-time setup, not like real today crypto, although maybe. I think we have some folks here who will say that it's doable imminently. And it's very simple on chain, so that's like awesome. It's actually more efficient than CTV. For a long time, that was one of the reasons CTV was really sticky. And still is that like it's very difficult to come up with something that is as byte-wise efficient. I think Taj came up with one thing called exploding keys, which in some contexts is more efficient, but then if you want the most efficient version of CTV, it's kind of like, a little bit worse because you have like these elliptic curve operations you have to do. So it's like very, very hard, but the FDub Covenant stuff from an on-chain perspective ends up being like kind of the most efficient thing possible, which is like quite cool. And then we have now Collider script, which is definitely not like on-chain effective, but maybe can be combined with like sort of like a BitVM style fraud-proof thing, so you don't have to actually execute it in the bad path. So really cool. That's like recent research that I think you'll also hear more about. Expensive on-chain, and it's like possible today. It's just like going to be like a lot to implement and like very expensive to actually spend. So is there hope? That's not really for me to say. I'm just giving my history and perspective. Hope is for you guys to deliver. And I guess just like extra points that didn't really make the cut is like, my sage wisdom, and I can't really prove it to you, but like fees, I think if you're spending time on endogenous fees, you're wasting that time. Exogenous fees through like transaction sponsors or anchors are, I would say, without giving you like a full justification, like in all likelihood that is the only way that like with our like small-brained ability to work with transaction-level programming that will actually figure out things that work. Maybe at some point in the future we can figure out all the mempool problems and MEV issues inherent to endogenous fees. But I think right now, think about like knowing exactly what transaction you want and then figuring out a way to pay for it is like a better way. And then lastly, I just want to point out that like in terms of activation, which have largely not talked about, is that we're in a weird regime where we don't have a lead maintainer of Bitcoin Core. So I think this notion that like Core is going to do something, Core has only ever sent out any sort of fork with a lead maintainer, and there is not presently a lead maintainer. So I think when I think about like who has the mandate to deliver, when I was working on CTV, I actually said like, hey, as lead maintainer, what would you have me do? I like don't really care. I just want to do the next step that as lead maintainer you think is the right way, and I kind of got no response. And then that lead maintainer resigned and didn't name a successor. So the notion that like Bitcoin Core devs as like a set have any sort of authority, the ceremonial baton was snapped in half and doesn't really exist anymore. So and like for the most part, the core devs who are maintainers right now don't necessarily have like really deep experience in forks, with the exception maybe being of HAL, like having like done the been pretty active with like speedy trial, but no one's really been on the side of like implementing the logic and activating it. So there's kind of like there's no expertise in it. So I think that it's going to have to be like the mandate exists elsewhere for activation clients. And I think that's intentional as a result of like core devs feeling like they want less responsibility and liability for the code base. And I'd be happy to be wrong, but that would take a statement from some of the maintainers explicitly stating what they believe their role to be in the fork process, and not people trying to observe it. It would be like an active step of saying, yes, we believe we're supposed to release an activation client. But I don't think that that's happened. So that's all I got. I don't know if I have time for questions or if we should roll. Okay.
Now, for the next talk, we have Ethan Heilman. He's going to be talking about OpCat. A quick note, after this, we will be breaking for lunch. It's in the cafeteria, so if you just go out past the elevators and to the right, we'll have some hoagies and things and drinks for y'all, and then we'll get back with programming. We're just one talk behind, but try to keep it a little quick for y'all. Oh, nice. That's good. That's a good header image.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Ethan Heilman. I'm going to be talking about OpCat. One of the reasons I'm going to be talking to you about OpCat is I'm one of the authors on BIP 347, which is the BIP to propose OpCat. My co-author, Armin, is here right now. And I'm going to be talking about, I'm going to provide background on OpCat Bitcoin script, do a little bit of like Bitcoin feline archaeology to ask why it was removed. Going to discuss how we're bringing CAT back, and most of the talk will be on why CAT's valuable, and sort of like how to think about it, how to think about the risks. My talk's going to be a little bit shorter, so there'll be lots of time for questions. So if you have questions, think of them and ask me the questions. So this is probably a reminder for many people, but I just want to do a brief overview of how Bitcoin script works. So when you want to spend the output of a Bitcoin transaction, the rules which enforce whether that output can be spent or not use a stack-based language. So for example, here is a program in Bitcoin script. This program pushes 7, then it does add, it does a duplicate, and then it does a SHA-256. So what does this look like? Well, if we start with a stack, and Bitcoin is a stack-based language, very similar to Forth, when we do the push, that just pushes a 7 on the top of the stack. Everything else moves down the stack. When we do an add, it takes the top 2 stack elements, adds them together, and then pushes the result on the top of the stack. Duplicate just duplicates whatever is on the stack, so now you have 2. And SHA will just take whatever's on the stack and run it through SHA-256 or SHA-1. I guess in this case, SHA-256. So what is opcat? Well, the cat is actually short for concatenate. So it's an opcode which pops the top 2 elements off the stack, concatenates the 2 elements together, and then pushes the combined element on the stack. It's incredibly simple. So if we have a stack here, cat takes the top 2 elements, which would be AAA and ZZ, essentially just deleting the comma here, and pushes this back on the stack. So what's the history of opcat? Cat was actually, as an opcode, was in the first commit of Bitcoin. You can see it here. The next time it was changed was in 2010, where there was this limit put here, which prevented you from pushing to concatenate things larger than 5,000 bytes. And then a little bit while afterwards, there was this very well-named commit, miscellaneous changes, which removed, which first made the stack limit for cat to 520 bytes, which is what is the stack element limit, the size of elements on Bitcoin stack today. And then it disabled 15 opcodes, including opcat. This is probably like one of the more important commits that have occurred in Bitcoin history. It disabled 15 opcodes, including cat. It changed the max stack element size from 5,000 bytes to 520 bytes. And it is kind of a little bit of a mystery to me about why it's 520. The math opcodes in Bitcoin used to actually be big num opcodes that could operate on 5,000 bytes. And this changes them to only operate on 4 bytes. And it just removes like all of these opcodes and then redefines all of the math opcodes. Massive, massive change. So why was opcat disabled in this? And the answer is that we don't know. There's sort of folklore that it was about opdupe, that you could do opcat opdupe bomb. But if you go back here, we had already limited the stack to 5,000 bytes, so who cares? And then this one limited it to 520 bytes in the same commit that removed it. So the opcat opdupe bomb was not actually a reason that opcat was removed. I have a little bit of a theory, but I don't actually know whether this theory is correct. So probably the reason that this commit was done was that one of the opcodes, op left shift, appears to just cause like random crashes, which means that like no one had tested it up to this point. It was just there, and if you put it on there, it would like crash on your computer. And so my theory is that there was just a bunch of opcodes that had been added that no one had ever tested or used. And they just panicked and were like, well, okay, any opcode that like we don't think anybody's using right now, we'll just remove because this is really bad. But that's just a pure supposition on my part. I have no information. I'd love to hear the story. I know someone was actually looking at trying to replicate what the left shift bug is, because I've never seen any like write-up of how it worked and why it has the properties that it claims to have had. It's probably an OpenSSL thing with a really old version of OpenSSL. So we want to bring CAT back. Me and Armin wrote BIP 347, which is our proposal to reactivate CAT. It would only be activated in TapScript. So when we say bring it back, we're not activating it in pre-TapScript. The pre-TapScript remains unchanged. It would be activated in TapScript using the mechanism that was designed in TapScript to make it much easier to add opcodes, which is the op success mechanism. So this would be a nice like sort of test of op success as a way of adding new opcodes. One of the reasons we actually waited to do TapScript or to do opcat now, because I've been talking about this since about 2015, is because of this op success. Makes it much easier, much nicer, much better to reason about. And we are using the same opcode that was the original opcat, but op success 126. And if you look at it, like cat is just such a simple thing to do, removing the comma. So this was the original cat code, and this is the new code, other than a little bit of savings for how you insert it by extending the buffer, and rather than just returning false, it throws an error message. It's pretty much the same code. So where are we now? So we did a mailing list post. There was a lot of discussion. We did an Inquisition implementation. We submitted a BIP. Inquisition also has this standard system similar to BIPs. Did a Bitcoin Core club review. The Inquisition PR was merged. We were assigned BIP for 347. And it was activated on Bitcoin Inquisition. People have been using it a whole bunch on Bitcoin Inquisition. And then there was a mainnet PR, which Armin did most of the work writing. We wrote some really nice tests with that too. And the sort of, okay, so when do we do it? And this really depends on community consensus. Like I'm not the boss of Bitcoin. No one's the boss of Bitcoin. So it's really hard to say, maybe sometime soon, maybe a decade from now. I feel like it's such an important and fundamental opcode that'll happen eventually on a timescale long enough. It's just a question of the order of magnitude. So why cat, right? So there's a bunch of neat stuff you can do with cat. Really surprising. I did not realize many of these things a year or two ago. I just know that every time I was working on scripts or building protocols in Bitcoin or thinking about L2s, I would just always be like, but I really want this cat functionality. Like whatever I was trying to do, I would like hit that wall. So cat lets you do general computation. You can do vaults. You can do covenants. Even covenant proposals. Like if we got a covenant opcode, you would want opcat in addition to do much for the sort of enforcement logic. So cat's just an extremely useful opcode that lets you build a lot of stuff. It provides a path to increases in scalability and privacy. A lot of the ZK roll-up approaches can use cat to basically do cross-input signature aggregation, but at like the roll-up level. So you just suck out all the signatures. You can suck out all the inputs, and you can do, you can increase Bitcoin scale, and then the roll-ups could kind of function as giant coin joins. So you'd also increase the privacy. But I'm actually not going to talk about that. That's a much larger talk. So why is opcat so powerful? How does it do? It's such a simple thing. How does it enable this? And the way it does this is that it solves the silo problem in Bitcoin script, which is that for stack elements larger than 32 bits, they're almost always siloed to each other. So you have SHA-256 as an opcode in Bitcoin script, and you can take a value and you can compute the SHA-256 version, SHA-256 of that value. And you could do that from another value. But these two values can never influence each other. You can hash the same value a bunch of times, but A can never influence B. You can't do something like SHA-256 A comma B or A concatenated B. And this is actually what really makes it hard to do things in Bitcoin script. If they could influence each other, you could do covenants, zero knowledge proofs, a whole bunch more. And cat breaks this silo because you could just cat two values together and now you can do SHA-256, or you can build Merkle trees, you can build signatures from elements. And this is sort of the essential power of cat. But I'm gonna tell you a secret. Cat isn't really special. It's not that the cat functionality gets you this. In fact, many different opcodes and proposed opcodes get you this. Op substring, equivalent to opcat. Op and, which was an opcode that used to exist where you could and large byte sequences in Bitcoin, gets you the same thing. SHA-256 stream, depending on how you interpret it, gets you that. The op ZKPs, any sort of Merkle tree opcode would get you this. Math opcodes, if you expanded them beyond 32 bytes. All of these both let you build cat, and you could build cat from them. They're all sort of equivalent. So the reason that I like cat rather than many of these other ones is just, and I sat down, I was like thinking about this a long time ago. I was like, I want this functionality. What's the simplest thing that lets me do it? And cat is just the most simple one that lets you do this. It's not that cat is special in its functionality, it's that cat is special in its implementation simplicity. So like, big dumb math codes, you could build opcat out of, but you gotta worry about validation costs being proportional to transaction size. Substring is almost as simple as cat. Like, it's like, one or two lines more complex. So I don't think it's like a strong argument for cat or substring, but it's just like you have two things and one is just slightly less complex. You just choose the slightly less complex one. And is actually, if you look at the original Bitcoin code, is slightly more simple than opcat, but actually using it for most of the things that people want to use in scripts would require like a number of other opcodes, and it would be like slightly more complex. But I can see an argument for and on a simplicity of implementation. But cat is also extremely simple. So cat is simple in logic and hits these immediate use cases. One of the things that's often brought up is, what about the complexity of reasoning about what cat allows? That's true, but all the other opcodes that can build cat are also sort of equal in this regard. Like, it's really hard. I think Jeremy did an excellent job in designing opctv because it doesn't let you build cat, but like almost everything else does. Like, it's really hard to build something that doesn't let you do cat because it's just such a basic part of any programming language. So there's two perspectives. Maybe these are caricatures, but there's two perspectives I hear on how opcodes should work in Bitcoin. And I think they're actually, like, in some sense, both right. You want opcodes that do both of these things. The first one is that opcodes should be monolithic. They're dedicated opcodes, you predetermine the use case, the opcodes are designed to prevent off-label use, you can only use them for that, and they must fully perform that job. So like opcheck multisig, check sequence verify, they're like, they're like a post hole digger. You dig post holes with them. The other perspective is that opcodes should be simple and modular, like Legos. They're not designed with predetermined use cases. They're sort of just like unleash developers. We don't know what you could build with them. This is things like op-add, op-equals, like how do you predetermine the use cases of op-equals? And I really like this because I feel like there's always this when you're like thinking about something, there's like, you only see the next hill, but when you get to that hill, you see beyond that. And then when you get to the next hill, you see beyond that. But if you started from where you began and then tried to plan out everything, you make very little progress. So I really like the idea of simple and modular opcodes. It's a philosophical difference, but I would point out that Bitcoin has both of these types of opcodes, and they're both valuable. I was very much inspired by the Unix philosophy, which is that rather than monolithic software, you build tools that in combination get a job done rather than doing it by hand in some sort of monolithic program. And the hilarious thing is I went to go look this up because I wanted to cite it in the BIP. And the example they use is cat, the cat Unix utility for concatenate. It's like, it's the ultimate sort of modular, you basically need it, it's your screwdriver in your toolbox. 1983. So the other problem with the monolithic view, and I think the monolithic view is 100% correct for certain opcodes, you want to build them that way. It's just really hard to prevent off-label uses. You can make them more expensive to use, but like, people figure out ways to use them in an off-label manner. So like, we recently published this paper, Script. It costs millions of dollars to spend things with Script, but creating the outputs is cheap. The way it works actually is that it like gets you opcat under the hood and then uses that to build covenants. And it works with Bitcoin today. If you wanted to spend tens of millions of dollars, well, you could produce these outputs, and then if you wanted to spend them. But there's also this really cool work, which I believe there's a session on today, and also Jeremy talked about, where you use functional encryption to do covenants and this sort of behavior. And there's a implementation which I still don't understand that supposedly proposes a instantiation of this. So it's like, I feel like the monolithic perspective is it's just really hard to actually prevent these sorts of things. Instead, I think what you get is a spectrum. You have things that are like very low cost to use, like dedicated opcodes. And cat covenants are pretty cheap to use. And then you have things of moderate cost. Like if you did a zero knowledge proof with ZKPs, you want to do a ZK rollup and get like 10x scalability on Bitcoin, you're gonna pay for it. And then you have things like Script. So I think the right way of thinking about controlling behavior on Bitcoin is this sort of cost slider, how cheap you make it. And I would argue that this is actually an advantage of Bitcoin, or an advantage of cat. Cat is master of one trade and jack of all. So you can use cat for a lot of different things, and it isn't efficient for many of them. What cat is best at, surprisingly, is concatenating elements together. And this is very, very useful. You're building covenants, you're gonna wanna concatenate things. You're building Merkle trees. Even if you have a Merkle tree opcode, you're like, well, I want this byte, and then we'll plug it into the Merkle tree. So cat is excellent at this. There's probably no better opcode at concatenating things than cat, because that's what it's designed to do. Cat-based covenants, they're pretty large. They're tricky to write. There's a lot of foot guns there. Cat-based Starks and Snarks are very large and complex. I think this is an advantage of cat because it gets us that cost spectrum. For instance, because cat isn't a dedicated covenant opcode, like no one's gonna be like, oh, we have cat, we shouldn't do CTV, or we shouldn't do TX hash. You're still gonna wanna do that. But probably, we only get one shot at a covenant opcode. Like why? Because I think that human beings are very unwilling to admit mistakes. This is just pure supposition on my part. So that when we like do something, we kind of like think like, but that makes it, we backfill the reasonings for it. But I think also it's just like, we're gonna use like two opcodes to have one. Like maybe if they don't collide with each other, but I think like patching an opcode, I don't know. My personal feeling, can't predict the future. We probably have only one shot over the short term to do a covenant opcode. Once we have that, we have to live with it is. But with CAT, this isn't the case. You can do CAT. You can see how people build these covenants, what use cases get investment in those use cases, because people aren't like, well, I want to do a company that does covenants, but like, you know, are the investors going to give me money if there's never a covenant opcode? But if you get CAT, it's like, okay, we can do this. We can get these use cases out there, and then we can do a covenant opcode. I think also, like, I personally would love to see a covenant opcode like opctv alongside CAT. I don't think CAT's a reason. I think the value of CAT is not a reason not to do a covenant opcode. But it does let you do covenant things. And the same thing's true with like a ZKP opcode. You know, like imagine I was standing here attempting to convince you for op ZKP, and everyone would have questions about like, well, do you want to use this curve, and what are the assumptions, and like, how do we know that someone can't do a DDoS, and how do we know that the code doesn't have implementation bugs in it, and like all of these sorts of questions. What if someone comes out with a better ZKP tomorrow, and then we all look like fools for adopting it? And because CAT doesn't commit to any of this, it lets us experiment. And it also sort of limits the potential damage because it's actually pretty expensive to use CAT for general purpose computation. It sits at that sweet spot that lets us get our feet wet, or like lets us get over that first hill without having to plan out the entire journey. So that is my talk. My talk's a little bit short. I really want to have time for questions. How much time do I have? All right. So my talk was a little bit longer than I thought it would be.
It's lunch next, so if you want to stick around.
Oh yeah.
So it's Steve. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation. I have a question really about the last point you made. Is there data or analysis on exactly how much more expensive it is versus some of the more optimized opcodes? And then just sort of the economic, like will we actually be able to experiment with useful services if it's too expensive?
So if I understand the question, it's how expensive is this, and where is that, like, is it at the optimal point of the trade-off? You could imagine you'd want OpCat to be a little bit more expensive or a little bit cheaper. The answer to that is I don't know. I think for many of these things like covenants, it's cheap enough that you definitely have experiments. I think with zero-knowledge proofs, because you can use them to do transaction compression and bundle lots of transactions in there, it probably is cheap enough. I also think we're making a lot of like progress in that area, and there's a whole set of trade-offs. But there could totally be use cases for which it is too expensive, and CAT does not cover that use case.
I'd just love to see numbers. I don't know. I've got some. So I'll wait for
You, all right, I'll bring it this one.
And Rusty should have some new numbers too this afternoon.
Yeah, so one anecdotal case, right? Like there's a vault that some handsome genius implemented using OpCat, and the most expensive transaction in it ends up being around 320 VBytes. So that's bigger than if you had like OpVault or you had a more specialized opcode for it, but it's still within the range of practical for if somebody wants to pay for that use case, they can. It's not, you know, you got to pay for 4 megabytes of script or something.
We go to Peter next.
So I actually mentioned this issue of cost in my L2 blog post. And something I didn't realize until I thought about more carefully is that for the Covenant use case, where you're basically building up a transaction on the stack, hashing it, and then comparing it to the spending transaction, in most cases, this is much cheaper than you would expect because you are using witness space, which has the discount, to then compare to non-witness space, which doesn't. So very roughly speaking, you're going to end up spending something like 25% more fees to build up that copy on the stack versus what's what fees you're paying for the non-witness space. And along these lines, I also got to point out, I mean, OpCat and OpCTV, that's your obvious way to go do this. You build up something on the stack, hash it, and then just feed that digest into CTV.
Yeah, I think if I understood your last point, which is the use of OpCat within OpCTV, and like OpCTV, I think mentions like OpCat like 9 times, and I think just ignoring everything else you can do with OpCat. If we get a covenant opcode, we probably will want OpCat anyways, just for manipulating stack data.
So I just wanted to ask, you touched on that we probably get one good shot at doing covenants the right way. Do you think that potentially the increased cost of working with CAT incentivizes us to do later covenant upgrades and incentivizes us to do it right with the elders out of the building now that we don't have a lead maintainer?
So your first question is, do I think that getting OpCat in would make it more likely we would get a covenant in opcode? Is that correct?
Yes, but specifically leaning into the 2 reasonings behind it, one being the increased cost. It's very easy to analyze and go. Adding this new covenant opcode saves in amount, and it's a desired use case because it enables some L2 rollup or something that people like.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that getting OpCat makes, like if I had my druthers and I was the boss of Bitcoin, which I am in no way the boss of Bitcoin, no one is, I would be like, let's do OpCat and a covenant opcode. But I recognize that there's it's really, really hard to change Bitcoin. And OpCat seems like the simplest thing that we can get that like gets us a little bit further to building confidence that we could do that we could get a covenant opcode. So I think like in that environment, I believe OpCat makes the case easier for a covenant opcode. If someone really doesn't want a covenant opcode, I can see the argument of like, well, we have to stop it at OpCat because then when people are using this use case, the lower cost will be compelling enough that people will now want a covenant opcode.
I mean, I'll point out, I'd go argue it the other way because CTV makes so much sense with OpCat. CTV is your obvious covenant opcode that gets us covenants, and then CAT is more, well, now that you've had simple covenants, do we really want all the complex stuff? And if you do, then CAT's your obvious choice. But these are, I think, 2 separate issues.
I totally agree. And I think it comes down to like, I don't have like a crystal ball, but I do think that if we got CTV, it would make it more likely that we would get CAT. And I think that if we got CAT, it would be more likely that we'd get CTV, but that's just my like unscientific supposition.
Why not both?
Why not? That would be my ideal world, but
What's the likelihood of that happening in the same upgrade?
I have no idea, and like that really is just the community has to decide what they want.
We need clairvoyance here. We need,
yeah, well, you bring in a medium, and we can find this out. But I do not pretend to see the future. No.
All right, Ethan, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, so encourage y'all if you want to keep grilling Ethan. Ask him what his favorite type of food is. Ask him where he likes to vacation in the summer. Ask him if we're going to cast bones and dice to decide whether or not CAT or CTV will be upgraded or updated, activated. Anyway, lunch is in the cafeteria. Go out past the elevators, take a right, and then y'all can get some food. We'll be back in here at 45 minutes.
We'll be back at 1 p.m. Right now, we have a presentation from Bitscript talking about Bitcoin education. So if you are a student and you are learning about Bitcoin and Bitcoin scripts, stick around, go grab a sandwich, come back. We'll start at 1 p.m.
60-second warning. We're gonna get going in this room in a second. If you're outside in the hallway, feel free to step in. Okay, we're gonna jump into it. If you are taking a seat, just grab one quietly. I'm sure it's gonna be a bunch of people jumping in and out. For the rest of the afternoon, we have a few more sessions here. They're going to do a break, and Bitscript is going to be doing a presentation on learning about Bitcoin script in between. We're gonna have coffee down here. There's cookies and refreshments outside, and then we're gonna have our panels. We're gonna close out the day, all going to a cocktail bar just across the street called The Chemist. So I'm going to give it over to Reardon to start off. Collaborative harm reduction, the history and future of Bitcoin.
What's up? I am stunned at the amazing speakers these guys have put together. So it's an honor to be up on the stage here. My talk's not going to be very much of a deep dive. Some of these have been really deep. We're going to do more of a survey thing here. So there's going to be some overlap, but I think I have a different way of looking at Bitcoin changes over the years and in the future. So I made this post in response to a thread that Lop was involved in about what is even the goal of Bitcoin. And I think the top line here, the goal is disintermediating value holding and transfer across time and space. And if we look at Bitcoin and the history of changes and the future of changes in that specific lens of what the goal is and how we can do things that serve that goal, I think it'll help us evaluate all of the things that are being talked about as changes to Bitcoin. And even when we look back, I think Portland Hoddle mentioned how Taproot had this unknown. Well, is that a knock against Taproot? What was the consequence of Taproot, and was it indeed serving this goal of disintermediating value holding and transfer? Obviously, there's a lot more words up here. They're just a one path to look at how we serve that goal. So the reason I chose this title is I look at Bitcoin and I look at what Bitcoin does in the world, and Bitcoin is harm reduction for money. We've had for the last, depending on your perspective, 50 or 110 years, fiat money in the world as the primary way that people exchange value. And we see the harms of that system. And historically, those harms were kept at bay by hard money. Gold money kept the Roman coin clipping at bay. And we've lost that connection. We've lost that harm reduction, or we had, until Satoshi made Bitcoin. Obviously, we all know that this was not the first attempt to do this, but it was the first somewhat successful attempt. And through that, whenever there are horrible harms of fiat, the worst harms bring out the best in Bitcoin, as Alex Gladstein likes to point out. So Bitcoin is harm reduction for money, and we want to kind of continue that to the best of our ability. We have this opportunity where we have the system that actively does reduce the harm of money, and we want to do as much as we can with that. At least I think we do. So can changes to Bitcoin expand on its ability to reduce harm? And I think the answer is yes. depending on what your change affects in the system, it's going to help different people. It's going to reduce the harm of money for different people. If we have greater security, obviously that helps holders of Bitcoin. If we can make transactions smaller, as has been done in various ways over time, including things in the modern world like frost and music, we can help the poor get more access to Bitcoin and therefore reduce the harm of Bitcoin. You know, right now, when there's horrible impacts of fiat money in a place like, let's say, Turkey or Somalia or somewhere of that sort, some people get the benefits of Bitcoin, but not everybody, because many people in those places, even at 2 sats per VByte, can't really use Bitcoin. So we can do things to help them. If we improve the recoverability of Bitcoin held in various structures, whether that be through something like ARC, where there's a timeout and the funds become recoverable, or through Vault, so there's a time recovery in the event of a theft, if we can improve the recoverability, that helps new people and holders alike. And then if we can make collaborative transactions, again, like in ARC or BitVM or other kinds of collaboration, we can help the poors and the noobs. And finally, the less trust we introduce into the system, the better it is for everyone. And I think several speakers earlier at this conference have mentioned how there are trade-offs in a lot of the things being proposed for how to work on top of Bitcoin, the application layer for Bitcoin. And those trade-offs often involve who you trust. Yeah, Jeremy mentioned, right, that you have to trust either the developer of your opcode or the developer of your layer 2 or the signer of your functional encryption. They're introducing trust in various places. And so we do want to try to reduce that trust, again, to help reduce the harm of money around the world. But changes come with risk. And depending on who you talk to, some people will react like this to the risks of potentially changing Bitcoin. So we do need to balance the risks of changes, of course, with the potential benefits. If we're trying to reduce the harm of money worldwide, if we break Bitcoin in the process, instead of reducing harm, we've brought us back to full fiat harm, right? We've undone the good we were doing. But something that hasn't been mentioned very much today is that not changing is also risky. People will say, Bitcoin's working right now, why change it, why risk changing it? But of course, the world is changing. The users are changing. The internet is changing. The censorship regimes are changing. Fiat money is changing. And if we don't change Bitcoin in ways that are helpful to people to expand its abilities and to maintain its abilities, it will also lose its ability to continue reducing harm of fiat around the world. So we're going to jump at the TARDIS, and we are going to go back in time and look at how, in this lens, some of the changes to Bitcoin to date can be evaluated. First one that has been mentioned already today, of course, is the disabling of opcodes, the misc changes commit by Satoshi. I think it's very clear that in a certain sense, this reduced Bitcoin's ability to improve the world because it took away a lot of potential in the Bitcoin scripting language. Things that if we still had opcat today, we would have covenants based on opcat, but we don't. So that's interesting, but what it did do is it protected the network from complete failure because at least one of these opcodes had a critical vulnerability in it and it needed to be closed. So I would personally rate this as a net harm reduction in the world of money, even though it's a trade-off, as everything is. I wanted to look at least a few things that didn't end up happening, and OpEval is one of those. This had the benefit, basically the same benefit as P2SH, of enabling senders of Bitcoin not to have to care what script they're sending to. I remember in the early days of Bitcoin, you wanted to use a multisig, then your sender would have to spend more to pay you. And that didn't make any sense. Why should the sender have to care how I'm locking my coins? And so OpEval or P2SH both solve that. But OpEval introduced some other risks to the system, particularly around the difficulty of analyzing the safety of a script first. You can't fully analyze a script that uses OpEval until you see how it's spent. So this one was rated not a harm reduction, again, with trade-offs. You know, none of these are black and white. Mentioned P2SH already, and the same exact story as OpEval, except that by being more specific and explicitly giving a place for the new script and one place for that new script, it can be evaluated statically upfront, and therefore doesn't have that problem I've all had and is safer to use. So yeah, that's a pretty easy one. These ones are also pretty easy. You know, we got some simple payment channels. These are so low risk and such comparatively small changes to the way the Bitcoin system works that it's very easy for something very small like this to have a general directional rating of it's going to reduce the harm of money around the world. People can now lock their coins in new ways. They can do payment channels. You know, if you're going to frequently send money between two individuals, this can let you do payment channels and reduce your overall cost of transacting, which, as shown in that kind of table, reduces the harms around the world of money because more people can make more transactions and therefore have more access. Now it gets really complicated. Was segregated witness net harm reduction in the world? And, you know, there's some ambiguity about that. And there were trade-offs at the time when people were talking about segregated witness. Everyone was debating whether it should be an extension block that expands the total block size available, or whether it should be an extension block that's counted into the existing block size limit. There were lots of trade-offs here. And part of the way segregated witness kind of came to be, I would say, a net harm reduction, is that it included other improvements that would have been hard to do on the existing Bitcoin scripts. So in segregated witness scripts, there are less problems around the problem that Portland Huddle was mentioning around code separator is mostly fixed in segregated witness. There were the ways the sig hash was calculated on legacy scripts could have kind of perverse n squared properties to it, and segregated witness sig hashes solve that. So that moves segregated witness forward as harm reduction because using that opportunity of a new script that's now available, we can close some of those previous problems. And so that's kind of the story, to me at least, of how segregated witness becomes a net benefit, is that you combine a bunch of things together, some of which are trade-offs, some of which are maybe challenge the system. As I mentioned here, the larger block size that it includes could increase the orphan rate or disincentivize node runners, but there's a lot of benefits as well. And then another rejected thing, should we increase the straight up block size? And this was rejected at the time. That doesn't mean it's rejected forever. And I think that's something that all of us as Bitcoiners should remember. And Jameson has started mentioning as well. If we increase the block size, this would increase access to self-custody, right? The world does work on supply and demand, although there's also the more lanes equals more traffic property. But generally, this would reduce the cost of transacting on Bitcoin. It would increase access to Bitcoin. And that, I think, would be a good thing. I think having more people access disintermediated exchange and holding is very valuable. So block size increase, not at the time, but maybe in the future. And then, of course, Taproot, which Portland Huddle said had unknown unknowns that caused data storage to become a big thing on Bitcoin. And man, another nuanced one. I would say, again, very much like segregated witness. Taproot bundled together a set of properties that made sense together, would have been hard to do either separately or hard to do on top of your existing segregated witness v0 scripts. So we bring in segregated witness v1 as Taproot, and we solve a bunch of things. We add new upgrade hooks. We, again, make script analysis easier. And we also close like kind of an issue, specifically how hardware wallets analyze amounts in the sig hash. So again, an improved sig hash like we did in segregated witness v0, we get Taproot. I would say it's a good thing, but again, some ambiguity. No one's used any of the new upgrade hooks yet. Ethan was up here talking about how we should use one of them, and I think we should. Because if we don't use the upgrade hooks that were installed with Taproot, they were a giant waste of energy. And that takes away from the benefits that we got from Taproot. The whole point of adding those was that we can use them in the future. And if we don't use them, that's less we get. Another one I want to mention here is, Taproot, I forget who said it earlier today, that there weren't really wallets ready to use Taproot when it launched. It was Jeremy, yeah. But and I think that if there had been, we would have gone away from the X-only keys that we ended up using. There was much more software to write, and when I worked at BitGo, we launched the first ever multi-sig and the first ever mu-sig on Taproot, and we ran into the things that no one else had run into because no one else had actually built a production wallet on Taproot until we did it. Oh, sorry, production multi-sig wallet on Taproot, to be precise. So yeah, everything's trade-offs. And so I think in some ways we could say Taproot was maybe premature, and maybe it would have been a greater reduction in the harm of Bitcoin if we had waited longer to build wallets on it before launching it. And as Jeremy mentioned again, there was all that debate of what should happen next on Bitcoin, and tough stuff. All right, that's all the history I wanted to go through, so we'll jump back in the TARDIS, we'll move into the present. And this slide, almost an identical one, has already appeared, so I'm just gonna throw it up there real quick. In the present, people are doing things on Bitcoin, and they're using these weird ways to do things. And anything is possible at a cost. Thank you, Ethan. And so again, this is reiterating that all paths include risk. We can do several small changes. You know, we can do opcat, and then CTV, and then checksig from stack, or some sequence like that. And each small change has some risk, but we can keep those risks very small for each one. We could do a few larger changes, things more like Taproot or SegWit, where it's going to be kind of ambiguous because we're bundling things together. We're trying to do a lot at once. And by doing a lot at once, we're going to end up getting a lot of things right and maybe some things not quite so right. Or we could do no changes. Now let's go one more time into the TARDIS and look at the future. Talked about almost all this already, but here's a slide of all the ups and downs of no changes. And really what's interesting about no changes is that the only upside of no changes is that there's no present risk from consensus code changes. But there's a lot of downsides to no changes. We will see applications doing weird things on Bitcoin, and we can make Bitcoin more usable as those things are happening by having additional script support, whether it's from CAT or CTV or something else. So yeah, this is just those things. I'm not going to read all of them. It's been mentioned already, my proposal, lenhance. I'm not even going to say that this is the right thing to do next. That would have been a thing I would have said a year ago. But it is a low-risk set of changes. You could look at lenhance as kind of a one unit of stepping towards the future. You could also look at CAT that way. lenhance, I like it because it enhances the Lightning Network specifically. We have a working deployed L2. lenhance helps LayerTwo be better. It also improves some collaborative systems. You know, it helps things like Arc or BitVM or other things compress their scripts. Same with CAT scripts. Anything you can do with CAT, if you're going to do CAT and you have CTV2, as someone else mentioned already, it gets better if you have CTV as well. And then this is, again, lenhance itself is 4 opcodes, technically, whatever. CTV, checksig from stack, and internal key, and these are all small composable things in the scope of big things versus small things that Ethan mentioned. Now I'm going to be controversial, and I'm going to shit on sighash any prevout. Sighash any prevout is a low-risk change. It is extremely well reviewed. It has been around about as long as CTV, and but it has been changed more in the time that it's been around. And here's it helps Lightning Network. It's not good for a lot of other things, and I hadn't fully kind of put this through my brain, but the reason that it's not good for a lot of other things is because you can't emulate CTV with sighash any prevout as it is. I made a pull request about, I don't know, 10 months ago or something to the any prevout BIP that would have added support to emulate CTV to kind of demonstrate that difference. So I would not call APO as it is a direction to go, but maybe it could be. If it can emulate CTV, that might help it be more of a direction worth pursuing. Opcat, more ambiguous. I would call opcat kind of like, on its own, kind of like SegWit, where there's trade-offs to it. The costs of the scripts involved are going to mean that many systems that could use opcat will be too costly. Now, some systems, like vaults, for example, probably the difference in cost between opvault and perfect vault from Mr. Rindell over there is not big enough to affect the specific users of opvault. But for other things, it probably is too big. For example, if you're going to try and unroll an ARC tree and go on chain with a CAT script versus CTV or pre-signed transactions, I'm pretty sure that ARC would not adopt CAT covenants because the cost would be too high relative to the benefit. ARC is better off using pre-signed transactions. That's my speculation, but it is what it is. So CAT alone is kind of ambiguous. TX hash needs more development, but big asterisks on my conclusion here. If we can develop TX hash, kind of finish TX hash, get it, that we all agree on what should be hashed by what flags and all of that, it would be harm reduction. I probably should have put that on the slide, but I like TX hash, so maybe I'm biased in putting it the way I did here. The next one I want to mention here is OpVault, because we've talked about it a lot today. And check contract verify is kind of similar to OpVault in the effect that they have. These are great. They help especially bigger holders better protect their stacks. And it may seem weird given how we all want to disambiguate things or disintermediate things, but having big holders like custodians or ASPs or LSPs be better able to secure their funds actually helps everyone. The more secure, we call it economic nodes are in holding their Bitcoin, the better it is for everyone. So, and then of course also bigger holders. I don't know how many folks in here have more than half a Bitcoin, but if you have half a Bitcoin or more, you want to use something like OpVault for your future storage, I would say. But there is this kind of nuance in there that both check contract verify and vault are the first opcodes proposed that directly look across inputs when evaluating. And that's something that is both in code a little bit complex and also in thinking about it. Now, inputs aren't just independent when they're evaluated, which is something different than has ever really been the case in Bitcoin. So some ambiguity there. This is something that Roast Beef has proposed. It's kind of combined a bunch of things. And here I would say that if we take something like L-enhanced and several small opcodes, we add in a couple more small opcodes like cat and tweak add, we again come out unambiguously in a good direction, because this set of building blocks lets you build so many things. Cat and CTV are so complementary. The one downside I would say of cat and CTV is that you can't constrain next outputs cleanly. You have to do something like the opcat caboose that Perfect Vaults uses. But if you add tweak add, you can constrain next outputs cleanly. And so this is kind of where you put these things together, you take the little building blocks piece by piece, you go over one hill at a time, to use Ethan's analogy, and you get something that's really, really, really good. You're clearly moving Bitcoin in a direction that lets more people use Bitcoin more safely and more cheaply. Like it really moves the needle. Then we have kind of the bigger things that are out there right now. These are the last couple I'll talk about. The Script Restoration Project by Rusty Russell, who'll be talking later, kind of one of the headliners of this event, is an amazing future to look forward to. And I look at Script Restoration Project as the beautiful future of Bitcoin, where we bring back the big numbers that were removed in the MISC changes, commit by Satoshi, and everything else that was taken out we bring back, and we add in the things that we know about because of the intervening years. And if we bring all of those things back, we also add in the ability to make certain scripts quantum secure, where nothing else we've talked about brings us any kind of quantum security. If we go all the way to the Script Restoration Project, we do finally get the option of some post-quantum security, because this would have the option of having a new script that can do quantum secure cryptography and an input type, unlike Taproot inputs, that is not itself a key. So what's the downside? It's a lot of work. Rusty is doing a lot of that work because he's amazing, and we'll learn more about that later. So I'm speculating, I'm gonna paint my future picture of Bitcoin here, that we will do some smaller things first that will help to de-risk Great Script Restoration. And then once we've done a lot of the small things that are included in Great Script Restoration, we'll also do the Great Script Restoration, because by then it'll be unambiguously the right direction because we've already de-risked all the other things. But I'm a naive optimist. I want to make that very clear. And then simplicity, or Lisp for Bitcoin. AJ Towns talking about Lisp, and the Blockstream folks talking about simplicity. These are very unclear to me, whether they're going to be long-term beneficial or not. We have this amazing history of securing money on Bitcoin for over a decade. We know how this script system works in that context. And if we were to change the script system, even if it's something that we are like very confident is better, the switchover and what you miss in the switchover, I fear that either of these will have the second system problem, and we'll miss something that was an important property of the existing script system in that move that will have, I would call it maybe a genuine unintended consequence. So I'm unclear on these ones. Oh, I have one more. Increased block size in the future, also unclear. That's it. Any questions? I made it in time to have time for a couple of questions.
Thanks. Regarding the script restoration project, can you briefly explain how things that are not L-enhance and tweak add make those happen?
Can you ask it one more time? How makes it happen?
Yeah. My understanding of script restoration is that it includes does it include TX hash explicitly?
Yeah,
And
so the
you get
top-
the other things through TX hash, is that right?
Yeah. So it explicitly includes CAT and the kind of all the disabled opcodes. It explicitly includes big numbers, and that alone gets you almost everything. And then there is some ambiguity about it whether script restoration itself would include check sig from stack, which is one of the components of lenhance. However, explicitly in script restoration project, TX hash is used as the new sig hash modes. And if you use TX hash as the sig hash modes, you actually don't really need check sig from stack to get almost all the benefits of it because you have a broad option of TX hash modes for your signature checking. So there's some ambiguity as to exactly which things are in there, but because TX hash is chosen as the new sig hash mode, you get all of this built in there. Other questions? All right.
Awesome. Great job.
Thanks,
Thank
y'all.
you. If you do have questions later, you know where to find them. We're going to keep going along. We have more presentations until we do our break later. Next, we have Ryan Dale talking about cat tooling. You got lots of different names for it, so we'll leave it to you. In the meantime, we got about 4 minutes till we'll start the next session. So there's coffee and cookies and things out here. So if you want to grab a refresher, feel free to do that. We're going to start in like 3 minutes or so.
Yeah, it should be fun. There's a website called thispersondoesnotexist.com. It was a person from that. Cool. You're back. I'm going to get started. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Thanks everybody for coming out to talk about tooling after lunch. I know after lunch it's always a little sluggish, so I appreciate Reardon taking the brunt of all that like sleepy energy and waking everybody up. So I want to talk a little bit about dev tooling in a post-covenant world. So we all wake up tomorrow, we have covenants, what now? This is not a talk about OpCat. I'm gonna use OpCat to kind of frame the talk and to give sort of a experience report of what it's looked like as we've been trying to build things on top of OpCat and use that to motivate a discussion about post-covenant tooling. The reason why we're interested in so interested in OpCat is that OpCat is incredibly useful. You've heard about this a couple times already. Very simple opcode. You take two elements on the stack, you stick them together on top of the stack. There's a whole song about it. And you can do lots of useful things with that. AJ Towns has like a POW checker faucet on Signet. You can do big num arithmetic by gluing numbers together. And the thing that a lot of people are really excited about CAT is that you can construct or validate hash data structures. So Merkle trees, which some people have been exploring for things like Stark verifiers, but you can also, through some clever tricks, get the pre-image of a sig hash on the stack and then use that to build out a covenant. So this is not a covenants with cat talk, but I wanted to put one slide in it in case you're unfamiliar. If this is interesting to you and you want all the gory details, I gave a talk at Bitcoin++ in Austin this year. It's recorded. It goes through all of the math. It's super detailed. Check that out. Or also, Andrew Polstra did a series of blog posts a couple years ago that kind of laid the groundwork for that, and it's really good stuff. But the TLDR is that a BIP 341 signature commits to all these fields in the signature. And so if you take all these fields, and some of these are very useful for introspection, things like previous script pub key or outputs or previous amounts. You take all these different fields and you cat all of them together, you do a bunch of hashing, and now you have the S value for a specially constructed Schnorr signature. You call checksig, and if checksig works, then it means that these values must match what's actually in the transaction. So this is a way of getting transaction values onto the stack, and then you can either set them and assert them, or you can assert them by baking them into your script. So that's great. We have CAT. We can do crazy covenant things. We can emulate CTV. We can do things like partially specifying outputs. Let's go build something. How about a vault? I think vaults are a fantastic use case for building covenants because they align really, really well with the kinds of things that Bitcoiners want to use with their Bitcoin. But it's also a really nice kind of hello world for a covenant. It's a useful application that's not like super complicated. You can wrap your head around it because at its core, you can think of a vault as just being a little state machine. So the way to read this is your coins start in this kind of vaulted state. And when you want to withdraw your coins, you commit to where you want to withdraw them to their final target. And that moves your coins into sort of a triggered state. And once they've been in that state for 2 weeks or a month or 6 months or whatever you specify, you can complete the withdrawal by moving those coins to the address that you previously committed to. But the kicker, the thing that makes vaults extra special is that anytime during that waiting period, you can immediately claw the funds back to your vault. So the use case here might be you've got some keys on your phone or your computer or something, and when you want to spend your Bitcoin, there's sort of a waiting period. So if somebody steals your keys, you can get a notification and hit a button and take your money back. This is what you want to do with a vault. There's other applications for things like inheritance, and there's actually a way that you can generalize this state machine to do optimistic challenge response things. But like this is a basic vault. And if we look at this first transaction kind of going from the vault state to the triggered state, this is an easy transaction to imagine. If you think of building a transaction where you have on the input side the funds that are coming from the vault and input to pay fees, and then on the output side, for technical reasons that I'm not going to get into, you kind of send the coins back to that same destination address. And in the second output, you commit to the final destination for those coins. So this is how you set that state that you can carry forward. So if you construct this transaction in your script, the things that you're going to want to validate are things like making sure that the script pub keys match for that first input and first output. You want to validate that this script is running sort of in the right input. You want to validate the amounts, that there's not like a miner who's stealing funds by burning all of your vault funds to fees. and we want to validate that the second output is actually an op return, or is maybe you're sending a dust value to an output or something. Cool, let's go do it. So I actually did write all of this code using Rust Bitcoin earlier in the year, and this is part of it. It's a little bit of an eye test. I'm not going to ask you to read specific lines. The things that I want you to just notice are, one, it's a lot of code. It's a lot of opcodes. When you actually see this script in a transaction, it ends up not being that big because each opcode is 1 byte. But if you notice, there's a lot of comments that have to explain what every single opcode is. And debugging this thing was a nightmare, because what happens is you make this transaction and Bitcoin tells you bad signature, and it turns out that you're missing 1, 2 alt stack, 30 lines down. This isn't all of the code. Here's more of it. And then I had a script fragment that got used in a bunch of transactions. So I was clever and I factored that out into another function, but I had to put this giant comment at the top telling me what the state of the stack had to be before this function runs. So this is now instructions to the human to write your program a specific way, otherwise this script doesn't work. We made a joke about this at 2 weeks ago in TabConf in Atlanta. For the party, we had special Jenga sets made where every single block said opcat on it. So as people were sitting around, they were making giant stacks of opcat, and then the whole thing fell over. Nobody thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious. But surely there has to be a better way. What we'd actually like to do is, instead of writing the code on the left, which is very verbose and expresses each opcode in a way that's just semantically ambiguous, what we really want to be doing is we want to be expressing what are the kinds of checks that we want our script to do in a way that actually matches our model of the application. Bitcoin script is really meant to be a verification language. You're validating that a set of conditions are true for a transaction, so you'd like to be able to model those conditions with higher level building blocks that you can compose together. So in this case, hopefully you can see the slide. We say trigger the vault. You do a source dest script pub key equality check on the 0th input. You check that the input index is 0. You check that the source dest amounts are equal on the 0th index. And then you commit a value of the withdrawal target in this thing called a caboose. Find me afterwards. It's really great. So we're programmers. A lot of us are programmers in this room. We know how to do this. You take common code. You say, I'm not going to type this over and over again. I'm going to wrap it in a function. Easy, right? Not so fast. It turns out there's a lot of things happening here that make it difficult to just wrap this in a function. If you look, all of the bits that are highlighted in blue have to do with data management on the stack. That is, each section of my script here requires some set of data to be in a particular order on the stack before it executes. That means that if I add another opcode, if I decide that some check needs to come before another one, if I find a bug, I just did it wrong, it means that there's a lot of unrelated code that I have to go and update, and it's not obvious which code you have to update or if you did it right. I pointed out earlier that some of this code isn't even for the computer. It's for the poor meat space person who has to deal with all of this. The code that calls this code also has a lot of complexity. Oh, I think we lost the display. You guys don't have to look at this horrible code anymore. Here we go, it's back. There we go. So this also has a lot of complexity. This entire slide is code that's just working on constructing the witness. So if you haven't done a lot of Bitcoin scripting, the witness is sort of like the inputs for your transaction. Not transaction inputs, but like data inputs. And each of these lines are pushing a value into a buffer that becomes the witness. These have to be the correct values in the right place at the right time, or the script is wrong. This ends up really making things even more complicated than it looks, because if I rearrange parts of my script or add an opcode or add a check, I might actually have related code over here in Rust that I also have to change. This brings up a principle that I've just encountered time and time again anytime I've been building tooling or abstractions across a lot of different areas, which is it's really, really helpful to try to separate incidental and domain complexity. So I call incidental complexity the problems that you have to solve because of the tools or the technology that you're using, right? Like I'm trying to build a vault. managing data on the stack isn't really a Vault problem, it's a Bitcoin scripting problem. This is undifferentiated heavy lifting that everybody writing complex Bitcoin scripts has to do, regardless of what the application of that script is. That's different from domain complexity, which is the complexity that comes about from the actual problem that you're solving. And the domain complexity is actually where we want people spending their time looking for bugs, looking for issues, and really, really thinking about how to deliver value to their customers or your users or yourself or whoever you're building this thing for. So when you're building complex scripts, whether it's with OpCat or without it, there's some amount of incidental complexity that just seems to come up. We've talked about it already. You have data management on the stack, which then ends up making things like data dependencies between the logical components of your script really, really hard to pull apart and to reason about and to compose. Witness construction is a related thing. The data dependencies for these logical components in your script end up requiring data from outside the script, and you have to make sure that you marshal all of that in the right way. The result of this is that it's hard to build logical encapsulations or abstractions of reusable bits of script. What you'd like to be able to do is say, I have a blob of script that validates one thing, I'm going to exhaustively test that thing and then know that I can use it with other bits of script. So, the result of this, like the implications for the poor working engineer who has to do this stuff, is that it ends up being very, very difficult to update or change these things. It becomes very, very difficult to reason about correctness, performance, cost, if it works at all. And you end up, as a result, with a lot of just copy pasta between your scripts, which then when you have to update these things causes just cascading suffering across your code base. So again, what we want to do is we want to figure out if there's a way that we can pull out all this incidental complexity and instead spend all of our time thinking about the actual domain that we're writing our scripts over. So we're working on a project. It's called Katana. Everything that we do has some kind of cat pun in it. And Katana is better tooling for happier cat scripts. It's a Rust library, and we're working towards being able to use it in browser with WASM. We have some customers and some users who really want to be able to do that. And what we're trying to do with Katana is build a set of flexible abstractions that give you a high enough level interface to not have to worry about this incidental complexity, but these abstractions are still low level enough that you can pull back the magic and debug things when things go wrong. What this means concretely is there's not a separate build tool or compiler for these things. It's all just Rust code on top of Rust code. So in your IDE, you can control click all the way down to individual opcodes. So there's a number of pieces that come together that we think makes life easier if you're writing complex scripts. The first building block that really we work on, we call a script gadget. And think of this as like a standard interface for a reusable blob of script. So this is like the simplest possible gadget. I'll show a more complicated one in a minute. But the idea is that you have a little fragment of script, and then you declare what you need the stack to look like before and after your script runs. So you can think of this as like, in a static language, you say like, here's what needs to be the inputs and outputs of my function. This is kind of like a script equivalent. And this is like a really small, simple gadget that you can make. You can also build these things up programmatically. So we have some use cases where you have kind of variadic gadgets where they have different numbers of inputs and outputs. And so we build them out programmatically in Rust, and that's like very straightforward to do. Inside these gadgets, for the inputs and outputs, you see these little representations of data that look like functions, and they are functions. We call these selectors, and the way to think about this is like a variable or a symbolic representation of data that needs to end up on the stack somehow. Now, this data can get there because it comes in through the witness. It can be there because it needs to come from a transaction field, like it's a previous script pub key for one of your inputs, or it might be context. Maybe it's previous transaction history because we're looking back at a parent transaction. Maybe it's spend time application data, like you need to marshal a Merkle tree into your script. It could be a constant, it could be a value that's computed somewhere in the middle of your script. It's just sort of a symbolic way to refer to these things, and you'll see why in a minute. And what you'd like to be able to do is take these gadgets and say, okay, each one declares their input and their output. I'm just gonna string them together, just pipe them together one after another, and there's my script. The problem is that you know, you don't get lucky all the time. And sometimes your second script gadget might have different inputs than the outputs of your first one. And so you have to have some glue code or some marshalling code to move things around the stack. So the way that we solve this is, since we have this symbolic representation of what the inputs and outputs of each gadget are, we can build sort of like a virtual memory manager, where before each gadget, we can keep track of where every element is on the stack and automatically insert opcodes to move things around the stack and to rearrange them. A good kind of picture in your head for this is if you imagine that this is the current state of the stack, we draw sort of an index, and we say everything below the index is system memory, and everything above the index is user memory. And the contract, the guarantee that we make with individual gadgets is that when your gadget runs, the user memory will be what you need. It'll be the items that you need in the order that you need them. And between every gadget, we automatically insert the opcodes to marshal things above and below this line, or to move the line itself. So as a developer, this kind of feels like a virtual memory system where you say, hey, I need this variable, and if it's there already, then you use it, and if it's not, the system goes and fetches it for you. But you don't have to worry about that. While we're doing that, like the way that this works is we have to scan through all of the gadgets and keep track of what things are needed for inputs and outputs for all these things. Then we have to insert all these opcodes. While we're doing that, we're also keeping track of what inputs are sort of net new into the script. The reason why this matters is you might have a gadget that has an input that's actually computed from an earlier gadget. So that value kind of comes from inside the script, but then you're gonna have some inputs that can only come from outside the script. Think of like a signature, or maybe you're passing in a value for a specific output. So we keep track of what are the net imports of your script, and we build up what's called a query plan. And the idea is that at spend time, all that you have to do as an application author is build up this thing that we call a transaction context. It contains the transaction that you're trying to spend, but then you can also add some additional contextual information like previous inputs or previous transactions. You might have some user-defined values that really matter for your application. There's some other stuff like we provide a nice abstraction for committing to arbitrary data in op returns in a structured way that's efficient to validate. So we have kind of a nice like key value interface that you can use for that. So you build your transaction context, and then using this query plan that our solver has built, you can efficiently build a witness for any of your tap leaves. So putting all these pieces together, the workflow that you end up with, the way that you use this system as a developer, is you author your script, your business logic, by building or using pre-existing gadgets. Like we have a standard library that we ship, and you can also share these things around. You take these gadgets and you plug them together in a way that makes sense for your application, that is semantically meaningful for your application. And then the system will analyze that, create a plan for how to build witnesses, and will insert all of this virtual memory management glue between each bit of script in your script. This all gets baked, it's serialized, it's hashed, it's stable. You can ship it to mobile wallets, you can burn it in, like it all has to be committed in a tap tree. So once you do this step, it doesn't change anymore. And then at spend time, you pass in some transaction context and it spits out a ready to broadcast transaction. So the things that we're trying to solve here with these abstractions, by having things like these composable script fragments, by having sort of automated memory management of stack elements, and by having sort of automated witness building, is we're trying to remove this incidental complexity. You know, we talked about the first two. There's something that I didn't really go over because it would be a very long talk. We also try to remove some incidental complexity around managing large number of tap leaves, especially if you need to programmatically generate lots and lots of tap leaves. We figure out the efficient ordering and depth in the tap tree for you, and then when you need to spend it, we pull the right one out and build the transaction for you. And we also have been working towards better tooling to make it easier to encapsulate these fragments of script and share them and test them. So off the bat, we've got some hooks for doing like really nice unit testing, where you can take an individual script fragment and run it through a script interpreter, and it'll just tell you if it works. You don't have to build the whole thing out anymore. But we think that this also in the future could provide a really nice sort of bounded surface to do things like automated reasoning, right? So we're looking at things like SAT solvers and different constraint solving systems to be able to prove that certain compositions of your fragments do what you think they will. And we also think there's a lot of promise in generative testing. If anybody's ever done like Quick Check or a similar tool, the idea is that you can generate lots and lots and lots of inputs for a given program based on some parameters and then run them through automatically instead of having to write your own tests. And so we think that these pieces put together kind of get you from the mess on the left to actually writing script like the thing on the right, which is a lot easier to look at and reason about. Looking ahead for this project specifically, some things that we're going to be working on in the future are better optimization in those data dependency solving. So right now, there's some cases that you can run into kind of easily where you end up with like more stack manipulation opcodes than is optimal. It doesn't affect the security of your script or the safety of your script, but it takes more bytes. And if we're known for one thing, it's efficient use of block space. So we'd like to, that was a joke. We'd like to shrink that down a little bit. We'd like to work on static analysis of both individual gadgets and composite scripts. Security is the obvious one, but it's very easy when you're writing big scripts to run into policy limits, and it's also very easy to run into consensus limits. A lot of people don't know that you can only have 1,000 items in the stack. That is a very easy limit to run into if you're doing something really complicated in script. So being able to statically analyze your script and say, oh yeah, this is where you're blowing out this limit would be really useful. We'd love to be able to build some higher level abstractions to make this even nicer for common cases. But something that's very important from like a principle perspective is that these are opt-in abstractions that you can still kind of control-click your way through. Right now, we're using this tool in Anger internally, building out some interesting applications using OpCat. I was hoping to have it open source today, but we're still working on buttoning some stuff up, so it's going to be open source soon. Stay tuned for that. Zooming out a little bit, this is a conference about scaling Bitcoin, upgrading Bitcoin. Why are you all sitting here listening to me talk about like a very specific set of tools for writing cat scripts? Like what is this even about? I think an important part of talking about Covenant specifically, but Bitcoin upgrades generally, is that we need to understand how developers are actually going to use these constructions in practice in order to realize the promise. We've heard a couple times anecdotes about certain upgrades being ready way before the software was, and I think that it's not always obvious how these things are going to be used or if they're usable at all. I think a lot of the conversations that we've had about covenants, and I mean that in like the general sense of either consensus upgrades or just big pre-signed transaction schemes, a lot of those conversations tend to be about things that are technically possible on a whiteboard with zero friction in a vacuum. And I think something that a lot of people have learned is that the gap between something being theoretically possible and something being productizable and in people's hands in a way that they can actually use it is actually a really big gap. And there's a lot of engineering in that gap that has to go into making these things useful for people to use them as money. So I think something that's important to think about and talk about and work on as we're looking at all these different covenant proposals, and I mean covenant in the broadest sense, is how easy or not is it to actually take these things and build real things with them and to actually realize the value. Some of these proposals might actually be more tooling friendly. They might be less tooling friendly. There might be something that's easier to use kind of on its own if you're hand carving script, but is actually very hard to build tooling around. That's something that we should evaluate, because I think as Bitcoin gets bigger, as we get more developers in, we're going to want higher level abstractions. We're going to want to take all that undifferentiated heavy lifting and kick it in a library somewhere, so we want constructions that are tooling friendly. I think that we should also be thinking about what are the trade-offs around operational overhead, data, cost, all these things with some of these, this is not a talk about grinding like SHA-1 and RIPE-MD hashes, but like, it's a consideration. Like not all of these things are actually practical for all use cases. I've been mostly talking about a tool that we've been working on. We've been building this tool to handle our use cases, and then I think and I hope that it'll be generally useful for other people, or that there's going to be one little nugget in there that's useful for somebody else and they go build something better with it. But there's lots of other really, really smart people in this space who have been working on other interesting tools for a while to try to pull complex contract authoring up a level of abstraction and make it easier. So one of them, Jeremy mentioned it earlier, is Sapio. It's a really great system for writing state machines out of CTV trees that has like a really nice Rust DSL. There's a tool called Script. It's an interesting TypeScript DSL that you write Bitcoin contracts in TypeScript. There's a project called the Bitcoin Wildlife Conservatory. I think Wei King might be in the other room, but he's been doing a lot of really amazing work on trying to build a Stark verifier in script using OpCat, and in order to do that, he's had to abstract out a lot of the operations around like Merkle tree validation and lots of math. And recently he added sort of a constraint-based virtual memory system. I haven't dug into all the details, but it looks similar in spirit to what we're trying to accomplish. All these tools are out there. There's more tools that are out there that I probably don't know about. I would encourage everybody who's interested in covenants or who's interested in building big script things, even if they don't use covenants, to check out these tools, play with them, see what you like, see what you don't like, figure out what's ergonomic, give feedback. Everybody loves getting issues on GitHub. Contribute to the ones that you like. I think the only way that we're going to answer these questions is to actually go and try to build things and see what things work and what things don't. Finally, if you like this stuff, and you think that what we're doing is great, or you think what we're doing is terrible, or we're doing it all wrong, or you saw my code and you said, you idiot, why don't you do it this way? That's fantastic because we're hiring. So find me later, I'd love to talk to you. I think we're all out of time, so find me later and I'm happy to answer questions. You got 4 minutes for questions. I have 3 minutes for questions, yeah, cool.
As you were describing the problem with all these code fragments, I thought about Miniscript, which you must have thought about too.
Yep.
So I think you can probably take all of Miniscript and like put it into your framework. It just means fewer opcodes, of course, but you would be dealing with territory that's probably well tested. But how are you thinking about this?
Yeah, so one of the first things that we looked at was like, for our set of problems specifically, and this isn't everybody's problems, this is like, we got to go solve our problems. We're trying to build interesting new products and protocols on top of CAT. Part of the reason why we're trying to do that is to explore, like, I have an idea, I think Ethan has an idea, several people have ideas that there's things that we could do with CAT that would be useful to try out and validate, that can prove out demand or utility for CAT directly or for other opcodes. Like I say that a lot, other people say it a lot, we want to actually see it. So we're trying to build that out. So one of the first things that we looked at doing was, can we put some generalized CAT construction like into Miniscript and just use Miniscript itself? And one of the problems that we ran into very quickly is the power and the curse a little bit with CAT is that it's very useful to do lots of different checks depending on like which fields you want to validate and which things. And we ended up, like when we were trying to figure out how to fit that into Miniscript, it ended up making Miniscript very, very complicated to express those things and still have it work with all of the internal data types for Miniscript and for that grammar. So the approach that we're taking now is we're building something that's sort of, I would say it's more user extensible than Miniscript. But we're trying to ship sort of a standard library that covers all the common cases. So we have sort of standard selectors and a bunch of standard gadgets for kind of doing assertions or checks against like all the normal fields in a transaction. That's like what you want to do with CAT. And something that we have some examples around, they're not like in the standard library, but they're in like an examples directory, is we take a lot of common constructions for things that you would do in Miniscript. So we have like a normal checksig operation. We have like an HTLC type thing, like a bunch of things that people do with Miniscript. And we've like modeled those out in our system to see like, how is this to compose and to live with it. I don't think we have any concrete plans right now for like direct interop with Miniscript, but maybe what would be helpful is like if there's common things that people are that we're using our tooling for, or other people are, maybe those would be interesting new I don't know, verbs or something for Miniscript.
Yeah, I was more thinking about having test coverage for your way of doing it, because I
sure.
get that this is a different tooling for a different purpose, but if you want to sanity check your own tooling, you take the exact things in Miniscript and run the exact same fuzzers against it and make sure you didn't screw something up.
That's a great
But yeah.
that's a great suggestion.
Dan, we'll do yours really quickly, and then this will be the last one. If you could try to answer as quickly as possible, Randall.
Sure.
The conclusion that some of these proposals are easier to make tooling for than others was probably the most interesting thing to me. What's your relative ranking of proposals by ease of making tooling for them?
That's a great question. Like, I should have anticipated that question and come up with like some partial ordering of proposals. I don't have one. I would say something that I've noticed is that the shape of the tooling that you make for like CAT versus CTV ends up being very different tooling, in my experience. Jeremy mentioned earlier that with CTV, what you're really doing is you're building a tree of what are effectively pre-signed transactions, and then CTV takes the interactivity out of that, and you kind of walk backwards up the tree, and then you do a bunch of like hash commitments. So a lot of the CTV tooling is kind of about like, how do we model all of these future transactions and like the fan out in a really like ergonomic way? Whereas the tooling that we've found to be most useful for CAT is abstracting out how do you do like validation or composition of individual things inside of one transaction. So if you saw Jeremy's talk earlier, he kind of talked about programming transactions versus programming script. We found that for CAT, it's easier to build tooling that's programming script, and for CTV, it's easier to build tooling that's programming transactions. I don't have like a strong judgment about which one's better. It's just an observation.
Thank you, Randall.
Thanks.
All right, and up next, we have Paul Shore doing a presentation on Core Untouched. We had them specially designed just for you, Marshall.
Hopefully that works. Okay, great. All right, cool. Yeah, ready? Yeah. If this works, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to talk about this thing, CUSF, which is the solution to all of our current problems. So you're welcome. But it's going to take a little while to give the whole explanation for why it is the solution to all of our problems. I only have 30 minutes, so we're going to do 15 minutes of this kind of background lead up to the problem and about me and the context and the things that I think are important. And then 5 minutes on this thing, and then I do think the Q&A is really where the magic happens, so I think that Q&A is good. I'm going to say some pretty audacious things in this talk, so it's only fair that people get to ask questions about them, but I do have a kind of a long intro slide. So I spoke at all 3 of the first scaling conferences. I was on the program committee for the 4th. This conference is supposed to be continuing in that vein, but what happened after the first 3, or really even the first 2, is that the scaling conferences quickly became pretentious academic junk conferences, so I stopped going. And I think this conference is also in danger of falling into that mold, although there were some good talks. But the other thing is that in December 2013, see, this is actually all important because it's very difficult for you to understand why CUSF is the solution to something unless you understand me and sort of where I'm coming from. So all this is actually important. But back in December 2013, I had this peer-to-peer Oracle prediction market blockchain technology that I called TruthCoin, which was supposed to be a sidechain L2, even back in 2013, which I quickly renamed to BitcoinHiveMind.com, and you can actually go to that site and you can still look at it if you want. I had to rename it because people thought it was an altcoin. But this project basically became Polymarket. In fact, Polymarket is a much worse version of what I produced in 2013. But although I give them tons of credit for executing. But this speaks a little bit to what a lot of this talk is about, which is that we've had a little bit of slow developer action that has translated to billions of dollars per month in lost volume. And so that's part of what I'm trying to get at here. So the reason why this never turned on was because the company Blockstream that planned to deliver on peer-to-peer sidechains, they sort of never actually delivered on that. And so that's this next thing is that after they failed to deliver that technology, I had to do it myself, which began as this essay measuring decentralization from September 2015. And then it later became the Strive Chain blog post, and then it became BIP 300 today, and that's part of what I'm going to talk about in a little while. And then furthermore, I did this presentation in June 2016 called Sidechain Privatization, which basically anticipated not only MEV, but also the more complicated cross-chain MEV. And this led to an invention called blind merge mining in January 2017, which later became BIP 301. And which today would be known as proposer-builder separation. And what this does is it automatically converts all L2 block value, including the transaction fees, any indirect value, DEX arbitrage, whatever. It transforms all of that value into L1 transaction fees. And miners don't even need to look at what is happening on the L2, which is hence the name blind. And then there's more stuff, but it's not really important. So, okay. I have a very different take, which I'm going to explain now on this L2 situation, which is, this is the end game for Bitcoin as I see it. These circles are to scale, which is why I use the monospace font here to get them to scale. But the left circle is, you have to understand what I'm getting at here, which is a little hard to explain, but the left circle is all the transaction fees paid to miners in the year 2022. And the next one over is the fees in 2023, which was the ordinals year. And the third one is back in 2022, all of the fees collected by all altcoins that are not Bitcoin. And then this gigantic circle, all the way on the right, is the value of all the transaction fees paid on Earth in 2022 if they were on Bitcoin. And so this is an estimation that I made. So of course I have to admit that I sort of eyeballed it, but I did look at quite a few things. I looked at the credit card company statistics. I looked at WeChat Pay. I looked at the Federal Reserve. There's a payments study. And I have a huge blog post where I go into the details in writing, which I'm going to reference later in the talk, so you'll be able to look it up if you're interested. But basically, I came up, I looked at like population of the world that is over 14 years old and all this other stuff. So it's basically $6.4 trillion in 2024, trended back to 2022. And then the 10 cents for transaction, because that's very low and it's significantly lower than basically everything else that exists. And it's so low, but you see, once you get to 10 cents, someone can only undercut you by around 9 cents per transaction. And I thought that's probably not enough to get people to switch networks. So that's kind of, I just eyeballed it as the equilibrium fee, but people are free to use whatever numbers. But the point is, it's a huge amount. And the other thing is it doubles in value. It grows at 6.2% a year. It probably goes faster than that. That's the lowest estimate. But it's something like 3 per day per person above. Yeah, this is per year, right? So this doubles every 11 to 12 years. Yes. Okay. So why do I bring this up? Well, okay, the first question is a very important one, which is if Bitcoin took over the world, who would get this giant pile of money? And the current intellectual climate is pushing these non-mined L2s, which would include the Lightning Network, ARC, rollups, Liquid. These are not mined L2s, and by that I mean the transaction fees on the L2, they do not go to the L1 Bitcoin miner. Instead, they go to someone else. They go to the Lightning node that routed the payment, or they go to the LSP, or they go to the ARC SP, or they go to the sequencer, the roll-up sequencer. So the money goes to someone else. And of course, that's kind of rude to the miners, but that's not really why I bring it up. It's really much worse than that. It's actually very, very interesting what will probably happen. And my guess, this is a complete guess on my part, but I don't see how it can be any other way, other than to produce this horrendously unstable situation that will end in a conflict between the L1 and L2 overall, and a huge incentive for miner centralization, and then eventually vertical integration between the L2s and the L1s miners. And then this vertical integration will utterly obliterate the entire L2 security model in the first place. The L2 will end up fully custodial, possibly even miner custodial, and then the value will all become MEV, in fact. I have a little bit more to say about that later. So the reason that let me explain a little bit more about this, which is to say, so the miners get this tiny circle, and then there's this huge circle above going to like the ARC supernode or something. The reason why this is actually important is that the miners have an extreme ability to affect the L2s. Every L2 is vulnerable to 51% attack by L1 miners. For example, the Lightning Network requires an L1 transaction to join the network, and it requires one to leave the network. And the Lightning Network only works at all if you can broadcast justice transactions to L1 whenever you want. And the 51% hash rate group can censor these transactions. And if you don't believe me, here's Rene Picard, who wrote the book, Mastering Lightning. He's saying exactly what I'm saying here. And this is the same for BitVM, where BitVM has like a justice transaction that is basically something like, if someone does something that they would not be allowed to do in the L2, you pull this on L1 and you can slash their bond or whatever. The different L2s are very different from each other, of course, but no matter what the L2 is, the miners can block the entrance and the exit if they can figure out what it is. So there's a little bit of animosity would go a long way. So basically, if we return to this example where you have like something like a Foundry LSP, or Antpool LSP, a Foundry Lightning on one hand, versus the Lightning nodes that are not backed by giant amounts of hash rate, then it would be completely understandable for the actual end user to get nervous about using the non-mined LSPs because they would not be secure. And the HTLC would really do nothing. And eventually the non-mined, the non-miner associated LSPs would go out of business and everyone would use a miner LSP. All of the HTLC stuff would be superfluous and the Lightning security model wouldn't even apply in this case anymore. And the interesting thing is that all of the whole L2 value, the giant sphere or giant circle, that would all become MEV since it would now become mandatory to become a Lightning service provider. It would now, every viable miner would have to become an LSP, and they would have a monopoly as well because it would be very difficult to start a new Lightning company now. And on the flip side, it would be difficult to start a new mining pool. So it would really be some kind of like super MEV. And so the bizarre thing, ironically, the only way to undo the MEV at that point would be to create a mined L2 and then hope that everyone switches to it. And so even if the ones on the left had succeeded, we would end up wishing that they had failed. In other words, the non-mined L2s are not going to work. They may work in the superficial sense of the software not crashing or the software being able to put transactions through for some people. But I think this means that they can never really be big. They can never really be a big success because as soon as they're a big success, they'll never really be this, this huge circle. As soon as they are, miners will think, why am I getting this tiny circle and the LSP is getting this huge circle? We could talk about why the tiny circle will probably stay tiny on L1, but it's a different question. And then miners will think, well, why don't we start our own, mining LSP, Foundry LSP? And then they get into a fight, and it is a battle where one of the sides doesn't have any bullets. So instead, here's my proposal for the mined L2s, which I'm now calling 1313, to doing a math coincidence. But the details are in two blog posts of mine that are very old. I mean, this one is from February 2021. But basically, it's a very small L1 block size that we have already, and then 13 separate L2s distributed amongst users on the planet more or less geographically, each released one at a time as the previous ones fill up. And they start with what is the equivalent of a 13 megabyte block size that grows over time for each of them. And then this is the other one here. This is this post, all the world's transactions, where I talked about the estimates for, how many transactions are actually in the world on a given year. And it has this table. And I have them, if they grow at those rates, and then it converges to a planetary scale by the year 2030, which is 9.8 trillion transactions per year. And so that is this schedule. And this idea, from the end user's point of view, is better than Lightning, which is the viable L2 today, in the following ways. I'm not going to list them all, but I'll list a few, which is like there's no channels, there's no interactivity requirements at all, there's no liquidity problems at all, there's no fee for liquidity as with ARC. You can onboard people directly to L2 without using L1 bytes, and payments don't fail. And of course, 100% of the fees are passed down to miners instead of 0%. It actually has more benefits also. It actually slightly improves miner centralization by allowing faster and smaller cash outs from pools to the end hashers. And furthermore, it does not require any changes to Bitcoin Core at all, but it does require this thing QSIF, which I am going to get to eventually, pretty soon, I hope. So, and on top of that, I love the dev tooling talk. That's great. The software already exists today, so here it is. So we've built it, actually. And it even has a little GUI there up in the top right. So it has a wallet, it has interface. Bitcoin Core, that's the L1 is in the bottom left, and then the L2 thing is in the top right. You can't really see it right now, but this is the new QSIP version, in fact. So now I think I'll have a little to get through what this is. I think it's going to be kind of difficult to understand, but I'm going to try to explain it anyway. So, because some people will think this is such a small idea, it doesn't count as anything, and other people will think this is so drastic an idea that it is. So I don't know which you'll find yourself in, but CUSF stands for Core Untouched Soft Fork, and it threads the needle between these two roadblocks. And one of them is this, which is that Bitcoin Core cannot soft fork anymore. These numbers are from BitMEX research. They are not mine, but I put them in this table. And this is a table of soft forks in Bitcoin's history. And you can see that we used to do one every 2 years or so. And now we do basically zero. I also took the opportunity to look up the time it took to get from the first, concrete mailing list suggestion of the idea to when it was coded and then when it was actually activated. And so you can see SegWit was 20 months and Taproot was 46 months. And I think if you have been paying attention today, you see that there's all these ideas, but everyone has this, every single idea that someone has put forward, that's like someone's least favorite idea. And so there is no actual consensus on anything, and so that is why there's this log jam here. So this is the first roadblock. The second roadblock, though, is that you really cannot just switch away from Bitcoin Core to something else. That's too drastic of a change for a variety of reasons. Like to leave for a completely different client, it might disconnect you from the network, and it might you might wonder who is going to maintain this in the long run. So you can't do that type of thing. There's no way to actually compete with Bitcoin Core with the second client. One reason is that they have these CVEs that are only disclosed to them. They're the only ones who know about these security vulnerabilities, which they sort of must keep secret. And so this is just one reason among many why you cannot write a competing client, basically. And so this solution here is that you keep Bitcoin Core completely unchanged, and you just keep, it's almost like a dependency or something. You just have it there doing its thing, same thing it did before. And then you release a second piece of software that manages the soft fork only. And that is called, that would be the QSEF activator or something. So after Bitcoin Core scans a block, it passes the block to the OpCat activator, for example. It scans the block again, and then if there's any OpCat rule breaking over there, that's the only thing it's scanning for the second time. Then it tells Bitcoin Core to reject the block. And this makes the soft fork, it's much faster, safer, easier to understand. It's safer in particular because it's a little bit more reversible. You don't have to like restart the mining operation. You just add the second piece of software, and then if the second piece of software is low quality, or if it crashes or something, then it's just like not there. The soft fork temporarily deactivates in that situation, but it doesn't have it doesn't have to affect anything that is currently running. I mean, it's a nuanced question, but yeah. And so also, this is a paper here. I stashed it at this site. This is just a site that I grabbed quickly, bip300qsif.com. There's a paper there. You can check it out. This thing, the ordinalization of soft forks, I don't know if that will help people understand or make it more confusing, but like ordinals are like you have the existing thing and then you run a second thing that helps you make more money, and this is similar in that way. So I don't know if it's not exactly the same, but. And we have the software already. I did do it for BIP 300 and 301, and I also did it for OpCat, the BIP 347 version that we heard about earlier today. So the software already exists, and you can fork this software, and you can make a CTV activator or whatever, if you wish. Okay, let's see. Okay, good. Almost 20 minutes exactly. So I think I will do this slide though, which is that, okay, this, in one sense, this is really no different than how any other soft fork would activate, but another way it's very, very different. So it has the same effect as a soft fork. I think one interesting thing about this idea is that most people don't understand what a soft fork is or what it's doing. And as a result, this is like the best way of explaining to someone what a soft fork actually is and why it's, mostly harmless. But it has the same effect, but there's two different software daemons, and there's, it is inefficient in the sense that the computer basically has to do twice as much work as to scan all the blocks a second time. But it's more efficient in the sense of humans because we don't have to get a pull request through Bitcoin Core because they do not want to do any controversial pull request ever. And as you can see, it's very easy to just manufacture controversy even about things that are objectively harmless. So I think I will sneak this last one in here. So again, so just to get it into 3 bullet points, I think the idea is miners run this, to scale Bitcoin, miners run this BIP 300 QSIF activator. Bitcoin Core continues to do nothing, which they're very good at that, so. And then once 51% hash rate is running it, then this will activate. It will only activate for as long as they are running it. And then, of course, regular people can run the activator with their own node also to do that, to validate the rules, which would be the full node in that case. And then the miners activate these mined L2s, and they collect money from them, and then Bitcoin has scalability, privacy, et cetera. And I have to compare this to, the alternative plan is to take the same people who for years have been overly optimistic about the viability of Lightning, and then wait for them to finish ARC or whatever, or some other thing where there's not even dev tooling for it yet, which is going to be way worse for the end user, and it's more complicated and more expensive. And it may not work at all, and then such that even if it did work, the miners won't get any money, which will lead to this conflict that I mentioned before, and then that will lead to this total collapse of the original security model anyway. And then all of that is, even if it takes too long for us to actually finish this, Bitcoin might be replaced by something else, because we can go very slow for a long time, but until we actually have, if it's possible to get 8 billion users of a certain coin, and then other people are trying to do that as quickly as possible, and we don't, then that doesn't look great for us. So I think, I have tons of extra slides, and I have even more stuff, but I think the questions are far more important. So if you don't ask any questions, I will do random slides.
Portland, and then we'll go to yours.
You can maybe just yell it out. I can repeat it.
Okay, so my question is with the QSIP
Yes.
implementation, what about the fragility of having an additional client working through the RPC, connecting the Bitcoin Core to then validate blocks after they come in to make sure that any rules that invalidated? Couldn't that create scenarios where essentially you as a miner are kind of switching your validation logic on and off depending on if the program is working properly? That's the point. Okay. You don't have to restart the whole server. You just have to restart the second.
Yes, the question, if people didn't hear it.
Goes down, right? All of a sudden, anybody can spend, okay,
There's Very good question. It's a very good question. The question was, I think, if I heard it correctly, was doesn't this, we have now a second P, instead of it all being in one Bitcoin core, you have it in a few things. If one crashes and the other people's don't and some people's on, then won't there be inconsistently enforced rules and then maybe there will be like a fork or something. So yeah, so the key thing to keep in mind about that is that is accurate, but that is actually true of every soft fork. It's just this implementation. So I think in a sense you're right that how it is implemented may affect whether or not the implementation is reliable. But I think that the bigger issue is like, okay, let's think about it a little bit more like this. The new soft fork is just, this is not like something where you're going to keep releasing a new version every 3 months. This activator will just do like the opcat 15 lines of code, and so it will be like a finished product. So it was kind of like, it will probably, it'll either crash at first or it'll be a finished project, I think. I don't know if that answers I know this is a very new kind of weird thing.
To rephrase that question as a comment, and then I'll make it a question, I guess.
Right.
This is a terrible idea to have a separate piece of software, especially if it's something like Python, because if you do succeed in getting the soft fork activated, then that Python code with whatever subtle bugs it has becomes consensus, and somebody like Bitcoin Core will have to then re-implement it in C++ and make it permanent. But kind of what I would suggest here is if you want to activate a soft fork this way, just make a patch of Bitcoin Core. And yes, your pull request might never get merged, but you can always just release your own Bitcoin Core version that says like, this is identical to Bitcoin Core version v.29.0 with only this new opcode
The
added.
reason
And
why
you
that
can,
will not work is because of the rebasing. You have to constantly rebase.
yeah, rebasing an opcode is not that hard though.
No, I disagree.
I think if you can't do that,
Is Jeremy Rubin in here to ask? Yeah.
no,
Well,
I would say that if you can do that,
I refuse
you should not
to
be doing
accept
soft
this
forks.
critique.
But
The rebasing is like an endless vampiric draw on whoever wants to do something new. And we need to this is the issue. The issue is that the existing thing doesn't work. So, and the other thing is, I had this in extra slides. I know I'm like scamming people now with I said I would do questions. But like, I read this paper, which is a very cool paper. I read it on the train ride up here. But it has all this new, and this is what we've been hearing a lot today about like, should we adopt the soft fork and like twiddling little, it's like, I don't know, we're changing the temperature on the faucet or something a little bit. But to me, this is a matter of life or death. Either we aggressively pursue innovation and adoption as quickly as possible, or we will probably eventually be replaced by something that does. So this is like a cheap alarmist thing, but I don't really see it this way of like, do this, do that, or whatever. I just think like this is like a huge mistake and a huge risk for no reason. And so we need something that actually works to draw in people like Jeremy. He can't be up here making a slide that says, I've been doing CTV for the last 800 years and nothing has happened. And then now later on, we decide, oh, covenants are great. Jeremy was talking about covenants like whatever, like in 2016 or something. And now everyone has decided, we can't wait. We have to do something where there's the risk. This is the whole point of this idea, is it concentrates the risk in the new software, and it does not, it has no interaction with the existing software. We cannot have people forced to explain it to Bitcoin Core, because people in Bitcoin Core, no offense, they don't get it.
But you're describing two separate problems here, right? One is to get a change through that you want, and maybe not everybody in Bitcoin Core wants it. And the second is implementing that change. So the first part, like if people don't want it, that's one discussion. But if you implement it in Python, which it sounds like what you're doing,
no, it's not in Python at all. It's in Rust.
Fine, you implement it in Rust. But the point is that change is going to be there for eternity if it succeeds. And so somebody will have to execute that Rust code for eternity.
It necessarily should be. I actually think we should be a little more experimental with the soft forks. They don't need to be there for eternity, because imagine if the soft fork crashes and is abandoned, then all it means is that the soft fork deactivates, and anyone who tried to use it loses money. But that's no different than the way the Lightning Network worked for like 5-6 years, where it was like in a state of being half completed, and people would lose money all the time. Yeah.
Okay. Clearly very fruitful for discussion. A lot of questions, but I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on to the next one. So sorry, Marshall. Sorry. Trey. Sorry, anyone else who has any questions. But if you do, grill Paul out in the hallway over there or in the conference room on floor 14. Also, there's coffee out there now for anyone who needs a little bit of a pickup. But with that, thank you, Paul. Appreciate your thoughts. And for our next talk, we have Taj Dryja talking about scaling L1 Bitcoin. And on the workshop track, we have an Op Vault demo with Sean Ryan. So if that's of interest, head over there.
Yeah, Paul to the principal's office. There is coffee and cookies and snacks outside. And if you do want to continue the conversation, Paul, that's literally the reason we're having this conference, is to talk about what Paul was just bringing up. So feel free to grab coffee. This conversation also might be a little interesting. So I'd say stick around. But if you are going to have a conversation, step outside the glass, please, so we can all hear inside here.
Hi, everyone. I will try to go quickly. Oh, I put the wrong date. Also, I got something stuck in my eye, so I'm sorry if I'm sort of like, whatever. Okay, so I'm going to talk about scaling L1, which is, it was great to sit through some of the other talks and like there's a lot of overlap, which is good because it's like, oh, we sort of agree on things. But also, I'll try to like run through the parts that if you've been in this room since this morning, you're like, yeah, someone else already talked about that for 5 minutes. So hi, I'm Taj Dryja. I work on Lightning Network, discrete log contracts, UTXO. Worked at MIT with Neha, I think she's out there. Still live around here, so if people live around here, let's hang out. I got a Noster. I don't know. I don't really use it, but it's sort of like a GPG key, but people might actually use this thing. So the first question, and this is something a lot of other people have been saying, like, okay, what's Bitcoin for? Like, I think Paul just said, like, oh, this doesn't work. And I'm like, well, works for some people, doesn't work for you. Like, like we don't really have consensus on what this whole thing is for, right? Who even decides what Bitcoin's for? Like Satoshi? And Satoshi clearly was unclear, right? It's like, yeah, we're talking about vending machines and like micropayments and like, oh yeah, you can totally do all these things. But then he's also talking about, banks must be trusted. And it's in the same line, right? It's like this sort of, and the Fed, well, shouldn't say, no, this isn't the Fed, this is Fidelity. But like this sort of like hodler, we're gonna take over the world. And then right after, it's like, oh, the massive overhead makes micropayments impossible. So it's like, wait, so are you trying to like replace the dollar in gold, or are you trying to make micropayments? Or I guess both. So it's not really clear, right? So the use case number one is number go up, and people have said this. And people like that. People talk about this. This is a big thing. Use case number two, I guess, is whatever this is. I don't really know. It would have been really cool if we could get like KC to this thing or something. I don't know, what do people do with this LARP vesting? It feels like some kind of gamified investing thing. I don't know. But this is not necessarily what I expected getting into Bitcoin, 10 plus years ago. But maybe we shouldn't be surprised, right? Like this sort of, the number go up actually makes a lot of sense, right? There's tons of people that have very restricted access to good investments and way to preserve wealth. But generally they have ways to buy things at the store, right? So if you're in, I don't know, Venezuela, like, well, probably you can like buy things at the store. It's not the transactional problem. It's not that like, oh, my transaction fees are very high for dealing with this cash. It's this cash decays very quickly. It's worth much less in a week than it is now. That's the problem everyone has. I don't really know of any country where people are like, yeah, there's no inflation. We have like 1% inflation. That's fine. It's just when you go to the store, they tack on these 50% fees for using cash or credit cards or any bank transfers, right? Like I've never heard of that, right? Like where the bank transfers are like a huge part. Somewhat remittance. That was sort of an argument a long time ago, but not really. So, Sure. There are use cases, but it does, and so like that was sort of the thinking in the beginning. But it's like it makes sense that this is why people use this, right? Also, Gresham's law, which is the law that like bad money drives out good, or good money drives out bad. Anyway, I have very much experienced this. So I was at SatsConf last year, and it was really fun. and they didn't have free bottles of water, which like you gotta have, it's hot there. And they're like, you can buy bottles of water with, Lightning Network. And I'm like, that's cool. I like Lightning Network, but can I use this trash cash instead? Because like I have these Brazilian whatever bills. I'm never gonna use this again. Like I don't want this stuff. Can I just give you this instead? Like I value Satoshis way more than whatever other currency. And like, yes, you can, rebuy, you can spend Bitcoin and rebuy it. But at that point, is this really an efficient system? I don't know. So there is definitely I kind of want to spend my dollars and euros and Brazilian whatevers and get stuff rather than spending my Bitcoin. I kind of want to keep the Bitcoin. And so we've seen this as well, right? And then use case 2, similarly, although less so in the United States, where I guess at some point they just decided like YOLO. But yeah, gambling is generally pretty restricted in different countries, some more or less. But so it shouldn't be too surprising that like Satoshi Dice was the first sort of spam event, and everyone's like freaking out about that. Yeah, you can gamble in a sort of less trusted, lower overhead or lower vigorous way than you could before, and so people use that. Anyway, so a lot of this is about layer 2s, and I guess Lightning Network is sort of the first layer 2. I remember, came up with the name Lightning Network, and we're working on it. And then there was a conference like, is this a layer 2? And I'm like, what does that mean? I guess, so depending on your definition, sure, it's a layer 2. And it's great for scaling payments, right? You make one on-chain transaction to start a channel, one to close it, and in between, you can sort of do whatever. I mean, with restrictions, certainly. But it's not really so useful for savings, right? If you just want to sit on Bitcoin and have the number go up, Lightning isn't that useful. I mean, it's sort of, that was actually one of the things I think Lightning got popular to some extent, because a lot of people are like, oh, routing fees, right? I have Bitcoin. I want more Bitcoin, but like, what do? I want a return on investment. I want a Bitcoin denominated return investment. So I'm going to run a Lightning node and route payments and get a sort of interest rate based on that. And I was like, guys, you're not going. Don't think that this is going to happen. And I think at this point now people are like, oh yeah, it's not going to happen. But initially there was a lot of excitement there, and so people start running nodes and doing all this stuff so that they can get routing fees, and you're not really going to get that. But yeah, so in general, it's great for payments. It's not so great for savings. And then there's all these stuff that people have talked about in much better detail and understand much better than I do about rollups and state chains and all these different L2 ideas and covenants and all this stuff. But if the goal is you etch or weld or whatever your BIP39 seed phrase onto some titanium plate and you bury it in your backyard and you wait 10 years, then yeah, none of these are that useful, right? Like to some wait, oh shoot, I messed up the slides. To some extent, coin pools is. And to some extent, OpCTV, like yeah, you could sort of share a UTXO, maybe in a way that you're not interacting at all. You don't pay attention for years. But if other people do leave this sort of grouping, that's not just unilateral exit, but it's sort of like you don't pay attention and other people exit, and you're totally fine. Which Lightning definitely doesn't have. You need like watchtowers. You need to pay attention. Arc doesn't. A lot of these things. So maybe OpCTV and the UTXO, which I work on, does sort of seem to help. It's not really an L2. Maybe OpCTV is not really an L2, but some of these do help. But yeah, most of these other projects aren't really tailored towards the titanium plate or memorize a seed phrase and just keep it for years. And the other thing that's kind of funny is thinking about this, like BIP39 seems to be in some ways the BIP with like the best product market fit, right? Like that was not made by Satoshi. That was not made, I don't think, by core devs. And what is, Bitcoin's official position on BIP39? So apparently it is unanimously discouraged for implementation. And I so I actually was going through this like this morning, and I'm like, why? Who? It's just Luke Jr. I don't know where this comes from. It's just a pull request, just a merge where it just like says that about like 20 different BIPs. And then like this spring, HAO 101 just like deletes the links to every implementation of BIP39 from the BIP. And I don't know what. Anyway, like, but that's the thing. Like a lot of people don't like it. It's not supported in Bitcoin Core. I don't know, but it's weird, like, right? Like, I understand, yes, there are problems with bit 39, and it could have maybe been better, but like that ship sailed. This was well over 10 years ago, and it's sort of ubiquitous, right? And it's people love it, people use it. So it's tricky, right? It's like you sort of have to some extent work on the thing people want to use, and there's a huge gap, right? Like there's tons of developers that really like these projects, and they're so cool, elliptic curve tricks and all these awesome things, and I do this as well. And then you look and you're like, yeah, no, users don't like it. You know, Satoshi himself, you know, he's like, okay, trying to make this anonymous, and the addresses change every time. And like, I think the first GPU application was Vanity Gen, where it's like, okay, you got this amazing new anonymous system, and people are like, how can I put my name on the address? How can I do even more proof of work that does not does not secure the network at all, but puts my name in the address? And so that's what you get. So yeah, it's tricky. The other, and then you think of this as like increased variance. So it seems that for some, the price volatility of Bitcoin is a big problem, right? Like a lot of people are like, well, I can't use Bitcoin because the price just goes all over the place, right? It goes up, it goes down. I need a stable coin, right? And so there's this giant, I don't know, sketchy industry of stable coins. But then other people are like, no, it's too low. This is what? This goes up or down 6% in a day. Is this, you know, volatility for ants? And so then they get runes, and I don't know what they're doing there. But like clearly it's to ramp up volatility. And I've totally seen, I remember with Satoshi Dice, you would see mining pools, because it was also the mining pools would Vanity Gen their addresses for their Coinbase transactions. And then you would see payout transactions from that, from the actual individual miners running their, you know, GPUs at home. This is, you know, 2012 or whatever. And then immediately send to Satoshi Dice and lose all their money, or double it. And so it's like, okay, so you join the biggest pool you can to reduce your variance, and then you immediately ramp up your variance at Satoshi Dice. I'm missing something here. Can we do cut through or so? Anyway, so I don't really get runes. I don't know if other people are like much more in the ecosystem, because clearly there's an ecosystem and there's like people talking about this, and it sort of feels like it's over my head because I can like click on mempool.space and I'm like, okay, but how did they know to all mine this right now? But yeah, it seems to pay most of the fees right now. I mean, this is like literally, I was making these slides and looking in the last couple days. But yeah, this was last night. This is the first one I looked, and it's a rune that is, I'm not going to repeat in polite company. But if you want, you can look up this block height and see it. It's not that obscene, but anyway. And then the next block, or a few blocks before or later, it was one called Rainbow Tech, apparently. And they're not paying much, right? They're paying 2 sat per VByte to get all these op returns, but it's about half the transaction data in the block, something like that. And then if you look early this morning, you know, you see I guess miners like this, but probably they're somewhat uneasy about these kinds of things where, you know, I have a run of 2 sat per VByte average transaction fees for a couple hours, and then, oh, boom, 160. And then it dies in a few minutes, right? So 20 minutes later, it's over. This one was called Bitcoin Audio Workstation BAO. But yeah, how do they know? Like, there's definitely some Telegram channels. You know how? So are people communicating? So like, okay, because this, yeah. So that part I understand. Like this was, I don't put it in the slides, but what do you call it? Mint. No, Mint is making new ones, but Etch was actually several hours prior. And so people just look and they're like, we like the name, so let's all.
So it's that. There's Telegram,
yeah.
And a lot of Discord, Twitter, and then also there's now point-and-click minting sites that you connect a browser wallet to.
And they show you which things are minting now and what the progress is. So when you see something that's almost full, then you want to go mint that because
pile in. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's somewhat on-chain communication, and then there's also things. So yeah, I mean, this is, I don't know if you guys remember coingen.io. It was Blue Matt's website that like made new altcoins. I was like, dude, that's $1 billion blockchain technology idea, and he sold it for nothing. But yeah. Anyway, so there's this, and so then you're thinking of like scaling and L1 and all these things. What do runes mean for scaling? It sort of feels like you don't need any L1 scaling, right? It sort of feels like, well, we don't have fee pressure. This is just people fooling around. And like, yes, to some extent, it's like, hey, this is what people like. This is product market fit. People want this for Bitcoin. Maybe we should make a soft fork to make runes better. But it's like, I think that's a pretty hard sell. I think even the people having fun with runes sort of treat it as like we're having fun, right? And aren't too broken up about it if fees increase. That sort of makes them worth more in some ways because hey, I got in early and I got all these runes before it was too hard to mint them. But yeah, so looking at L1, like this is sort of the hard part. If in fact the goal is okay, we want a lot more people to have UTXOs, and we want a lot more people to be able to, just store their Bitcoin for years without touching it, which I think is a reasonable thing. Like we're in Fidelity. I'm like, oh, I have a Fidelity regular ETF, not a Bitcoin one, and I haven't touched it for 3 or 4 years. It just it goes up. First it went down, then it went up. It's called F0X. I thought that was a cool Nintendo 64 game, so I bought that that ETF. And but that's a total normal like economic whatever financial use case where people are like, well, I have some savings, and fiat currency sucks and degrades all the time. So I'll in my case, I have Bitcoin as well, but I'm like, well, you never know. What if Bitcoin dies? So like I'll have some of this market index fund thing, and it goes up relative to the dollars because dollars suck. But yeah, so there's 2 reasons, and like we already argued about block size a lot. But one thing that like sort of didn't seem to get talked about enough is that there's 2 very distinct, and maybe there's more, but to me there's 2 very big distinct reasons to like have a block size limit, right? And one is technical and one is economic. And the technical one is probably the most talked about, or was. I mean, that's what I get to in a few slides. No one talks about this anymore, right? But although today is really cool because people sort of are hinting at it. But yeah, on a technical level, and we can see this. Unfortunately, I was sort of hoping with like Bitcoin Cash or SV or those kind of places that we'd get to see like, okay, so what happens if you actually do make 32 megabyte blocks? Like, does level DV fall over? Does the peer-to-peer layer fall over? Like, what breaks? Or maybe nothing breaks and it sort of works. But we never saw that, right? Because Bitcoin Cash.
BSV nodes are impossible to
Okay,
see.
BSV. But it's all op return. There's like
and that was impossible to see.
Yeah, it's okay to some extent, right? But even then, there was no real usage, right? It was all like made up, and it was mostly op returns, and so there's no real pressure on the UTXO set. And
we got to see that the lower bound worst case was already enough to fail.
Okay, sure. Bitcoin Cash much less so. I think they have like 10, 20 kilobyte blocks or something.
I think they were the 32 megabytes, which is
right, 32 megabytes, but they never
because no one's using it.
Yeah, no one uses it, so it's really like 32 kilobytes. So it's like, okay, well, we don't learn anything much there. But this was, definitely the thing to talk about. And to some extent, what's interesting is Ethereum is looking at this right now. So if you look at Ethereum, there are a lot of problems, and they're aware of them. They're like, oh, should we reduce? Should we increase? Gas, and they really sort of try to thread that line.
That's not very true, though.
About Ethereum?
I mean, yeah, like they have been improving the syncing time basically the syncing time today is faster than it was like 3 years ago.
Okay, well, I will say I was unable to sync an Ethereum. I tried for a couple weeks.
It's like it takes on the MacBook Pro roughly a week and a half.
I don't think it's possible on a MacBook Pro.
I did it.
What kind of SSD do you have?
Literally MacBook Pro 2021.
What SSD?
It was my old computer, but it was like a regular, nothing special. If
recently?
I'm
very sure you actually synced it, because there's multiple nodes.
Because as far as I know,
archive node. You need Ethereum, like people compare it to archive node. Just mean like keep the intermediate state. That doesn't mean much in Ethereum because it's the account that you.
Ethereum doesn't validate historical history in some sync modes. It's not comparable to
Okay, well, I don't want to go too much in Ethereum because you can definitely talk about Ethereum all day. Anyway, it's an interesting thing where it is hard to scale, and they're sort of pushing this, and it's interesting to look at. But yeah, so there are technical limits, right? You don't want to make it too big because then you can't IBD, you can't serve the people trying to IBD. Hard to propagate, hard to mine, hard to verify. If you can't verify the whole 21 million thing, that's a huge problem. But the technical limits are all sort of could someday just disappear. What if tomorrow someone's like, hey, I got this computer we found some amazing new technology, and it's just 100 times faster chips and 100 times faster SSDs and network, and it's just boom, like, wow, we thought Moore's Law was over, but it's not, and we just have way better computers. It's possible. I mean, it doesn't seem too likely, but we have, you know, if you look at Bitcoin, that was 2008, 2009. Computers are a lot better. Like you can buy a really cheap, junky computer, an IBD Bitcoin core in like a couple hours on a less than $100 computer you buy on eBay. And I've done this a bunch. And so like, that's great, but it also is sort of saying like, maybe that does open up a little bit of you know, reducing the technical limitations. And also that's sort of why I work on UTXO. It does seem to like really help address some of the technical limitations for larger UTXO sets. And then there's the economic part, which people talked about as well in the discussion, but they sort of get conflated, it seems. And like, I hope we can, you know, see that these are separate, where it's like, if blocks are too big, maybe there's no fees, right? We saw this for the first couple of years of Bitcoin. Why bother paying a fee? You can just not pay a fee, and you know, blocks are mostly empty. Eventually, there's no new coins, and so then you get real big messes, where there's a couple papers about, yeah, you have these sort of reorg attacks and stuff if there's no real fee pressure. And you also get it from volatile fees, which we don't see today, which is good, but like you totally could. So back here, like it would make sense for SBI Crypto to maybe try to reorg out Foundry USA's block right there. They didn't, which is cool, but there's definitely times where, you know, you're like, there was a lot of fees back there, and then now I'm down to very little fees. Like I could, you know, fork out the last one.
SBI is so small, they wouldn't be able to probably do that.
Okay, well, yeah. So, but anyway, there's papers. There's a paper from Princeton folks about. It's not a great paper. Bitcoin is unstable without the block reward or whatever. And then I actually was working with some MIT students about this kind of research last year. But yeah, there can definitely be problems with you know, no fees in the future. And so, but the problem with that is like, does our current block size limit help and fix this economic problem? Like, no, who knows, right? It could totally be that, you know, in a few decades, it's like, yeah, we have really good scaling solutions and there's no fee pressure. And so there's reorgs all the time. So you don't want to scale too well, I guess, right? And that's another thing that potentially could be thwarted by technology. I don't think this is nearly as likely as a much better computer. But what if someone comes out with some amazing new cryptographic thing? I think this is impossible, but it's like, hey, look, I can securely prove erasure of private data. Like, that seems impossible. And it's like, oh yeah, well, you don't need Lightning Network. You just don't need Bitcoin. Like you can just say, look, we split all the UTXOs into little pieces, and then to transfer it, I just give you the private key and prove that I deleted the private key. And well, why make transactions anymore? Why, like, it sort of kills Bitcoin. But, yeah, so yeah, I don't think these are going to happen, but it's sort of, again, like, who knows? But the don't scale too well, it's something that doesn't seem that crazy, right? Whereas like, what if we have a lot of these really good scaling solutions and you have like very little pressure on layer one, where yeah, people don't need a 1 mega VB of transactions to do all the things they're trying to do, because we have all these cool things with Lightning and Arc and L2, LN symmetry, whatever, like, you know, all these cool things. That could be a worry. But so I guess what I'm saying is that the economic worries aren't really solved either way. So I don't think this is a reason to not change the block size or not talk about the block size, because it's like, well, we don't know if maybe it has to get smaller. Who knows? So the other thing is, like, this is not news, right? Like, we know all this. Like, a lot of the people here are like, yes, we've talked about this. It was the first comment on Bitcoin ever, right? So we very, very much need such a system. But the way I understand your proposal, it does not seem to scale the required size. That was the first reply to Satoshi about Bitcoin. And then, like, there was a lot more discussion about this. And I know, like, Greg Maxwell, like people later brought this up, and he's like, no, I wasn't making a roadmap or whatever. And so it's like super controversial. But like, yeah, he was like, look, this will be critically important long term. And so there's tons of talk about this. And there was lots of cool research about like how to use the difficulty adjustments. You know, so like, okay, you can make a bigger block, but it needs to be more difficult, and like these different feedback mechanisms and soft forks and sporks and all this cool stuff that was going on like during block size wartime, where it was cool, but it was also not cool, right? Like, why do people not discuss this? Well, you don't want to Bitcoin bounty on your head, right? I mean, that guy's dead now. Not Sipa, the other guy. So hopefully that's not happening anymore. But yeah, people don't want to deal with 2016 again. It was rough, right? I don't want to deal with that. Like, I mostly stayed out of it, but not really. But yeah, it's most people working on this stuff are not in it for the drama. And anyway, as you see with the ordinals and runes, it seems like there's no real need now. So we're not really talking about this, but it's cool because we sort of are. But can we, right? So I think it's starting that maybe we can, right? It's been a decade since I remember talking to Gavin Anderson, and he was like, going to change the block size to 20 megabytes. And I was actually with Joseph Poon, who I wrote the Lightning Network paper with, and we were having lunch or something in San Francisco, and we sort of looked at each other. And we're like, does this guy think he's in charge of Bitcoin? Like, that's not how it works, But I think Kevin, maybe to some extent, was used to that at that point and thought he could do this. Anyway, so that sort of kicked it off, but it was going to happen no matter what. And I think the other thing is there's a lot of sort of PTSD, and there's Bitcoin Cash and all this other stuff. But I think hopefully we can ignore that, right? In that, like, if we let this drama and all the silly ideas stop discussion of that entire topic, that sort of means it was a viable social attack, right? It's like, okay, we propose some crazy thing, and then everyone's like, that's crazy, that's stupid, and like, we're never talking about that. And it's like, okay, we just cut off like an entire area of research through this sort of social attack. And so I hope we can like talk about it and not talk about those other things. Unfortunately, too, because like, yeah, it doesn't really give us much insight other than like, yeah, if you do BSV gigamegs, I don't know, gigamegs, then that obviously doesn't work. But that, we didn't really need them to tell us that. Okay, so like just, super back of the envelope. If you assume there's no increase, no soft forks, like nothing changes and no one comes up with something super great, and say people are moving UTXOs like every 2 years, because all they're doing is like hodling, and like half that block space is output space ish. So you get like a billion, that's like that other people have been talking about this today. You're in the range of like a billion users, maybe. But that's very limited usage, and this is somewhat optimistic, but maybe a billion. But what I'm saying here, like, that is like, wait, that's really worth it, right? I don't think that's depressing. It's like, if that's what you get, like if that's, Bitcoin only scales to a billion people being able to hold, a non-confiscatable, non-inflatable money, that is completely worth working on. So I'm totally okay with working on Bitcoin, even if we don't get any more soft forks, right? That could change the world. Like, it's already starting to, right? Or kind of is. Although, yeah, you don't know it from like being in this room, but like, it's also like, wait, it's worth like 1.5 trillion or something. There's millions of people using it. It's like, yeah, it's a big deal. It's totally worth working on. And so that's, and this is absolutely what Read and Code was talking about, and Portland Hodl, and these are very much of the same topic. Maybe improving that is not worth breaking it, right? So you really have to worry these risks where this is, if you don't touch it, it's still really cool. It's definitely not worth contentious soft forks to me. And I'm happy to keep working on it without any change. But it could be worth changing, right? And I know that, people argue about this, it's not worth it, but like L1 increases are multiplicative, right? The whole idea of these L2s is they sort of build off the L1, and they become these sort of force multipliers on it. With Lightning and Arc and all these things, it's like, yeah, you do need to make these on-chain transactions, and you sort of get this like, okay, I have this like sort of 10x multiplier, 20x multiplier. So if people are saying, oh, like a 4x increase in L1 or 2x increase in L1 isn't worth it, it's like, that doesn't move the needle. I think it is, right? Because that gets that multiplier. Even a small L1 increase could do it. Also, it just seems like we're so close, right? You're like, oh, a billion. Well, you 10x that and you're all set, because you're not going to 100 billion human. I mean, if we do interplanetary, there's a whole other bunch of forks we need to do. Mining doesn't work between planets and stuff. But it just sort of feels like IPv4, we're like, oh, like, it's so hard to switch to IPv6. I don't know, I've never had IPv6 addresses. If you just had like 34-bit addresses and 14-bit ports, we'd have had everyone covered. And then we'd never have to it was like, oh, it's like 2 bits off, So like, maybe it is worth looking at this. Sorry. Yeah, so I'm finishing up. Going forward, like I'm not writing a BIP and saying, oh, we need to hard fork, or I'm not going to do any of that stuff. But I do think hopefully we can talk about this again. And I think it's, it gets the mailing list sort of closed, and then there's a new one, and there's Delving Bitcoin, and this conference is really cool because it is sort of people starting to talk about this kind of stuff again, where like extension blocks, how do you make soft forks, how do you like reduce the impact, all these cool things. A lot of those cool ideas were being talked about a lot, but that was 7 years ago, 6, 7 years ago. And I think we can do that again. Like maybe the PTSD is sort of worn off, and we can be like, okay, so actually, how's this going to work? And I'm really hopeful for that. So yes, thanks. I'm also thankful for this conference because we are talking about this really stuff that like we didn't for years, and so it's like actually really optimistic for me. So thanks, and then we can definitely continue this and many other discussions. The venerated Bitcoin research tradition of yelling about game theory and abstract algebra at loud bars, which we always do.
Okay, that was great. We don't really have time for questions, so sorry. Again, as always, bar, back alley, you can scream at each other on the street. This is Boston after all, people love it. And speaking of screaming, for our next talk, we have Ethereum Mev Mind Maze with the Ethereum Mev Mind Maze with Robert Miller. And what's up? It's a different one.
Yeah, we're hard forking you out.
I just got rugged.
We are actually doing Rusty Russell Great Script Restoration. So he is going to be popping on the screen here. He is zooming in from Australia.
Rugged me.
So sorry, calling even rugged. Give us a second as we get this going. He's on the screen. There's coffee, snacks, stuff right out there. We're doing this, and then we're going to take a break and have Bitscript do their educational program for us for a little bit, and then we'll do panels. And yes, we have a bar for yelling at.
go. The
Did
great
that work?
script duration. Yeah, we can see it. We can see
Okay.
it and we can hear you now. I'm going to
Great.
give the microphone back to Colin and Will and take it from there. Okay, you're good to go, Rusty. Thank you for joining us.
That was a quick intro. Okay. I am so sorry I couldn't be halfway around the world to join you. Yeah, getting to Boston and back on the weekend was not something that I could commit to. But I did have to, be here in spirit at least, or present something. So here's what it's going to look like. All right. We're going to talk about assumed knowledge. I'm going to race through that pretty fast. And so you can leave during that point if you go, I do not have any of that assumed knowledge. We're going to talk about choosing size limits. We're going to talk about choosing time limits. We're going to go into the details, by which I'm going to throw a few URLs at you for further reading. And then we're going to talk about all the things to do beyond what has been done. Okay, so here's your assumed knowledge. Bitcoin has a stack-based scripting language inside it. Much of this was truncated in 2010 as a result of a CVE discovering its unfathomed power, I guess. So the resulting half script severely limits the expressibility of what you can do with your programmable money. And undoing it, restoring the 2010 script things, particularly OpCat, but a few others could actually do this, would give you back some covenant ability, although terribly badly. Okay, so that's my kind of assumed knowledge. I assume that we all are familiar with that. If not, you've heard it now. So let's look at the limits in 0.3.0 back in 2010. This is not quite true, but it's pretty close. You had add, you had multiply, you had cat, which everyone loves, concatenating two things together. You had invert, you had left shift. You had individual stack elements, and none of these really had any limits. I mean, there were actual limits, but no reasonable limits, and that was part of the problem, right? You could write a script that would consume, infinite resources. So Satoshi went through 0.3.1 was released, and a whole heap of things got cut down. Op-add in particular got cut down to 4 bytes, 31 bits for you, or 32 bits with a sign bit. Multiply basically got cut down to 0. It's called op-drop now. Cat, invert, left shift. I mean, they all got, I put 0 here because they were all eliminated entirely. And the stack element size of 520 bytes was introduced. So you can't have more than 520 bytes in the stack. And any opcode that could make it bigger had been disabled anyway. So if we're looking at this, right, what would we want? Right, we can solve for Bitcoin. We would like some of that back. What are some good numbers? Well, arithmetic. It'd be nice to have more than 31 bits of arithmetic, particularly if you own more than 21 Bitcoin and you want to write a covenant or something. It would be nice to have full 64 bits. People suggested this. We should have some 64-bit opcodes. It'd be good to have mole back. When we look at that, there are a couple of problems, just starting there. I mean, I personally have been through 16-bit, 32-bit, and 64-bit computing. So when you tell me, no, the 64 bits is going to be enough forever, we're good. I color me a little bit skeptical, particularly when it comes to multiply, because you multiply, of course, two 64-bit numbers, you get a 128-bit number. So it's not entirely clear to me that just going, well, let's go from 4 to 8 is enough. And the other problem that you have then is, what do you do on overflow, right? What if you do go more than, your 8 bytes, your 8 bits, yes, your 8 bytes, your 64 bits. What happens if you go over? What happens if you multiply two numbers? What happens to go over? The element solution to this is to push two things on the stack. You push the result, but you also push a flag to say whether it succeeded or not. That seems really awkward because it basically means almost everyone will immediately follow every math operation with like a op verify or something. So when we look then at like cat, that 520 byte limit, for example, to move on to that one, starts to seem particularly limiting. That's because if you're using it to construct scripts, cat itself makes scripts more interesting. So you're actually much more likely than you are today to go, 520 bytes is actually not that much script. I want to do something longer. And so in general, in fact, I'm quite suspicious of arbitrary limits if we can avoid them. 520 bytes itself was an arbitrary limit, for example. So the right answer from an engineering point of view is big enough to do what you need to do, right? Enough in this case could arguably be one transaction worth. And how big is that? Well, that's less than 4 megabytes. So that kind of seems like a natural limit, right? Not so much an introduced one. That's a lot more than 520 bytes. But is it reasonable? Well, 4 megabytes isn't much these days, right? Nobody is within 4 megabytes of their Bitcoin D failing to process blocks. But we're allowed 1,000 stack elements. And 4 gigabytes is not so obviously reasonable to demand of Bitcoin block processing. So a reasonable compromise on top of this is to go, okay, well, in a stack-based language, you need to duplicate things to do anything. That's kind of how it works. So you can have a total of 8 megabytes on stack. And any individual element could be 4 megabytes, right? So happy engineers, right? We've increased the limits, restored the opcodes. Memory consumption is still very, very reasonable, peaking at like 12 megabytes-ish per block. Okay, great. Well, once you do this and you start looking at this, a new concern emerges, right? How slow can things get, right? Let's look at the obvious case, like SHA-256. Hashing 520 bytes on the machine that I'm presenting on now takes about 590 nanoseconds, right? So we don't worry about it too much. But hashing 4 megabytes on my laptop takes about 3.74 milliseconds, which is great. We've obviously optimized SHA-256 a lot. We do a lot of hashing in Bitcoin. But when you start to realize that in a block you could have to do perhaps within enough scripting, almost 1 million of those, that number starts to look pretty big. Up-mul is even worse. If we multiply 2 megabyte numbers, hitting our stack limit of 4 megabytes, and we use like a fairly simplistic implementation of schoolbook multiplication, that takes 163 seconds on my laptop. Okay. Now, that is a fairly simplistic implementation. So if you look at a serious library that does multiplication, for example, libgmp, it does it in 55 milliseconds, which is proof that magic exists and wizards live among us. But even if we were happy pulling that in or re-implementing libgmp to do all the multiplication cases, it still doesn't solve the problem that we could have to be forced to do almost 1 million of these in a block, right? So what do? Well, we already kind of have this issue in Bitcoin today, right? We have op-checksig, which can be computationally expensive. And the solution for this is basically to have a SIGOPS budget based on weight. So the question then becomes, okay, can we use a similar thing for these other ops that could be slow, right? For things that can take huge variable length data on the stack. Okay. So this is what I call var ops, because I'm not good at naming things. And I have kind of 4 idealized goals that you would want from such a thing, right? Firstly, it constrains the worst case to no slower than it is today, right? And not some exotic slower, but some reasonable, if your machine's this fast, it's not going to get worse. It should be simple. I mean, simple is relative, but that's always a goal, that the system should be as simple as possible. Real code should provably never hit the limit. Now, this works really well for op-checksig, for example, because for every 50 bytes plus of witness data, you get another checksig, right? Plus, you always get one anyway. And it's pretty easy to show mathematically that if you're using normal signatures and doing normal things, you can't hit the limit, right? And that's not going to happen. And it's future-proof, right? We shouldn't be too embarrassed in a generation by anything that we implement here. Okay, so let's start with something fairly simple, no slower than the worst case today. I chose for my benchmark of like how slow a machine is, the time that it takes to do 80,000 Schnorr signature checks, not the hashing, just the signature checks. That is the theoretical upper limit of how many sig checks you would have to do in a block today. And here are the numbers, right? The Raspberry Pi 3 clocking in at 26.7 seconds to validate that. The Pi 5, obviously faster. My laptop, features in here again, just under 5 seconds. And my 3-year-old build machine comes in at 2.5 seconds. So there's kind of our benchmark upper bounds, right? We don't want to make it any slower than that. Okay. Oh, I was supposed to flash those in one at a time, so you got the early preview. There we go. Okay. So there's our benchmark. Now simple, well, there are various forms of simple, right? But one simple win is in fact to switch to unsigned numbers. Signed numbers, which are inherited from the use of OpenSSL's big num library, were mixed quite badly when you've got variable length numbers with a sign bit and bit operations and things like that. The intersection of those is pretty poor. In particular, you end up with a -0 value, which is kind of fun. So then you go, well, what do you do if you subtract and you underflow? Well, you simply make it fail, because usually that's not what you want. And you can always check beforehand if you want to do something else. Divide, of course, should fail on divide by 0. Add and multiply don't really fail, because they don't use any more, they don't use any more stack space. But of course, they can go over 4 megabytes. So if your individual goes over 4 megabytes, because you could have 8 megabytes to start with, you could fail that way. And of course, we define arithmetic ops to trim zeros. Trim zeros at the end, because we're little endian here. So a little bit counterintuitive. Okay, now I'm going to quote from the draft BIP, for example, that basically every opcode can be expressed, is most naturally expressed, and is implemented pretty much today as a linear pass across data, right? So it makes sense to cost it, and that's what we're here for. Based on the stack inputs, or occasionally the outputs, things like left shift, obviously. What matters more is how big the output is, because we're moving the whole thing down. And so we make some assumptions that allocations and manipulating the stack vector itself, adding a new element to the stack vector and stuff, is in the noise. It's kind of constant-ish time. And we assume that you're doing a simple linear thing. Now, you can get faster than this. There's nothing wrong, and it says this in the BIP. If you want to go faster than this, that's great, as long as you don't make the worst case worse. That's fine. And my second BIP quote basically tells you how we cost things. I spent a long time benchmarking things, had a whole heap of different theories, but in practice, it came down to 3 things. Some operations are basically pretty fast, very well optimized. Comparing bytes, copying bytes, and zeroing bytes. And so I went, right, they're worth 1. They cost you 1 budget per byte. Hashing, most expensive, SHA-256. 10 units per byte. And everything else is defined as a slow op, right? Which is 2 units per byte. Okay, so let's take some examples. Let's look at opt-up, right? Well, that's a copy. So 1 var op per byte. Op-invert, well, it's a slow operation. You got to go through and do some, pull everything into a register, do something, tweak it back out. 2 vars per byte. Op-sub, similar, slow, 2 vars per byte. Op-add, okay. It's slow, so you have to do it. But then there's a case where you overflow, right? And if you overflow, you may go, oh, we don't actually have room for this number anymore. We got to reallocate and make a copy. So that's actually 3 var ops per byte. Op-or is slow, and op-or really only has to do the shorter operand, because if you're oring a long thing with a short thing, then the tail of the long thing doesn't change at all. So you've only got to go through the short thing. So it's twice the the length of the shorter operand. Now op-and is different. You've got to go through both of them, and then you got to zero out the rest if one of them is shorter than the other. But zeroing's fast, and it turns out that works out to the sum of the operand lengths for your costs. Okay, so we've described how you use budget, but what should our budget be? What's a reasonable number, right? Well, we said we've got our worst case numbers. So we take our various platforms. We go, cool, let's measure how long it takes to do one of these fast ops, one of these slow ops, one of these hashes. Choose the most expensive, right? What does it really suck at? Cool. Take that case and go, well, how many of those operations could you do in the same time as that machine can do 80,000 SIG-ops, which is our ceiling, right? And then divide that by 4 million to go, there's your budget per byte. Okay, and when we do this, we get numbers like this, my pi 3. And just to be fair, I went only down to the Pi 3, not to the Pi 2, because it's a 64-bit machine. The Pi 3 is small and nasty enough that you can't actually compile Bitcoin Core on the Pi 3. Had to compile it on the Pi 5 and copy the binaries across, right? It is right at the bottom end. But it managed a VirOps budget per byte of 6,415, which is not too bad. Pi 5, much higher budget. My laptop, similarly, 11,000. My build machine, 87,000. But remember, that didn't have much budget because it was really fast at hashing, right? So it only had 2.5 seconds to do that. Okay, cool. So we should take these numbers and go, well, okay, there's some reasonable consistency across there, and we should be even more conservative. So my draft answer is every byte of weight of the transaction gives you 5,200 VirOps budget. Okay. Which brings us to the next thing. This idea that you want to show that you'll never hit the limit and have some convincing arguments for why you never hit the limit. Well, 5,200 means that an OP-SHA-256 opcode itself can pay for hashing 520 bytes, right? Because it's 10 VirOps per byte. So that, off the bat, being the most expensive opcode already, shows that you can't exhaust the budget if you stick to current stack sizes, right? There's just no way. Okay. So that's nice, right? Things are not going to get worse from that point of view. It's not going to get more restrictive. Well, let's look at something more complicated, op-mul, right? This is the cost for op-mul because it does multiple passes. You end up with a number like this. If you want to do a 64-bit number multiply, so you push a number on the stack, call op-mul, you can pay for almost 1040 bytes in just the op-mul itself, not the number that you push, which gives you even more. So you can multiply some pretty big numbers without ever having to worry about budget. Opdiv, similar, opmod. The answer is 127 bytes. You end up with this formula. You go, cool. The opdiv itself, the weight of the actual operand, will give you a 127 byte divide by a 64-bit number. So that's pretty good. So it does turn out it's actually really hard to hit these limits, right? So I wrote a quick tool that, given a script, will tell you what limit could you hit, and you go, cool. What happens if you give it op-add, right? This is in the repository, and it goes worst case if you feed it. The thing is that the bigger witness budget you give it, the bigger witness thing you give it, the higher its budget gets too. So you feed it a 4 megabyte input, which of course can't actually happen, but that's our nominal ceiling. It still only uses like 0.05% of its budget that it gets. Op-mul does. You could feed two things into op-mul, and the cost of the op-mul climbs faster than the extra budget you gain from having bigger things as your inputs. So that tops out about 10,000. But if you're trying to op-mul by some random, 64-bit value, right? You can't find something big enough. You can't exhaust your budget on that one. So if you're multiplying by any fixed size, and even, I tried to give it a push that was big enough to use up the budget, and there you can see me producing 10,000 byte pushed and op-mul, and that gets close. That gets 95%. So yeah, if you're multiplying things by 10,000 byte values, then yeah, you're going to be able to hit the budget. Now this tool doesn't fully evaluate, but it does actually overestimate costs in a number of cases. But you can take a given script and reasonably prove that it cannot go over budget with that. Okay. Okay, so I haven't managed to prove that you can't hit the limit, but I can say that you probably won't hit the limit in reasonable cases. And for given scripts, you can certainly show that that you're good. Okay, now future proof. Okay. Well, it's tempting to count on improvements and make the budget extremely optimistic, but my experience so far shows me that this is basically being unnecessary. Sure, computers will get faster, I assume, but as long as they don't get slower, these limits are pretty good. And of course, we could optimize things. We could totally make things better. And in a future software, potentially we go, cool, actually, we way overcharge for this because it turns out everyone's doing it this way and that's way more efficient. That's great. But we simply don't have to. The budget's really, really high. Okay. Unfortunately, in a half-hour presentation, I don't have a huge amount of time to step through exact things. But I love conference-driven development. Last week, I spent polishing my draft BIP and hacking up my hacked Bitcoin D, which just interprets what it calls Taproot v2 and enforces the limits and has a pile of benchmarking code in there. So there is stuff to do. Okay, but there is a whole pile of further work. Right? I've done a lot of benchmarking and figured out something that I think is a reasonable model for how we can do operations. But you know, I implemented all those new opcodes. We should probably we should test them, right? We should check they work as expected. We should some of the existing opcodes were modified slightly. That should also be checked. For example, actually, I'll get to that in a second. And of course, lots of test vectors, right? You want to write a BIP, you got to have a lot of test vectors. This will fail, this will work, this limit will be this, right? Code review, always good. C++ is a fun language. In particular, there are a number of cases where we were transparently and not to my eyes, obviously, copying things on the stack internally. Now, that doesn't matter when you got 520 bytes, but when you start throwing around 4 megabytes at a time, you know, internal copies in C++ code can start to really add up. It was confusing some of my benchmarking work for a while before I realized that actually, because I was benchmarking the interpreter itself, and it was in fact doing copies of stack elements unnecessarily. So, you know, finding unexpected stack copies is kind of a sport. Certainly there would be a way to modify the code to actually flag those if they happen, but I have not done that. And of course, BIP review, all right? There's a whole pile of things in the BIP that have been left for people to bike shed, right? Should we charge for all pushes? We currently, certain opcodes that care say, hey, you charge for this, but we don't charge, for example, you know, we don't charge for pushing a true or false value on the stack in many opcodes, right? Should we? For consistency, should we got every stack operation, we'll charge you 1 for this or something. That's something we could certainly bike shed. You know, should we roll SIGOPS into VAROPS, right? We have the SIGOPS limit. We could just express that as VAROPS limit and be done. I have not done that in my practice implementation, but the BIP says that we should. Maybe we should. Maybe they already exist. It's fine. And of course, the big one: how does this fit with any other proposals, right? How does this fit with introspection opcodes? If you have this, what do you do with your introspection and all those things? And there's a whole rabbit hole there that I'm not even going to touch. Of course, deployment. What other opcodes? What other things should go in with it, right? What makes sense? I said you're going to get covenants badly. Might as well do them well, right? Do we want op-checksync from stack? I think everyone loves op-checksync from stack. Probably. You know, the checksync we deserve, perhaps. You know, if we want to make Merkle trees, we probably want some kind of ability to do a tweak add. And for nasty reasons involving the fact we're little endian and the Merkle compares are big endian effectively, we would probably want up byte reverse to make that possible, or make it easy. So, you know, there's a whole pile of other things that we might want. And what does it actually look like? Is this BTC1Z? That would be the next Bech32 letter. Do we do 33 byte pub keys? Do we return to those? Do we get rid of 32 byte pub keys? Do we remove the requirement to have an explicit key? This is one of my things. I think there are a number of cases where that useless key could just be implied, and we could not have to do that. So, you know, if you really are, it's a script. It's obvious it's a script. You're always going to know it's a script. I think that space savings become important, and I think that might be nice to have. Of course, benchmarking is really good. I mean, worst case in various machines, I did benchmark a whole pile of different variants trying to find out, you know, exactly what bit patterns were slowest for add and stuff like that. Can you find a machine that sucks worse than my Pi 3? That's a good question. And importantly, the critical one for this is, can you find any cases which perform worse than expected? We've got a fair bit of headroom in there, but you know, it's worth going through that and going, hey, I can prove that that all these ops perform in line with or far better than we expect from the model. Okay, and I have tried to leave like a 1 minute at least for questions if there are any.
Any questions? We got 2 questions.
Did you say, thanks for your talk, by the way. Did you say that you wanted to make a Taproot version, SegWit version 2? Why not just TapScript version N?
No, I left that absolutely open to bike shedding. We totally could do it either way. All right. It depends what other changes we want to roll in.
And one more. Oh, actually, same question.
Same
Great,
question,
Rusty.
okay. Great.
Thank you for your time. We're going to actually try to keep you on the stream, and we're going to have you on the panel in about 15 minutes. For now, everyone can go take a break, and then we're going to have Bitscript doing a little educational thing in between. So if you want to stay comfy, feel free to listen to that. There's coffee and snacks outside, and then we have our 2 panels to close out the day before we go and argue at a bar. Rusty, if you can hear me, we'd love to keep you on the stream. And if you want to take a break, obviously, as well. And then we're going to get the panel going. In terms of the panel,
Bitscript, which is a Bitcoin development environment and a suite of Bitcoin tools that I've sort of have built out along with my team while doing a lot of contract work for Bitcoin and Bitcoin L2 companies. And I will say, really interesting that I'm going right after Rusty and his great script restoration project, because this is the complete opposite, where there is no required knowledge here. And so if you have no idea what script is, you've never heard about it, you've never seen it, thank you for sticking around. This is what we're going to cover now. So the basics of script for those who haven't seen it. Today we're going to go over what it is, how you use it, what's the syntax, the common tools such as the opcodes and common scripts, and some example scripts that you guys will be able to write. Also, whenever I switch over to the website that you'll be seeing the script sandbox, feel free to pull out your laptop and follow along. You'll be able to do exactly what I'm doing on screen as well. Cool. So what exactly is script? Well, script is a programming language within transactions that moves Bitcoin around. More specifically and more accurately, script is the cryptographic instructions that transfers ownership of UTXOs or parts of UTXO from one public key to the other. This happens by concatenating 2 different scripts, one from the sender and one from the receiver. Typically, these 2 scripts are known as script pub key, the lock script, and script sig, the unlock script. And I will say, if any point in time, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand. Don't wait till the end. I'm not sure if I'm going to have time to do that. So if I see anything confusing or incorrect, because there's a lot of the seniors out there, please feel free to yell at me too. So script is really, really simply an array of bytes, or that's how it's formatted. So if you're used to coming from Python, JavaScript, any other programming language, this is going to look very, very drastic from what you've seen before. And that is why a lot of people have a hard time sort of understanding script or making the jump from, again, maybe Python, maybe JavaScript, or even Rust, and then jumping to script. Okay, so it's an array of bytes. And every item within script is either an opcode or it's data that's pushed to the stack. Yeah, data that's pushed to the stack. And here you can see in this first instance, we have 0x20, and we have data that's being pushed. Everything here is in hexadecimal, so when you guys see 020, what you're really seeing is, hey, we're about to push 32 bytes of data to the stack. Okay, so what the hell is a stack? A stack is a structure that follows a last in, first out life cycle. And basically, data and opcodes are pushed to the stack one at a time. And as the stack is filled up, any operation that is pushed in grabs elements or pops elements out of the stack to perform calculations on them or computations. And ultimately, this is how nodes verify that a transaction is valid. Because again, we concatenate the script sig, the script pub key, and we go through the script executing one item at a time. And if at the end, the stack has a single item with 1 byte, then that is considered a valid transaction by the network. Cool. So what opcodes are there in script? Well, there's a few high-level categories: cryptography, the flow of opcodes within, math, push, and obviously things to do with the stack. So here we're going to go over a few of the common opcodes in each category. These should each give you an idea of the basic kind of opcodes found. So starting on the left, we have the cryptography ones, anything that has to do with op check sig or hashing. We can go into those. I know Rusty just talked about how expensive op check sig is. Flow opcodes obviously have to do with conditionals, how you manage the flow inside. There are if-then statements, there is and, there's or, there are all these logical statements that you're used to in other programming languages. They also exist in script, but obviously they're a little bit weird to deal with. Obviously we have math opcodes, op add, op equal, op max, and you guys did hear about the ones that were removed, such as op multiply that was there at one point in time. And as you saw from the previous slide, whenever you want to push data to the stack, you first have to tell the stack the size of the data you're going to push. So there's a good category of opcodes that are specifically just for preparing the stack to push data to it. And then last but not least, this part is not key to just Bitcoin, but in any programming language, when you're dealing with a stack data structure, there's a very good chance you're going to have a handful of these functions built in, such as the depth of the stack, the ability to duplicate, the ability to swap out the top and the second highest item in the stack, etc. And all these opcodes are obviously used together along with public keys, along with transactions as the message and signatures to verify transactions. And then common scripts. Most of these are scripts that you guys are familiar with or have heard of. On the left side, we have legacy. On the right side, we have SegWit, and obviously we have Taproot, which is a different version of SegWit as well. And so again, all of these common scripts are what you guys see in classic transactions. If you go to mempool, if you go to any block explorer, you'll recognize some of these words. In today's agenda, again, by the end of the day, I'm going to show you guys the full script for a pay-to-public key hash transaction, in which we'll load the SIG script that unlocked it, the lock script, and we'll see how it executes one item at a time until it leaves with a value of 1. Okay, so this is the very, very first simple example we'll look at. And if you guys see, we're going to add 2 numbers, and we're going to start reading this array of bytes from left to right. So again, whenever we start, it's either going to be an opcode or we're going to push something to the stack. In this instance, 01 is not an opcode, so we know that we're about to push 1 byte to the stack. Next slide, we move one over. We know we're going to push one byte to the stack. What data are we pushing? Well, we're actually going to push the number 1 to the stack. So that's why we have 01, 01 again. Since we pushed one item to the stack now, we need to tell the stack, hey, we're going to push another item to the stack. This time, we're telling it it's not going to be 1 byte, it's going to be 2 bytes. And so we now know, or the compiler now knows, to go 2 bytes over because we're now to interpret 2 bytes over because now we're going to see what they are. And if you guys are going to see later, these 2 bytes actually are the number 1000. And then last but not least, since we already pushed the byte, again, we have to tell the stack, okay, the next item, we're not pushing anymore. Now we're actually going to do an operation. 0x93 is the operation of op-add, as you guys will see. And this is how you would successfully add 2 numbers using the scripting language in Bitcoin. So now, again, anyone that has a laptop, feel free to follow along. I'm going to show you guys using a script sandbox that I wrote on bitscript.app, that exact same script of, okay, we're going to add 2 different numbers, and we're going to do it 1 step at a time. So first, type in the number 1. And one of the cool parts about this IDE that we wrote is whenever you write in data, it actually prepends that op push. So right there, when I wrote the number 1, you guys saw that it popped in op push 1 right before. So we want to add 1 and let's say 1000. If you press enter again, you will see that it now loads op push 2, because we're going to push 2 bytes of data. And then we typed in the number 1000, which it's going to push to the stack. And if you guys look to the right, it's actually already pushing those items to the stack. We see the 1 that was pushed in first, and then 1000. And so now we can go ahead and run some operation on these. So let's say we wanted to do something simple. Again, op-add. And if you go ahead and type that in, you would see that this is successfully going to consume both of the items in the stack. It's going to add them, and it's going to return 1001. So this is a really, really, really basic example of how the scripting language works. Again, next, I'm going to show you guys some more common opcodes so we can work our way to pay to public key hash. So let's start again. Now we're going to do, let's say, 1. I think I wanted to cover, okay, dupe hash 160 and equal verify. Okay. So let's go ahead and do 1. If we wanted to duplicate, which again, Rusty also mentioned, whenever you do anything with script, you almost always have to duplicate. As you would imagine, typing in that opcode takes in whatever is the topmost element in the stack and duplicates it. So here we're going to have 1. Duplicated, it's going to spit back out 1. And then we're going to do op. I'm going to show you guys the difference between op equal and then op equal verify, because they are a little bit different. So op equal obviously checks if things are equal, and if they are, it returns a value of 1 to the stack. So here we're going to see should return 1. Cool. Op equal verify, however, if it's accurate, if the values are true, it actually doesn't return anything. But if it fails, it would panic and exit the stack. So see here, it consumed both of those number 1s. It cleared the stack. Now there's nothing left in the stack. Last but not least, again, I want to show you guys one of the hashing ones. So let's go ahead and do op hash 160. So here we're going to duplicate 1. We're going to hash it, and we're going to get back a hash value. And if you hover over it, you will also be able to see the full value of it, as well as different formats of it. Actually, I don't think that's exactly right. No, it's not right. I need to fix that. Okay, cool. And so now from there, I want to show you guys, we've now seen a really basic script of adding 2 numbers. I've shown you guys a couple different opcodes, but how does this tie all the way back into Bitcoin? So Here, I'm gonna first pull up just a random transaction or like one of the example transactions I have on our deserializer, which again, if you're technical and you know that Bitcoin is written in hex like this, but you don't know how we go from this to all the data you see in a block explorer, check out this transaction deserializer because it highlights exactly that. You can go byte by byte and see exactly what every part in the transaction actually means. So like a signature, op push, etc. Okay, so I'm gonna take this transaction ID. I'm gonna go back to the script sandbox because again, I wanna end this by showing you guys exactly how script is executed in a transaction. And then this specific transaction has one script sig that was public here when it was confirmed. So we're gonna explore that. And then I'm gonna see if I can pause this. Okay. Cool, so at the top left there, you can actually see the comments for unlock script / script sig. As you can see, there's 2 items in there. I'm curious, does anyone want to take a guess what those 2 items are? At the first top 2 items, I'll push 71 and I'll push 33. Yes, the first one's a signature, that's right. That's right. The second one is a pub key because it's 33 bytes. Yes. Cool. So we loaded a signature, a pub key, and then we also fetched the UTXO that was locked and pulled the pub key script from that. So you guys can see op dupe, op hash 160, op push 20, some hex, some hash, equal verify, and then finally check sig. And again, we know this is a valid transaction, so we expect that at the very end when this is executed, on the stack, there should be a single value of 1. And so if we go ahead and execute this, I might have to refresh if the animation doesn't restart. No, I think we're good. Cool. So as you see, we're first stepping through, we're pushing the signature, we're pushing the pub key. We're going to go ahead and obviously duplicate that pub key because we want to make sure that they're equal. We want to hash 160 that pub key because again, this is a pay to public key hash function. We're going to push that value, and then we're going to check that the hash of both of those public keys is equal. And again, we're using equal verify, which means that if they're true, it's going to drop both of those items from the stack. It is. Finally, we step into op check sig, and we see that there's a final value of 0x01 left in the stack, again, indicating that this was indeed a valid transaction confirmed by a node. Cool, so I think that's actually a pretty good place to stop here for you guys that are on break. I'm just gonna show off one little thing here for the people who are interested in OpCat. We are trying to write in all the experimental opcodes in here, but it is very, very hard to get some of them working. Obviously, OpCat is one of the simplest, but we can go ahead and see that this should work. And then obviously, when this works, you'll see in the stack remaining, hello world as one string. Prepare to push 5 bytes. It's going to concatenate both of them now. And then if we hover over it, we see hexadecimals, but if we hover over it, we can indeed see that that format would translate back to hello world. Thank you. Curious, any questions before I go ahead and wrap this up? Again, this website is free. Anyone can visit it, bitscript.app. It's a labor of love that I made because I realized I couldn't find these tools for myself. But yeah, any questions or any feedback? Thank you. Thank you. Deeply appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so that's one key thing I have is I'm really big on design, and I just think that the design for dev tools in Bitcoin is not there yet, and I want to help with that. So thank you. Anyone else? No, we'll wrap it up.
Awesome. Okay, so the link to the app is actually in the Telegram chat. So if you want to go check it out, you can find it there.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna do the panel here in a couple minutes. We're gonna go grab the
Rusty's back in his
panelists.
chair. Okay, so if you're on the next panel, this is the activation panel. We're talking about BIP8, BIP9.
Oh, sweet, he's got a
how
copy.
miners are involved with soft forks. Should they be involved with soft?
Fun. Having some backstreet brawls, disagreements over all these different scaling proposals and whatnot. But okay, so as Will said, the title of this panel is Activation and Other Scary Words. And so to kick it off, I want to ask our panelists, we'll start with you, Jay, then move down to Peter, and then we'll get you and Rusty. Thanks for joining, by the way. This is awesome. It's like, like the face of God looking down on everyone. Why is activation so damn scary?
I don't know if it's scary or hard. I think one of the powerful things about Bitcoin is that it's so many things to so many people. And as the number of users of Bitcoin has grown, I think we've seen a lot of different ideas about what Bitcoin is and what it could be. And so I think activation of soft forks and hard forks is always, as developers, we know that it's tenuous and, oh man, we might break something and we're gonna have to revert, and it gets more difficult to make these changes the larger the user base is, the larger and more complicated the application is. And I think, Paul's talk earlier today, he highlighted like the pace of soft fork activation. We see it going down. I think that's just a symptom of maturing the tech. And that means that any future changes are going to be fought against harder as more people are involved, more complexity is there. This is not me saying I don't think we need to have some changes, but I think that fear and trepidation leads to the difficulty of activation and why people are hesitant to do it. I think there's also a big divide between users and developers that, there's a lot of neat things that we can do with the code. Is that what users really want? And demonstrating that is very difficult in a free and open source environment in which anyone can say anything about it. And there's no one user in control. There's no single product manager to give us a roadmap. And it's kind of a winding answer, but it's complex, and complex things are scary.
Well, I'd say it's very simple. Activation is scary because it might not happen.
So that's scary for all whom, like the developers who refined these upgrades and pushed for them, or scary for users who are going to be poor because it doesn't work?
I've been responsible for Bitcoin software, check, block, and verify. And in that particular case, I think it was reasonably well accepted that we certainly were going to activate check, block, and verify. The only question was, at exact what moment would the rules go kick in? And it was something which was dead simple. It was clear, it was useful, and there was consensus. I mean, that's the simple thing about it. Like everyone, for basically realized, yeah, that's a good idea. And this is why the activation mechanism for check, lock, time, verify was just to use at the time existing software mechanism of you bump the version number in blocks, and you say that when a certain percentage of blocks have enforced this rule, well, basically speaking, it turns on. The rules are slightly more complex than that, but that's basically true. And what's notable about that activation mechanism is there's no fallback. Like once you've released a version of Bitcoin Core that does this, it's not really clear how the hell do you turn this off? Because you kind of assume people will be running old versions of Bitcoin Core. And if they have that activation logic and it's clearly not happened, well, now you kind of got to tell people, well, you better stop running that because
maybe at some point this version number is going to be used for a different software. Of course, then the flip side of that is when you have an activation mechanism that has an expiry time, well, now you get into more politics where you're really saying, well, actually, no, maybe it's just miners who really do this. They're not just approving it, like they get a vote. And that brings up all kinds of complex political questions. Like I said, activation is scary because it might not happen. And our understanding of what consensus, there was to make something turn on might not be there.
Rusty?
Yeah, change is hard. Change is scary and active, and we make it hard to change and activating software to change. But yeah, what they said pretty much, I think they covered it really well.
So I keep coming back to, we talked about CTV earlier today, right? A lot of people had problems with the way that Jeremy advocated for it right after Taproot. He was going to some of these mining pools and asking them if they would support it, assuming that there was a client out. And it turned a lot of people off. As far as I can tell, outside of the whitelist argument for, or I should say blacklisting, certain transactions, and if with CTV, there's this scare that governments could go to exchanges and say that you can only spend to these addresses. I think that's kind of a bunk argument, because if that's your fear, if the coins are already in an exchange, then the government already has a choke point, so that doesn't really matter.
It's a bunk argument because CTV isn't a recursive covenant.
Okay,
that's a key reason why it's bunk argument.
So, but that argument aside, as far as I could tell, a lot of the arguments again. Oh, sorry, Rusty. Do you?
Well, it's a bunk argument because that's not how you do it, right? you use multi-sig, right? Blockstream have a product that does this, right? So you just co-sign everything, and then you've got control. Using covenants to do this is like the stupidest. Some kind of only in some weird ass acid trip would you ever use covenants for this, right? You would do it using existing tech.
On this.
Okay, I'm glad that we're addressing that, but this is actually somewhat tangential to my question.
Both of us agree that for CTV, it's a bunk argument because it's just not that type of covenant. We do not agree on whether or not multi-sig is the way to go. And I don't think there's consensus in the dev community or wider community that that nuance is correct.
And this somewhat proves my point, because there were never any, as far as I could tell, very solid arguments against CTV technically. I mean, I'm sure you could come up with some, but
well, the solid argument against CTV technically, when Jeremy Rubin put out, is it just wasn't that useful.
Yeah. So that aside, though, a lot of the opposition to it was actually more related to activation itself. A lot of people did not have. I saw arguments from people saying that speedy trial was a mistake, that they didn't like it, that they gave miners vetoes. So all of that to say, how much of kind of like the ghost of SegWit and No2x and the ideas that people felt like miners had an outsized influence in some of those discussions, how much does that affect our conversation of activation today? Is that still in the air? Is that something that still worries people? Or is that just a total boogeyman that doesn't exist?
I mean, I think from a miner's perspective, I think there's still an element of that. I think, SegWit, No2x, that was a very different time as well. And very major shift compared to what we're talking about today. I think when you look at miner activated soft forks, BIP8, BIP9, I just want to make it really clear to everybody, we are the last port of call. There's a whole mess of consensus work that you need to do with the rest of the broader community before you come to miners and ask them to activate the soft fork. And I think I saw a lot of discussions happening with people saying, oh, well, the miners are going to collude and do this behind our backs. They want extra fees and all this sort of stuff. Miners activating it and a bunch of smaller nodes, and this is controversial, I'm very much an advocate for everyone to run their own node, but a bunch of smaller nodes running these proposed soft forks does not fundamentally shift the needle on the Bitcoin side. You need the larger economic nodes, and I think the SegWit No2x thing documented that pretty well. And I'm also going to make a plug for the paper that Steve and Ren and Lynn published last week and was talked about at the first talk today. Really good context for consensus changes in Bitcoin with good historical examples. Please go read that, comment on it, and help develop that, because I think that explains the different roles of the different stakeholders in that consensus change. Miners do play a major role at one point in the consensus change, but it is simply a singular point in that very long, complex, and nasty, rough consensus, production that has to happen.
So I think the complexity here is, of course, I think what you're saying is more true with opcodes, due to the fact that money gets tied up in them. But I do want to go back for a second. I mean, I think, the issue with CTV was just when it was pushed, when people, mainly Jeremy, were proposing activation, it just wasn't that good of a proposal because the use cases weren't really there. It's very different when you're saying, well, CTV can be used for something like ARC, then CTV can be used for, trying to go and reduce fees slightly by paying them later. I think these are very different, like, sort of scopes of use case, in much the same way as, something like check lock time verify, my own soft fork. Well, it may not be exactly used the way the BIP was. It's very clear to be used with payment channels. And sure enough, every single Lightning implementation, the Lightning protocol uses CLTV. It's an edge case where it's used, but if CLTV wasn't there, we'd have to replace it with something else. And it would end up looking like CLTV. Like, it's just one of those things which is clearly necessary. And check template verify can be seen as clearly necessary for the next generation of L2s, but that's a case that hadn't been made at the time. Now, if someone were to propose it today, I think the discussion would not actually be around how useful it is and whether or not it's needed. It's rather how much danger are you putting Bitcoin in through, the whole bit about like failure case assumptions and so on. And you might have some debate among miners about, do we want more fees going to even better L2s and stuff like that? But, it's not the same type of discussion. On the other hand, for a very different type of discussion, I mean, miners could implement a security tax with Demirage as a soft fork. And in that kind of discussion, now it is much more of a miners can just go unilaterally do this. Economic nodes don't really matter in that case, because if it gets turned off, no one's losing money due to money getting tied up in opcodes. That's the key difference.
Rusty, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I think Todd just introduced three hands there on the other hand. So I don't think I should add any more hands in that discussion.
I mean, you're there to say anything you want. So you can add 3, 4, 5, 6 hands if you want.
That's right.
This is a multi-hand conversation.
This is a multi-hand conversation.
Absolutely. There's a lot of nuance here, right? So no, I'm not going to throw a grenade in at this point.
So Peter, you were talking about your own soft fork and that activation, and that was coming at a time. What year was that?
I think if I remember correctly, it activated like 2016-ish.
So the technical discussion back then was still much more contained, right, within a few stakeholders. Obviously, Bitcoin was getting bigger at that point, but we're just at a much different place today in terms of.
I'm not sure I agree, actually.
Really?
I think the scale is different, but the stakeholders for the most part all there. With, I think, the one notable exception is at the time there wasn't institutional custody in the same way. There was institutional custody in that exchanges had custody, but there isn't institutional custodians like ETFs.
That's part of my point, is that at this point there are, like, both in scope and scale, there are just fundamentally more people involved, right?
I mean, other than I think the ETFs, the difference is a matter of the total amount of money involved, not the flavor of who they are.
Yeah.
Right? Like, miners are still miners. They have more money to lose if they screw up.
But also
the
the pool landscape is just completely different from what it was back then.
I mean, I'm not sure I really agree with you there, because
it would be
it was still relatively centralized at the time. Remember, like, ghash.io got like 50% for a while.
Yeah.
Like, we still had all these same kinds of issues. It's just, if you screwed up, you were losing, I don't know, $10,000 a block or something, rather than like $1 million a block.
I guess I would just see it as, well, what do you think about that, Jay? I mean, like, would you say that maybe like the pool landscape has kind of changed how we would approach these conversations? Because I feel like back then, still more centralized in a lot of ways, but it would have been conceivably a little bit easier for someone with, I don't know how many exahashes the network was at that point, if it was even that many, but you could theoretically spin up enough to solo mine without having to join a pool.
I don't know. I think the network was big enough that it would mitigate that. I do think the pool landscape is a little bit different today. I agree with Peter that, the stakeholders were there maybe a little bit more nascent than they are now, and certainly the scale of money now is completely different. But I will say, within the pool stakeholder category, the miner stakeholder category, I think that there's now a very conscious element of many pools. I don't want to speak too generally of like what is at stake for consensus changes. And I'll give an example from Foundry, right? So Foundry didn't exist during his activation, or for segment No2x. No comment about Barry's association with Foundry, but But with Taproot, right, when that change was occurring, historically pools are the template creator, right? And in BIP 8, BIP 9 activation, flip a version bit in the template, and that's mined and that's counted over a difficulty period. And so pools play a central role in that final piece of activation. And during the Taproot activation, we had a lot of really intense conversations internally of like, do we want this? And then we ended up going to stakeholders of our own volition, both within and outside of the pool, to try and get a good flavor of like, is this something that the community really wants? Are we going to risk ourselves by doing this? I don't think that was necessarily there during that time frame, but I think that as consensus changes become more examined more, it does change some of the narrative, some of the elements that are done by the actors in those changes. So I think it's a little bit different now than then, but I still think that ultimately the pool is just that sort of final stamp of approval. We will include those transaction types in the block, but all the other work is done outside.
On that note, you talked about BIP 8 and BIP 9 earlier. I keep coming back to this, and maybe this is just a biased opinion, maybe it's just completely wrong. But going back to that stamp of approval argument, I almost feel like something like speedy trial was, and maybe this is just like a argument in semantics, but it was almost like a coordination effort rather than a full miner activated soft fork in terms of, yeah, go ahead, Rusty.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think speedy trial was a mistake. And I think it was a mistake because of the, there's a classic like geek thing where you tend to be conflict avoidant, and speedy trial is the classic conflict avoidant. Like, what if they say no? Oh, well then, let's not worry about that. Let's assume only in this case they'll say yes. It's like, yeah, but that's bad practice because I like conflict. There is constructive conflict available, right? There are people who will oppose soft forks for various reasons, some of them good, some of them bad. I may oppose a future soft fork. I may be like, no, actually, I think this is a step too far. It's time to ossify. For whatever reason, you want those people to be heard and feel that they have actually had a chance to contribute and make their own decisions on whether they fork off or not. I think if you try to override that, you have shades of, developer control, which is something we deliberately opted into in Bitcoin. When we decided pretty much we're going to have a single implementation for good technical reasons, unfortunately that brought with it an implication of a certain amount of developer control, whether we wanted it or not. And I think you have to be incredibly careful not to actually have that. In fact, you have to go above and beyond to make sure there's not even the impression that you have developer control. And so I worry about things like speedy trial, because you're kind of going, well, look, we're just going to kind of do this, and we don't have a plan for what happens if they say no. Like, it's like asking a referendum and then just going, well, if they say no, we'll do it anyway.
Do you feel like having a flag day, assuming enough hash rate doesn't signal, is a fix, is amenable and like a fix to what you're saying, or do you also not like that?
Well, going back to my thesis that developers absolutely need to, so developers pretty effectively get to choose what's on the ballot, right? They should not also, and because pretty much they've by putting it in Bitcoin Core, you're saying that we think this is a good idea. We think this is good for the network, right? You probably therefore need to distance yourself as much as possible from anything else, right? You need to kind of leave it to the community. And that's why I personally have always liked the idea that Bitcoin Core should support both, right? Default should be follow the miners, but you should have a fuck you, I don't want this under any circumstances and I'm prepared to fork off option, or a no, I want this under all circumstances and I am prepared to fork off if miners do not activate it by a certain date. You should have all options in the core software so that you don't need to like download some weird patch or trust some weirdo on the internet to do it. It is right there if you want it. And that way the developers say, we think it's a good idea, but you know what? Hands off. We are not taking control over the network here. We are letting you choose. Now, of course, there's a lot. It's easy for me to say, hey, the developer should do this, right? Because someone's actually got to write that, test it, make it work in the nasty case where you do actually get a fork, right? How do the peers find each other and all those things? But I just think that it's the only way to make it clear that the developers are not in de facto control, because defaults have a lot of power. And I would hate to see that abused in the future. And I think if we get bad at doing soft forks, it will be a lot harder to soft fork in future. I think it's important that people who feel strongly about software can genuinely express that and genuinely make their own decisions as much as we can empower them to do so.
Any
I mean,
responses?
I agree with him. I think, like I alluded to earlier, Bitcoin's very chaotic by design, and like no one should have this power to unilaterally say, we're going to ask nicely, but we don't really care, and go carry that way. I think it sets dangerous precedent. But I see the argument for just pushing it through anyway. But it does start to create some discord between the stakeholders in there, and that it could, as Rusty alluded to, like in the future, it could really start to suck and actually, force ossification faster than maybe necessary.
This is interesting because I feel like this is showing a little more sympathy for the miners than they usually get in these discussions. It's like they're usually like spit on and said you're our servants, like here's an upgrade, you have to abide by it. I feel like most of the, or I won't say most, but a lot of the disagreements I've seen with speedy trial is kind of like the Luke Dasher argument that it gives miners veto power over an upgrade.
Yes, so I think I take issue with the veto power per se. Like,
I think it's the wrong framing.
When we're proposing consensus changes, there's so much that has to happen before it gets to an activation period. And when we saw Taproot activation, like that, thankfully or unthankfully, or not thankfully, if you don't like Taproot, was pretty smooth, all things considered, compared to the previous, segment no 2x catastrophe. And I think that, having the optionality, having miners, essentially, it's not, veto is the issue that I take, is because we're not like voting to say yes or no, this is a good thing or a bad thing. We're simply saying, okay, nodes and users have decided that they like this thing. Are we going to include whatever changes into as valid, consensus valid in our blocks, right? It's the simple final, pass fail. So like the veto thing is a little bit awkward to me because it's not up to miners.
And speedy trial wasn't, speedy trial was not miner veto, right? Because the developers reserved the right to veto after the miner veto.
Right.
Because they went, no, this is just a trial. It's not really. And so I was like, well, that's bullshit, right? You haven't actually made a decision at this point. You've just said, well, if the miners don't behave, we'll just do a non-trial. Like, it was unclear what would happen. So they were kind of holding a hammer over the miners, say, if you don't get this right, we'll do it some other way. And I think, well, that's not great either. But you've got to remember why the miners are where they are. It's not because we trust them or think they're wonderful or whatever. It's because they're easy to count.
Yeah.
That's why we use miner activation. It's easy they're the only ones we can really count reliably. But there are other things that miners are good for, and that is the fact that they are economically far more time sensitive than just about any other group, right? If they end up on the wrong side of a fork, their life hurts immediately in a way that hodlers, for example, don't really. We can sit it out. We can wait a week, right? And it might be painful, but it's not anything like as bad as a miner who's losing money every block. So they are very sensitive to the kind of, this idea of the economic majority going the wrong way. So they're not a terrible proxy either.
So it makes the point that the difference between SegWit and Taproot was very much about what those forks represented. Taproot is relatively speaking, it's pretty minor technical change to Bitcoin. It's making Bitcoin script the way it obviously should have been from the beginning. That's just the obvious way you would make script work, now that we know what we know. Whereas SegWit was very clearly saying, we will make L2s possible, or at least practical. I mean, realistically possible. That was the decision that was being made. And notably, if it had been, maybe like Sighash, any prev out or something that could have made L2s in a different way, I think we would have had the exact same kind of debate we did around SegWit. And what's interesting in the SegWit case is you can argue a big part of why it activated was user-activated soft fork. But the catch with that is those things are fucking dangerous. Because if they don't work, it's chaos. And I'm going to go push back on something Rusty said earlier about putting UASFs in Bitcoin Core, which is, I suspect that could actually backfire if we have one that does result in chaos. I think that could actually make further soft forks harder. Whereas if it's something where at least it's some third party shipping the UASF, if it fails, I think politically there are better ways to then do the next soft fork. And unfortunately, great consensus cleanup, I think, is something where it should have more Taproot-like consensus around it. CTV is the type of change that could ignite this kind of discussion, precisely because things like Arc are very different than Lightning in terms of how much they could possibly scale. On the other hand, if people start implementing Arc with pre-signed transactions and start getting it in production, well, the discussion is different yet again, because now you're going from something that kind of works in one way, and we've got it, to maybe making a little better, which is more like the Taproot argument.
I want to,
go ahead.
I wanted to synthesize 2 points that they made, right? Like the context that Peter's talking about is really important, right? Activation is just a thing, it happens, but like, it's very different it's very different, results can be very different depending on the context. And so like, your point, Taproot was relatively benign, and people weren't up in arms as, allowing for Lightning and enablement of L2s. I do think that, to Rusty's point there with the having that optionality to push the UASF, I see the risk there too, but it is also one of those things of like, sorry, I'm going to fail to articulate this point fully, but I do want to capture the fact that the context of the activation really does matter in the contention of the method as well. And because like when we're looking at things like OpCat and check template verify, to your point, there's very different implications for those things. And I think the community's reception of these proposed soft forks is going to be slightly different each time. And depending on that, we'll see more or less contention in any soft fork activation methods that's chosen.
I'm glad we're talking about, sorry, no, go ahead, Rusty.
I was just going to say, to Peter's point, I think if there is a contentious activation, the problem's not solved. Like the protocol problems are real. Like, yeah, absolutely, if it screws up, it's going to be a mess. But the problem is that we got there, not so much that we screwed up. Like, I think if we have a contentious activation, the best thing to do is to make sure that everyone feels that they were heard and had a clean shot, right? If you, for example, there's a lot of people that I don't really like this soft fork, but I'm not going to split the network over it, kind of thing. And then there's people who are like, no, I hate it so much, I'm going to go off on Bitcoin OG on this thing, whatever. I think you need to trust people to do that. If there are more stupid people in Bitcoin than there are, people who know what they're doing, we failed anyway. And I think the fact that, yes, we'd come to this point that's going to be terrible. But I think actually the problem is if we get there. I don't think it's actually a technical problem or one we can solve by authorizing somebody to fix it. I think, unfortunately, it's inherent.
I gotta say it, like, I think whether or not a contentious activation is acceptable, it again depends on context. And I'll go through an example. If I tried to get my op expire proposal, which is a really boring op code, and that turned into contentious activation, that would be a total disaster, because why on earth would you have contentious activation over something as simple and not really all that useful as op expire? It just doesn't make any sense. On the other hand, the contentious activation for SegWit, I'm okay with that, because it was a fundamental decision on where does Bitcoin go. And that is going to be contentious. Like, you can't avoid that. It's okay that ended up in a big fight. Now, I'm racking my brain trying to go think of, well, what could be the next thing like that? Because I think the difference between, Lightning and Arc isn't that extreme. But there may be a contentious activation in the future that has that similar kind of construct. Potentially like, signature aggregation might actually do that because of its implications on privacy. You may have controversy created around that. But if that did happen in the future, if it was good enough reason, I'm okay with contention. But, it's better be a good reason.
I'm glad that we were talking about the user activated soft fork, and maybe we already covered this, my next question and what y'all said, but I feel like some Bitcoiners still have this misunderstanding of the user activated soft fork actually activating SegWit, which wasn't true, because there's really the threat of it.
Yeah.
It's really kind of like it's almost like a nuke, right? It's like, we have this, don't fuck with us, do what, don't mess everything up. Is it all kind of just a LARP? Is it because it seems to me like the benefit of it is, again, that threat instead of actually pushing it forward, because
no one wanted to find out whether or not it was a LARP.
Right. Okay. So you're basically saying it's one and the same. It's like the threat of it is as good as the thing itself.
Like this way, if if someone tried to, well, I mean, frankly, I think we do have an example. Someone trying to do a UASF round, check template verify a few years back, that would have been a LARP because the use cases just weren't there. It would have, SegWit was potentially not a LARP because it genuinely was that useful, and there were potentially exchanges who would have gone and done a UASF2. But we just didn't find out because miners, the bluff was called and they just turned it on.
Right.
And that was a very nice outcome.
All right, I got 2 more questions, and we're going to try to wrap up in about 5 minutes so we can have a break before the next panel. Really enjoyed this discussion. It's kind of flown by. Jeremy pointed something out earlier that maybe this is not true, but he said that this is true. There's currently no lead maintainer of Bitcoin Core, and there has never been an activation pushed without a lead maintainer. It seems to me that historically, Bitcoin Core developers have been at the forefront of activation discussion. But right now, the leading proposal, potentially, depending on who you ask for Bitcoin's next soft fork, is OpCat. And that's really a private company that is pushing that discussion. I mean, before Taproot Wizards came in and really started rolling the ball there, it was being talked about, but it did not seem to have as much momentum behind it. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a very bad thing. And I think in the case of OpCat, they're fooling themselves if they think they can get it through purely as a private company, say by talking to miners as an example. I think I would push back on the notion that OpCat's leading. I would say actually check template verify is leading.
Ooh,
because,
spicy.
It's a clear use case, and yeah, maybe the guy who pushed it originally isn't there, but I think there's better consensus overall for that. And I would also say I think if someone actually does the work, a great consensus cleanup could easily become a leading thing. That is a more feasible range of options. Now, I'm not going to say that OpCat can't be enabled. You certainly at moments could go to some miners and say, hey, let's go turn this on. And relatively few people could activate that soft fork. But depending on how you use OpCat, you would be very scared that these miners who turned it on will go turn it off. And you're going to lose an enormous amount of money.
I think that's a great question because it's pretty spicy. I also think op sweep or great consensus cleanup could be a real contender if that work is done. But I do think that if you are a private company or you're investing in a company and that company's revenue stream depends on a Bitcoin consensus change, you really like to take risks with your money. And I don't mean that as an insult to any one individual. I think that OpCat has some clear benefits and it's very interesting. But I do think that private organizations pushing major consensus changes to Bitcoin without broader consensus in the ecosystem, it gets funky, it gets weird, and it's hard to speak about potential repercussions because we haven't seen that at this scale before. I think that again, OpCat is very interesting. I think that there's definitely I don't know if it's a wag the dog situation or what, but there seems to be growing interest in it. But I would agree with Peter that CTV definitely in my mind has broader consensus on that front. But yeah, don't risk money on Bitcoin consensus changes.
Go ahead, Rusty.
Yeah, that's wild. In any open source project, we've seen this in the past where a company decides that hey, they have to get this thing in upstream as their main thing, and wow, that creates your own headwinds to some extent because you're like, well, you're kind of holding us over a barrel to do this. What if we don't agree, right? So this is just the same thing writ large. So it's a pretty well studied problem. Don't do that. But on CTV, the problem is that for Lightning, we really want L2, and CTV doesn't give it to us. So then we're like, well, what else do we want? And I think there's 2 interesting soft forks. One is ones that are like the great consensus cleanup, but basically, as Peter alluded to, it needs some more work. But the most boring, eat your veggies, do your homework kind of soft fork is that it's not controversial in one way. It's like, yeah, we're just cleaning this stuff up. It's all good, and I think that's easy to get behind. The other kind of soft fork that's kind of, I think, is easy to get through. It's something that does do a lot of things, something that is more ambitious, right? It's cool. It gives us all these things and we can list them and go, great, that's fantastic. So there's kind of 2 camps of soft fork I'm interested in. Anything that falls in the middle of like, well, we could do this, but it doesn't get us much. I'm not it just doesn't get me out of bed in the morning. So give me one of those 2 options. Give me something that does something really good, or give me something that's boring, but great maintenance. And these 2 are exciting in different ways and more likely just to go, yeah, push it through.
Okay, last question. This will be a lightning round. Try to keep it to 30 seconds each. Rusty, we'll start with you since you answered the first question last, and then we'll go to Peter and then Jay. I mentioned maybe OPCAT being leading. There was some disagreement about that, and maybe I'm confusing noise and marketing for actual consensus. So last question, lightning round. How do we even measure consensus? I know, right? Like the impossible question.
30 seconds?
Yeah. Solve the world's problems in 30 seconds.
You start with yourself. You go, do I think it's a good idea? Right? And if you don't think it's a good idea, it doesn't matter whether you got consensus. You're like, I'm opposed to it. That's it. You're done. Move on with your life, right? If you think it's a really good idea, then you start really worrying about do other people who I respect, think it's a good idea, and you work your way out. You can, consensus gets less certain as you get further out. Like I can have a private conversation with someone I know fairly well and decide whether we're in consensus. Further out, it's going to fade, but that's as good as you can do, right? Until you get to the point of actually going through the activation mechanism. But until you've got that, until you've got your team all on board, probably don't even get to the point where you're starting to try to push changes into Bitcoin Core.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's essentially true. And, the only alternatives we're going to get is ideas that are not actually easy to implement, like having, coins go sign approval and stuff like that, which is problematic for so many reasons because it's just how wallets work and how cold storage works. And I mean, how L2s work for that matter. Like, if you have funny money tied up in a Lightning channel, how the hell do you go deal with that? Both sides might go vote in different ways. And that's going to get even more extreme with things like ARC. So, the main thing I would say is always, you should have enough consensus that your uncertainty about measuring consensus doesn't matter. That is the best position to be in. And
2 thumbs up from Rusty on that one.
And once you've done that, a lot of it comes down to, well, you hold a bunch of conferences and everyone stops coming to the talks about the new software because they're boring.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I can articulate it better than that, but I will say consensus is messy in more centralized elements of the world. Consensus is even messier in free and open source projects, and in Bitcoin it gets somehow even messier. And so I think, to Rusty's point of like, Bitcoin is about self-sovereignty to some extent, to some people. So I like the idea of start with yourself. Do you think this is a good idea? You might not be a developer. I'm not particularly intelligent either, but I can get the vibe of an idea and understand it. I can then, to Rusty's point, go and speak to other people that I do trust, and sort of build. Consensus starts with you as an individual, and it goes out from there. But yeah, I think your explanation is very tight and tidy. I don't know, I can't define it, but I know it is what it is.
It's like the porn comment. Yeah. Jay, Peter, Rusty, thank you all so much. Give it up for these GigaBrain panelists, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. For the activation panel, okay, we're gonna have you guys go over here, and up next we got our last panel for the day, the soft fork panel. So we got about 3 to 5 minutes. Go get a coffee, a snack, and then we're gonna have a lot of the authors of various proposals back on stage to talk about soft forks. We're gonna do that for about a half hour, 45 minutes, and then we're going right over to the chemist. So grab a coffee, come back in for the closing panel, and then we will head over to the chemist for cocktails, bar snacks, tons of food. If you are in the hallway, we're going to get going with our last panel. Grab a seat if you can, and we're going to get going. Again, this is a panel just soft fork or maybe not. So we're going to be talking about soft forks. We got Kat, Ellen Hans, authors on stage. Taj obviously had some important contributions to Bitcoin once upon a time. And then Dan, you got some thoughts on soft forks as well, kind of in the opposite camp. So let's grab a seat if you are outside. You guys are troopers for making it through the day. There was a lot of heavy conversations, and then we can go saturate your brains in alcohol just to bring it home. Okay. Dan Gould, Ethan Heelman, Brandon Black, and Taj Drija. Welcome to stage. Just soft fork or maybe not.
Hello, everyone. I think I've been assigned to be the moderator, which I found out about 2 hours ago. So I will try to let them talk more. And I think we have, it's not going to be like that contentious. I don't think it's like Luke Dash Jr. versus Casey. So I don't think I have to moderate too much here. Although that did not happen. There was a talk in Tokyo where Casey was supposed to be on stage and he got sick, and they were like, "Well, Luke Jr. can talk instead." So yeah. So I don't know. I guess we're talking about whether we soft fork or not. And I have an opinion, but I'll like not say as much. So like maybe we first go like pro soft fork or pro ossification, I guess, or is that even a valid? Yeah. So we can go through a little quick.
Okay, so I work on interactive protocols and feel like we can get a lot of scaling. If scaling is actually the concern, just with interactive protocols, people are able to play Counter-Strike and we can have consensus on who shot who at what time or who paid who at what time. Like we figured that out.
Okay. So wait, no soft fork.
Well,
is that what that means?
I think we probably can still soft fork, but I don't know how I got on this panel. But my point is there's a lot of things we can do even in the case we're unable to soft fork. Things are not hopeless. We can do things like channel factories or all sorts of interactivity.
Or counter.
I heard Dan is a super scalar maximalist about 5 minutes ago.
Channel factories, let's go.
So I'm more in the we should soft fork and soft fork a lot. My X handle has embraced forks at the end for a reason. I think people got scared about soft forks unnecessarily because the last 2 soft forks of Bitcoin were large. And we should really be getting the habit of improving the protocol. And I think that's a habit we could develop. So that's more my take.
So I think that Dan brings up a really good point, which is if you can do things without changing consensus rules, like that's amazing. But there are certain things that are just better.
Is your
like,
mic on?
Oh, is my mic?
Yeah. There you go.
So I think Dan brings up a really good point, which is when we can do things without having to change consensus code, that's always like wonderful. But I think there's a lot of benefits that we can get from soft forking. And I think some of those benefits are benefits like better L1 to help L2. But I think there's also a benefit in terms of flexibility in that on a time scale long enough, Bitcoin will hit crises. There's the rollover. What is it? The state? Yeah. And there's like quantum computing attacks, and there's probably going to be other ones that we don't know about. Maybe someone breaks SHA-256. Maybe there's some problem in the Merkle tree. And so I think that even if there was no good soft fork opcodes, and I do believe there are good soft fork opcodes that could provide value, we should essentially be running fire drills every so often so that we don't lose the institutional memory of how to do one of these soft forks, so we don't learn in a moment of crisis. So I am pro soft fork, both for the reason of there's some really good stuff that we can get with soft forks, and also pro soft fork because I think we should have those muscles be well exercised.
Cool. Okay, I'm in a weird situation where I guess I'll have to take devil's advocate, and because if we all just agree, that's no fun. And I guess I am somewhat on the less soft fork away side as some people, but so I'll say that I I kind of hope there are soft forks, but I also definitely see the benefit to ossification, which, you know, it's bad in some ways, but it feels inevitable. And it feels like, yeah, like, you know, the example I always think about is like IPv4, IPv6, where like, I remember I was in, I don't know, middle school or something, and they're like, IPv6, this is what's happening. And that was a long time ago, and it never did, despite pretty much consensus, because it feels like the system's just too big. And it feels like, yeah, at some point, Bitcoin's going to get there. I don't think we're there now, because like, you have a conference like this, and like, to me, this is like a really cool conference. I'm like really happy that this is happening and these discussions are happening. But it's also like, it's not that many people. I mean, it's like everyone's here. It's great, awesome, thanks for coming. But it's like, wait, it's sort of this weird disconnect. I think maybe people think this as well. You're like, wait, this is like a $1.6 trillion asset that's like changing the world and stuff, and like these are super important. And it's like, yeah, not that many people. We come and hang out and, you know, have sandwiches and talk about like the future of the global economy. And like, that's been the case always in Bitcoin. Like, I remember working on Lightning Network at 20 Mission, like a rat ran across and we're like, yeah, future of the global economy here. And like, so I think we're not there, but ossification probably will happen. And so that makes me a little more hesitant to just say like, yeah, let's offer it, because then I think we might only have, I don't know that this is even valid, right? But maybe we only have a couple more times we can make changes. So like, let's try to make that count. But that does feed into the like, let's make really big omnibus forks, which happened the last 2 times, right? Because SegWit's like, oh, let's put in a block size increase and a malleation fix, and like, oh, let's the sig hash, you know, n squared thing, and same with Taproot, which is basically 3 totally different things that got put together. I think, yeah, I like the idea of small ones, but like, I sort of feel like it won't be. Like, it feels more likely that you will get a, you know, something that what Rusty was working on. It's like, hey, let's improve the entire script at once or something. I don't know. So that, I mean, that's an interesting topic. Do you like little ones versus big ones? What do you guys think?
Well, we've had these 2 big ones recently, but we have had little ones beforehand, which you mentioned a little bit. Is it worth going into some background on how small those actually were?
Well, I mentioned, earlier in my talk, but it's good to reiterate. Yeah, the last 4 soft forks have been too small, too big. And I don't think there's any reason to assume that the next ones have to be one size or the other. There's the reason, you know, SegWit was kind of needed. We needed a solution to transaction malleability. In solving transaction malleability, we had the opportunity to do other things. It was a kind of a natural opportunity. And frankly, the same with Taproot. You know, we had this one thing that was a very valuable thing, which is getting Schnorr signatures. And getting Schnorr signatures gave us an opportunity to do a bunch of other things. And those were natural opportunities. And that's why they got big. I don't think they got big because of some necessary change in the ecosystem. And I think we've almost broken ourselves mentally as Bitcoiners in thinking that big is the only way to go now. It's not. We just had 2 big changes that we made that gave us all of this new upgrade space. It gave us all of this, the benefits of the witness discount, which helps us to better manage kind of UTXO growth and also fit more transactions into our blocks and fit more economic activity into our blocks. But the fact that we had those opportunities is not a necessary thing that we do big things now.
So when I was thinking, I've been thinking about OpCat for a really long time and talking to people about it privately. And a few years ago, I was talking to some people about it, and they were like, "You really should wait until after Taproot and Tapscript gets merged, because it's much easier to add new opcodes." And I looked into that, and they were, 100% right. The ability, one of the amazing things about Taproot and Tapscript is that they actually make these little opcode upgrades, soft forks, like so much easier, and just like little bite size. You take a op success opcode and then you turn it into an opcode that does something else. So I like put things on hold until after Taproot and Tapscript were merged, and I think that there's been a lot of that, and I think that that's it would have been much harder to do this before Tapscript. So sort of also looking backwards, there's the things that could have happened but didn't because they would be more work, and it's easier to soft fork in things like opcodes today. So I'm much more optimistic that we can get opcodes, and I mean, that was the thinking behind building Tapscript in this way, was to enable these simple small opcode soft forks.
Well, actually, a thought that just occurred to me is we almost need different words. And I think Jameson may have made this point at one point as well, that even talking about hard fork and soft fork is a difficult thing to talk about. You know, soft forks don't fork the network. They don't do that. They add new functionality, and they do it in a way that doesn't fork the network, where all the old nodes can continue validating the chain as long as they want to. So I do wonder, I was just talking in the hall here about kind of memetics in Bitcoin. I almost wonder if even the term soft fork is a bad meme that is serving us poorly right now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, I guess also minority enforcement versus majority enforcement is a whole other one. And so you could get into that where, like, yeah, if you have a very small soft fork, which has 10% of the mining, you could fork the network potentially. But yeah, that's not, I guess. Okay, so another question, I guess maybe for Ethan, like you're the author of the OpCat BIP, I guess. Does that mean it's like your job to like try to get it activated, or I don't know, like what is the process for people who aren't, you know, familiar?
So me and Armin are the authors of the OpCat BIP, and I can't speak for Armin, but I can speak for myself. The way in which I think about it is that it's not my job to convince anyone if they should use OpCat or not, because some of these things are just differences of philosophy and differences of norms and visions of Bitcoin. So in terms of like writing that, what I see my role is like producing the documentation, explaining why I think it's valuable, and sort of just giving it as a gift to the Bitcoin community. And if the Bitcoin community decides, you know, like, well, it doesn't fit with their vision of Bitcoin, or too risky, or the benefits aren't high enough, or they do decide that the benefits are high enough and they want to do it, like that's not my job. And if it turns out that, you know, a year or 2 years go by and it's not merged, I also don't necessarily view that as a failure, because I produced the option for the community to decide whether they want it or not. And maybe in 10 years down the road, they decide they want it, or maybe they decide they never want it. But I guess I don't see my role as like running a campaign to convince people that this is the right thing for Bitcoin, so much as just sort of presenting something to the best of my ability, like leaving it there. And then if they want it, the community can form consensus around it. And if they don't, well, that's just the way things work out.
I think this presents a big change to how things have been done in the past, obviously, too, where we've had, as people talked about earlier today, lead maintainers who typically took the role. And this is kind of the first time the community is, you know, supposed to take it on their own, whatever that means. It's not clear what that means. It's not clear what powers want to push that forward. Of course, we've got Starkware that seems to be interested. We've got Taproot Wizards who push things forward, and then people have an antibody against that as like, oh, this is one group pushing this forward. But unless someone actually builds that momentum, like actual people go out and recruit other people to say, we want this, and explain why, you don't get it. People need to be supported to make this documentation. They need to have the time. They need to be funded either part or full time. It doesn't just happen kind of out of the ether. It's actually people sitting and pressing keys on the keyboard hundreds and thousands of times over the course of just a few years and actually persuading people to do it.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point that I want to even put a finer point on. So like, I had a brief period where I didn't have full-time work. And so I spent that time working on the BIPs and documentation for L-Enhance, and I put out what I thought was a reasonable amount of writing on Delving and on X and on the BIPs themselves. And then it's funny to me when Peter Todd comes up and says, you know, I didn't see the documentation for it, but he's right. I have a moment of like, oh, but I did it. But the fact is that to get into the community, the knowledge of how things work, how they work together, what they can accomplish, of why they should be done, it actually takes like full-time advocacy, people going out and talking on podcasts and writing articles and all of this stuff. It doesn't just happen because a couple guys or one guy wrote some BIPs and some posts on Delving or on the mailing list.
Yeah. So okay, I'm supposed to be the moderator, but I'm going to tell a little like thing about this, like, because so were you guys at the Hong Kong scaling? Were you? Okay.
I wasn't.
So Hong Kong scaling, which, you know, was sort of when SegWit was announced. I actually gave the talk right before. No, I gave the talk right after SIPA. So I was like, how am I supposed to do that? His was like the second talk, mine was the third. And so that was when SIPA sort of, because until then, they had initially announced SegWit as like this, like, oh, we can fix malleability, and like, who cares? But then they're like, oh, actually, and I think it was Luke Jr. who figured out how to do it as a soft fork and make it as a block size increase. And this was during the height of like everyone arguing. And I remember it was a very sort of mic drop moment where SIP was like, oh, look, solves everything. It's a soft fork and it's a block size increase. And we saw, it was like done. And everyone sort of cheers and stuff. And I was sitting next to Joseph Poon. He was like, this is great. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a mess. And I'm like, look over there. Like those people are sort of like, hey, you didn't listen to our idea. And those were the people who at the time, Bitcoin Cash was not a thing, but like those were the people who then later went off and made Bitcoin Cash. And so like there is definitely antibodies. Like it's a very social thing where it's like, okay, people promoting it, people thinking, in that case, in the case of SegWit, I think it was a pretty clear, like, this is a technically superior solution. But it sort of didn't matter because it's like, well, you didn't listen to us. Like we had this whole other idea. And so I worry about that with like CTV and I think it's much more chill because it's not like, oh, we figured it out and everyone starts cheering. Same with Taproot. Like I remember Taproot being posted like just that little equation where you embed the inner key and stuff. And I was like, this is amazing. This has to go into Bitcoin. Like, how did we not see this before? But then it took years and it was much more chill, right? There wasn't like a competing thing because I think a lot of the people that want to argue left. And so I don't know if like now it's becoming more people who want to argue are coming back in. But what do you guys think about like the current discourse? Like it's not like there's giant meetings in Hong Kong. It's not like, I think this conference was awesome, but I don't think it's like, oh, we decided what's going to happen next, right? Like at the end of this panel, it doesn't mean like, oh, we decided it, like, okay, that's getting forked in, right?
The current Discord is extremely timid. Like there is some possibility in the world that you have a contentious soft fork that gets in, people leave, and Bitcoin survives.
It happened already, yeah.
And it seems like, yeah, exactly. And I'm saying that could be repeated again if for some reason people want this thing enough. And it's possible that even a small number of people want this thing enough and go and make everyone angry. I don't know how that would change now that there's institutions that depend on this thing. Not that they didn't before, they're just much larger now. There's more on the line, but it's still possible. And someone could say, I want to be the guy that's crazy and makes a whole mess.
And I wouldn't even say like it's. I posted on Delving a while ago about should we kind of just try to activate things and find out, and I think that there is a fear in the Bitcoin ecosystem of destroying value due to contentious forks, and I think if contentious forks can destroy Bitcoin, then Bitcoin is dead. I forget, there were panels earlier, or talks earlier about how mining is centralized. If one big miner deciding to start activating things contentiously could hurt Bitcoin or destroy it, Bitcoin is dead. Bitcoin is more resilient than that. It's okay if we make some contentious soft forks. It's okay if we make some mistakes and as long as like we write the code correctly and we get the reviews and we do it right as has been done for CAT obviously and CTV obviously as well. We're not going to break Bitcoin by putting up for activation and there being some contention about the activation parameters and stuff. And it's been interesting to see, like on the mailing list, as soon as someone mentions the word activation, there's like this panicked response. We have to go fight this, otherwise Bitcoin's dead. It's like, why are you so scared? What's going on?
So like, I guess like one of the things that I feel like is important to figure out, and we're kind of figuring out live, is like, how do you create, measure, and sort of arrive at sufficient consensus that talking about activation isn't viewed as an attack? And I don't know. I think that that's very important for us to figure out now under pleasant conditions, because there will be crises that will raise the temperature of the room, and if we haven't figured out these ideas by that time, then that crises will be more contentious than it needs to be. I don't have a good answer of how to solve that problem. I'm really curious what other people think about that. But I think that there's something nice about the fact that while these opcodes enable, amazing functionality, it isn't like we have to decide on this fix in the next like 3 months or all ECDSA signatures are spendable, right? Like there's not that level of pressure. And so at least my hope with this is that, if it's CAT or CTV or something else entirely, that we can like get something in that everyone feels good about and helps us kind of figure out that process so that we can like build the muscle memory to be able to handle the big crises when they come.
I've noticed the recursive definition of it doesn't have consensus. It doesn't have consensus because it doesn't have consensus. Why doesn't it have consensus? Because it doesn't have consensus, and that happens all the time. And well, how would you know? Exactly as you said, we need to figure out.
Well, have we even walked up to the edge since CTV? Have we even made an attempt to come close to it?
I mean, you have a issue on GitHub, but now it's a draft or something. I don't know. So like,
yeah. So we have a PR, and the PR was made a draft with the expectation. I believe, and I apologize if I'm misquoting the conversation, but basically me or Armin or one of the maintainers can change it from not a draft to a draft, if from a draft to no longer a draft, if we feel that there is sufficient community consensus. But it's like my definition of community consensus might be different than Armin's, might be different than maintainers, and different maintainers might have different views on this. And so like how do you reason about that? I know there's always a little bit of hesitancy for people to review PRs that are consensus changes because they don't want to seem like they're endorsing it, but they also don't want to seem like they're not endorsing it, right? I don't know. I guess my personal feeling is like we should be a little bit more flexible and a little bit more willing to take some chances in terms of like Brownian motion to arrive at a consensus. But at the same time, it's like, where is that edge? Where is going too far? And so far, I've tried to take a very conservative approach, and I expect I will continue to take a very conservative approach.
Is that somewhat based on, like, because I know with Jeremy's experience, where he's like, okay, I make OpCTV and like I make tests, I make example uses and like promote it. I made a website for it, like all these things, and then keep asking like, okay, what else do you want me to do? And like, people were total jerks to him. He's like, fine, screw you guys. I'm not going to work on this. Like, has that informed, or does that even influence you of like, okay, I don't want to promote this because like, look
so
what
that totally informed how I thought about CAT. And one of the reasons I actually proposed the CAT BIP was that I was really, really looking forward to sort of getting new opcodes into Bitcoin. And when I saw CTV not get merged, I was like sad about that. And I was like, okay, well, like, what's the simplest thing that, at least in my experience of talking to people, everyone feels really like positive about and wants? And it was like CAT, also because I really wanted it because it's incredibly useful. And so I sort of proposed CAT as like, well, like we get this and it's good and it helps people and it's not contentious, and we can kind of like break through that and try to avoid a just try to avoid like the whole I don't know, like have to make a decision, have to do this. But it's really tricky. I think the community, the diffuse community, like, yeah, how do we think about this? And I see the next couple of years is really important for like kind of coming up with a solution, but I'm not offering a solution.
Oh, do questions? Okay, yeah, sure.
Elon, if physics doesn't say you can't, then you can. So keep in mind, we don't want to break it. The stakeholders don't want us to break it, right? So, but anyway, believe we can and choose to go there. And secondly, package up the ideas, like you said, some of them have been done, packaged up like a product release. That's how I think, but here's the thing, here's the benefits, here are the impacts, here are the dependencies and what it unlocks. So some of the benefits are direct, some of them are unlocks to other things. I was really, I'm so psyched today from what I heard. There's a lot of great energy, a lot of great work that's been done. It's waiting to be put out there. We can do it. So gather that up, package it up and say, we do this, we do this, we do this. And I'd offer a third point, being an agile software environment, small, frequent changes, low risk, make software releases a daily habit. So I love the idea of be in the habit of soft forks, be in the habit of even not soft forks.
There's a contentious statement right there.
No, there it is. We've got one of one. We have community consensus now. We can assume we're going forward and just soft forking unless someone comes out right now and says we're not doing it.
Only soft forks.
So I guess that's an interesting question, is like failed soft, because there's like BIP9 activation, BIP8, and all these things. As far as I know, we never had one that like signaled and then expired, right? Is that?
We should do that.
Okay.
I heard Armin's writing an activation client and promoting it.
He's
definitely not doing that and is upsetly doing this with me right now.
Does CTV get? It never got the version bits.
Jeremy canceled the client.
Yeah. So I guess for people who don't know, like with BIP9, you can sort of like put these version bits and say like, oh, I'm ready to activate this, right? I've updated the software, and it has this like expiration. I don't know, it's a year or something, and if it expires, it's like, okay, that didn't activate. So I don't think we've ever gotten to the. It's one of these other things where it's like, yeah, we have all this stuff for concurrent releases, and we've never really used it because that doesn't seem to be the issue. And I'll say one other thing about like Taproot. My analogy for Taproot was like, it took, I don't know, 2 years or so to get all the code. And then it was like a solid year plus of just arguing about activation. And my analogy for that was like, everyone agrees on where we're going to dinner. Like we're going to, the pizza place. And then you just spend a year like, well, okay, but does everyone know that everyone agrees? And like, what if I get there first and like no one else is there? And I think that, so it's like Byzantine General's problem about activation. And so like, it's a whole other issue. And like, do you guys think that like BIP9 and these activation things are still viable, or do we need like a new mechanism?
I have a strong opinion on something that I wanted to say here, which is that all of us as Bitcoiners need to put on our big boy pants and not be afraid of someone canceling us for saying something. And I think that's a very common theme that we've heard today and elsewhere, that people are like, oh, I don't want to be seen as pushing for this. I don't want to fund this, to be seen as funding this. And I mean, I thought we started as cypherpunks. Let's put our big boy pants on and say what we want to say and do what we think is right. Write the code, write the docs, put our money where our mouth is, et cetera.
So we can be optimistic then and move forward. We're writing an activation client now, unless someone comes forward and says, and then have pushback. You can, like, I think you could actually move forward just saying, we're going forward with BIP9 and proceed until you get pushback and then reevaluate. Like, we're not even doing that right now because we're so timid.
And I wouldn't say that it's necessary. Like there's like, let's be okay with people yelling at us and stuff. But I know personally a bunch of people who like work on core, and they like just personality wise aren't like that, and they're like, I don't want to be on Twitter. I don't want to be on these things. Like, I just, I like working on this, I like doing this, but I don't, want to be and that, I think that's okay too. If you want to be anonymous, it's hard to stay anonymous and like participate in arguments as much. Or, I mean,
but if you're quietly moving forward, being optimistic, does that require you to go out into the world and have those arguments, or will they naturally arise and you can address them?
Yeah, so I think it may be like, if we see, oh, there's like, core devs on GitHub and they're not, like there's no leader or there's no, lead maintainer now. And so it's very hard to activate. It may also be that people are sort of okay with stuff and just don't want to activate it. Cause like that seemed to be the case with Taproot, where it's like, okay, here's the code. Anyway, like I remember SIPA being like, okay, here's some code. Like, I'm not touching it. Like they don't want to deal with this part. And maybe other people, but maybe, deep down they're like, I hope it activates because I wrote it, but I don't want to have to deal with that part. So maybe it could be that like OpCat stuff where if like, okay, let's just, here, activation plan.
How did that resolve? How did it get activated?
I actually don't know. I should follow that. Do you guys know like how Taproot sort of ended up like?
I think it was just Willy merging it, basically.
That's
He wasn't?
Jeremy held meetings on IRC for like 6 months.
no, but through the time where he actually
Jeremy became the Taproot activation champion. I don't remember who actually wrote the speedy trial client though. That's what I was trying to remember. I know Jeremy championed for it, but I don't think he wrote the client.
That was just, the speedy trial idea was easy. That was not important once we had agreement.
Right, but it still matters who actually went and did the client, and I'm not sure who it was. If anybody knows.
Not only who wrote it, but who also merged it.
Yeah.
What contributor did you work with? What maintainer actually helped you merge it?
Yeah.
So I think pretty clear, like whatever happened then, like something different's going to happen next time. Like it's always this kind of one-off thing, but hopefully it can be.
I mean, I don't know whether it will be like things have sort of changed, right? And so maybe we will find a cadence, especially with opcode upgrades. I mean, I guess in terms of like, should the person, it seems like a underlying question here is like, should the person who wrote the BIP be the person who goes out and, you know, harangues people about it? And the way that I just sort of approach the world is that I think that if something is like evident and you make the case for it, other people also get to decide. They can look at your evidence and see it, and they don't need me like knocking at their door at 6 a.m. and being like, give me a decision now. Maybe it turns out that that is the correct way to do to get consensus. But the sort of mental approach that I've been taking is that people and Bitcoiners, especially being sort of a contrarian bunch, if they see it and they come to their own mind without like being told what they should think, they're going to be much more positive about it. And maybe, you know, I'm wrong about it, and it actually isn't a good idea. So I guess my view is just like the way it should work is that you sort of present what it is, show it to everyone, and then kind of like step away and you know, let the community discuss it.
Q&A.
Yeah, sounds good.
So we got our first question here. And if you have questions for the panel, just put your hand up and I'll bring it over to you.
Hi, this might be too basic. I'm not a technical background, but I feel like the investor community's view is, look, leave layer one alone. It's pristine. Don't mess with it. You have Lightning up there to go play with that and all that. And I've heard like Sailor, for instance, talk about that. And I understand that's controversial, but kind of curious the reaction of it, because it feels like that's what Bitcoin right now is, solving a store of value problem in the world. But the Visa card works just fine, and we all want to get rid of our cash as trash and all that. So I'm just curious, you know, and maybe to round out the question, I'm just trying to get this in my head today as a takeaway. Kind of why does layer one need to be messed with, and why can't layer two be the playground?
So the very short answer is Lightning got 3 soft forks. You needed CSV, CLTV, and SegWit to get Lightning. You don't build layer 2 without giving the foundation to it. The same way you can't build a tall building without drilling a deep foundation. So to imagine that we could build a taller Bitcoin without drilling the foundation deeper will make the Bitcoin system more fragile.
And I just want to add on to that. Even if the goal was store of value and perfect ossification, it's like a object made out of like metal. You have to like replace parts because things will break with time. Cryptographic functions will be broken. It seems like there's at least the estimates now are like a cryptographically relevant quantum computer on like a 10-year time frame. There will be other crises that require these sorts of soft forks. So if we just freeze it, what will happen from an investor point of view is that it'll look good, it'll hit a crisis, and then the community will have to, with no institutional knowledge, figure out how to solve it under extreme time pressure. And so I think it's like you run fire drills so everyone knows how a fire drill works. You have to maintain this institutional memory over generations. And the way in which you do that is you do like drills, training, and you do like, you know, live fire exercises. And we need those if it's going to be a store of value for generations.
Yeah, it's funny when Sailor says 1,000-year changes. Like Bitcoin will absolutely not be here in 1,000 years if we don't change it, because it will fail in, what is it, 80 years, 82 years? Guaranteed. It's a fact. If we don't change it, Bitcoin stops working in 82 years.
Yep.
Got another question up here.
Hi, this is really a wonderful discussion. I'm just really like curious. So we could discuss this many times, but who is like the decision maker or the approver? If you want, yeah. So okay.
I wish I knew.
The president of Bitcoin.
So like
We
in a
just have to
company,
find
there
them.
is a CEO. There's no CEO for
I mean,
Bitcoin, right?
You are, you are, and that what do you run on your computer determines what you think of as Bitcoin. So everyone has their own view. If we're all on the same page, we have the same UTXO set, and that's great. But once we disagree, like we depart. So. Sure. So like I think if you haven't seen like with with Bitcoin Cash, they're like, this is Bitcoin. And that was a hard fork, completely different. But like depending on what your software you're running, it will say something completely different. So like if you run a piece of software that says like, no, I don't, I'm running OpCat, and then I don't update. And like maybe all the, maybe a minority starts soft forking and stuff, like it really just depends what you're running. So when you sort of say, oh, I'm going to, bitcoincore.org, downloading the Bitcoin Core software, if you haven't looked at it yourself, you're sort of trusting a lot of the people that wrote that software. And you're like, well, I hope they've got my best interests. But yeah, you can totally modify the software yourself, and people do that. And like, hopefully it doesn't diverge in consensus, but yeah.
In terms of what the process might be, I think you better look at the history of the process of changing Bitcoin. And as I think Jeremy mentioned earlier, and some of the here as well, we used to have a lead maintainer on Bitcoin, and that lead maintainer acted, there's a process that's described out there called the IETF rough consensus process. And that lead maintainer acted as the chair of the rough consensus process. And so they were not the decider, but they are who helped us figure out when a decision could be reached. And we don't currently have a person in that role. And that's why we kind of laughed when you asked who decides, because we don't have a person in that role. We don't have a group in that role. And it's a great question, therefore.
Who even decides who gets that role? And, with Satoshi's like, and even Gavin, it wasn't like Satoshi's like, oh, Gavin, you do this. It sort of was like, oh, I'll do it now. And then Gavin sort of got.
Yeah, and then Satoshi did anoint him after he said to do it.
Yeah. And then Gavin's, well, whatever happened there. And then, yeah, but so it's decentralized. Which is a reason like ossification may well happen, right? We might not be able to coordinate one. Who knows?
So I've talked to a lot of people who have either thought about championing soft forks or have written BIPs or have thought about this process. And a common concern that I've heard from a lot of people is there's a set of stakeholders in Bitcoin where if you try to put forth an activation client or try to propose activation parameters, I'm doing air quotes right now, too soon, then they say, oh, to like punish you for that, we're going to now make this take longer. So I think a lot of people feel like they're in a little bit of a prisoner's dilemma type situation where if you think that activating a soft fork is going to take X for whatever value of X you choose, then trying to do it too soon is going to take like 3X. So the thing you want to do is like wait a little bit longer to try to not trip the tripwire and have some multiplicative blow up on the amount of time that it takes. And I think that puts a lot of people who otherwise might do exactly what you're describing of just floating an idea out there. They feel like they don't want to step on the landmine that's going to, set their otherwise innocuous soft fork back a decade. So I know that all of you have like thought about a lot of these issues and these dynamics. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts or opinions about how that works in this hard to measure consensus system that we have.
Well, I have a thought, which is one of the ways that this could be adjusted is with institutional protections against how much or how effective that punishment is, which is not something I've discussed before. I don't know if there's some way to have antibodies to prevent someone saying this is so bad from getting everyone so riled up. I don't know. That seems like that's the question that naturally arises for me. It's like you can frame it slightly differently. It's not that if someone punishes you, it's necessarily going to take another 3 years. It's like, how do we mitigate the punishment?
The other thing I would say is that a big part of this is a communication problem. And so Ethan has presented one way of doing the communication, which is putting out good material and then kind of sitting back. And I think that's a part of it. And then I think there's Christian Decker was talking about this in his talk in Austin this year, and I think it was such an important point that there was a bit too much salesmanship that went into the early discussions about Taproot. And I think that's what created some of the antibodies we now have against soft forks, because people feel like they were kind of sold a bill of goods with Taproot. So one part of this, I think, is getting over that hangover. And as far as I know, the best way to get over that hangover is to really focus on excellence in communication. It's what brought me into the space, is that I want to just do communication. And I think we need to continue doing that, of here's talking about things in a way that is accessible to lay people and truthful, not accessible to lay people and either exaggerates or underplays certain things.
So we don't have a ton of time left before we're going to head over to the chemists, but we got 2 more questions. Let's try to keep those kind of quick, and we can have room for 1 more after that. So if we have a hand pop up, I'll find you.
Thanks. I'm just thinking about like this idea that like consensus happens when everyone thinks they have consensus, right? So it's a little bit like, I know pornography when I see it, right? But and not to put you on the spot, Ethan, but I want to ask you specifically this question. So you have, this pull request that you have the power to make it not a draft. But I want to ask you, what would you consider to be a consent? Like, what would convince you that it's time to do that?
I mean, that's a really excellent question, and a question I've been asking myself. One of the reasons I was really excited about coming here, and one of the reasons that I'm actually like optimistic about soft forks in Bitcoin, is like, one, if you look at the BIPs repo, there's a whole bunch of editors. The number of BIPs that have now been merged in the last like 6 months, since the number of editors have gone from Luke Jr. to like 6 or 7 people. You've seen this big expanse in like BIPs, and you're seeing conferences like this. So kind of like one of the reasons I was really excited about this conference is just like talking to people and getting a sense for the consensus. And I recognize like this conference is not like the Boston Agreement or anything, but yeah, exactly.
Signed. I just signed it.
But just like talking to people and getting like feedback, and just going around to different places where different interested parties are, and just seeing what they see. But I guess the thing is like, to take your question extremely seriously, it's like, where's that line? Like, if I'm kind of on that line, I'm like, oh, okay. But like, when do I know that that we've really stepped forward into consensus? And I've been asking myself that a lot, and just sort of in conversations with people. But I don't have a good answer for you. But I wish I did for myself.
Okay, I think I saw 3 hands. So raise your hand, nice and proud, if you 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's a lot. We're gonna do 2 more, and then we're all going to the bar, so you can ask them there. Okay.
We'll all be there, I think.
Yes.
There can be loud music. Game theory. The Nash equilibrium.
Hi, so Louis, I'm from Starkware. And so I wanted to respond to what you said about taking a stance and not be afraid to be canceled. So the reason why Starkware actually, we made a big announcement in June saying, oh, we won CAT, and here is why we won CAT. And we announced this big $1 million research grant for and against, was exactly about this. It was exactly about taking a stand, saying, guys, here is a serious company with our serious money, respecting the space, with zero knowledge, like cloud that we have, whatever, and trying to say, okay, let's push it and tilt the scale. I do have a question, which you may or may not decide to respond to, which is, do you think, I'm going to try something based on have you heard of the pre-market French whale? You heard about it? Okay. So basically there's a French trader that made a lot of money by betting on why Trump would win. I wish. I would not. I would probably come with like you wouldn't know it. That would be signed. So he used a technique, which is how smart polling is use a technique, which is, instead of asking what you want, asking what you think your neighbors want. So I'm going to ask you, what do you think your neighbors want? Do you think your neighbors have consensus on CAT?
I think so. My neighbors have consensus.
I don't think my neighbors have consensus.
I mean, I think at least one of my neighbors may have consensus. I mean, when I've talked to people about CAT, often people will express that they're worried that other people are opposed to CAT, but I've met very few people who themselves are opposed to CAT. And maybe people are being nice to me, but I think that generally the people that I've talked to, I would say that my neighbors are in favor of CAT.
Yeah, so your neighbor of consensus.
I think I know a bunch of people who would prefer not to merge that in as a software.
Well, you should put them in touch with me.
We just saw two right up there. They raised their hands even. They're willing to put their arms out.
Okay, last question, and then we gotta wrap up here. And apologies to people who have questions.
That was better.
That was better? Okay, we got one more.
Hey guys, Scott Odell here. So Ethan, we were chatting yesterday over at the MIT DTI around like hash collisions, right? And so it's like we're over here, everybody's super excited about soft forks and OPCAT, but also, you know, there's like these opportunities to drive huge efficiencies over time, as well as a lot of other, you know, proposals out there around kind of more advanced cryptographic techniques to emulate covenants. So, you know, how do you guys think about all the benefits of OPCAT that could be unleashed if you could also just emulate it?
That's a really interesting question. I think as one of the authors of the Glittr paper, it's very expensive to do Glittr, and even if it were to come down, which I'm fairly optimistic, we can get it down to like the price of a car or a luxury car or a house.
Or a house.
Like, you know, but Bitcoin blocks, you know, if you told someone, you know, 20 years ago, how much someone would pay for a Bitcoin block in terms of electricity, they thought you were insane. So it's not that absurd, but it's like, why not just have an like, if we can get opcodes, and I think we can, why not have an opcode? In many ways, at least to me, the lesson of that particular paper was that that these hard lines that we have between like this opcode allows X, they're not really like hard lines. It's like a spectrum of cost and how cheap it makes it. But with some of the functional encryption stuff, I think that's actually like a really interesting path forward. But that path forward is not like without its own costs in terms of cryptographic assumptions, and also in terms of things like MEV. If you have like you know, something that's programmatic on chain, then all the miners can see that transaction and understand it. But if like actually spending it requires some knowledge of a cryptographic functionality that's not on chain, those data feeds become much more important to miners. So I don't know. I'm really hopeful for many different ways of solving it, but I don't think these are like replacements for each other. There's like, they live in their own little spaces.
And I can just say, like, I think it's really useful because we might not, there's some selection by here. The conference is called Up Next. And so if there was a conference called like ossification, we might have a very different, you know, set of these things. And so like, I think these like forkless kind of changes are really interesting and useful, because then it's like, well, I don't have to ask you, like, we're just going to start using it. And so, yeah.
It's always trade-offs.
Let's say you want to try from car to get to the it's cheap. It is cheap. If Starknet was paying $3 million a month to steer you up to the block, the total amount of they helps you up to the block, but that's what people do. By topic, not reduce the block size.
Do not raise the block size.
Was roughly $15 to $20 million, and that was before activity started to kick in. Today, base makes $10 million a month, and so if the collider costs me $100,000, I'm going for it. I'm paying it right away. But no question asked. Yes, so you're saying like today's price levels are quoted.
Yes, well, I mean, today's price level is about $10 million